before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live, ESPN.
Live indeed as we welcome you to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Glad you could join us here in Canton, Ohio. The Pro Football Hall of Fame. Quarterfinal Saturday has arrived. Staten Island, New York, getting set to battle Costa Mesa, California. It is the Jets and the Chargers. And the bracket here on this Saturday looks like this. 8 teams remaining. Semifinals headed your way tomorrow. And the championship game is here as well. So we cannot wait for all of the excitement surrounding NFL Flag. And joining us here in our broadcast location, the former gold medalist, the 2022 World Games, Rebecca Londa. I'm Roy Philpott. We got the championship coming up. We got the semifinals, quarterfinals, the excitement level at an all-time high here in Canton.
Yes, I can imagine them going to sleep, going through those reps in their head, trying to get some rest before one of these early matches. So exciting for both of these players. We know when we have 24 minutes off regulation, every detail counts. And I'm pretty sure they've talked about how important it is to make sure to avoid those flags from the refs, to make sure you're doing very well transitions and routes and great communication within the field.
Well, the 8 teams remaining, anyone out there has a chance to win the championship. And coming up, we'll introduce you to these 2 organizations. They are ready to roll. Chargers and the Jets here in Canton. It's coming up.
What's great about flag football is it's so explosive. Because there's so many fewer barriers to participation, you get way more people having access to the sport.
To see what women can do in this sport is pretty amazing.
1, 2, 3, 7!
It has one of the highest growth rates in any sport out there.
The demand is coming from girls. They're saying, we want this opportunity to play.
I'm able to play in college on scholarship.
Bring your teammates back up with you. Let's go.
I see her dedication and her love for the game.
The self-confidence this sport gave them is immeasurable.
It's made her a strong person.
To be that motivation for all the little girls out there.
They're inspiring so many generations of young people.
On the field, you're trying to win, but off the field, so many bonds have been created.
I like competing and the friendships.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back here in Canton, Ohio, as we get you set for the Jets and the Chargers. Quarterfinal action headed your way on this Saturday morning. And we take a look back at how the Jets got here. How about JoJo Borgadon, number 7 in green, a big performance yesterday. Sarah Colcha-Marrero also getting it done. The safety by Avi Martinez late.
Amazing. What a way to play. We want to keep that up for today.
And now for the Chargers, Maddie Lamb at quarterback, a couple of touchdowns to Sophie Kitron. One more to Maya Helmar to close out their victory in the round of 16 to advance here to the quarterfinals this morning.
You can see how much it means to them and the size. We're going to have a big difference in size. It could be what they take advantage of today when we're talking about the Chargers.
And for the Chargers from Costa Mesa, California, the head coach Justin Schulman. See Thomas DeAngelis on your screen for the Jets there. And quarterback Maddie Lamb, it is up to her today. Also a standout basketball player. Wants to own her own donut shop one day, which is exciting indeed. We should all be so fortunate. Meanwhile, for the Jets, THT, Staten Island, an established program, and much of these young ladies have been here before, making their last championship run. Jillian Molfetta, the starting quarterback, has had a very productive weekend so far in Canton. Wants to work in the NFL when she is done with her playing days. And many of these players you're going to see today have already committed to play flag football in college, and especially for this Jets organization. More to come along those lines as we get deeper into this game, which we are expecting, Rebecca, to be extremely competitive.
Yes, of course. There's a reason why these teams have been here, not only this time, but last year as well. Like we talked about yesterday, there are things that you inherit. And these clubs, these teams have inherited good level of play, intensity, expectations around what they should do today.
5'7" quarterback Maddie Lamb standing in her own end zone for the Chargers, and the first pass incomplete. Sophie Kitron, the intended receiver. Second down, midfield to go, and of course with the rules you have 4 downs to cross midfield. If you do, it's first and goal with 3 downs to score a touchdown from there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's the nerves. We go through the rules. I think the most important one is the one that you just mentioned, 4 downs to reach midfield and then 3 downs to score. So different from IFAB rules, so different from NFL. Obviously, touchdown, same thing, and you can go for the extra point from the 5 or from the 10. 1 or 2 points.
Here comes the pressure. Lamb releases, pass is corralled, and it'll be 3rd down in midfield to go for the Chargers. You see Maddie Lamb's numbers and what she's been able to do as of yesterday. Aya McClin with the reception.
2 passes that have been a little bit behind her receivers to start the game. It could be a little bit of nerves, tension in that arm. She's got to loosen up.
Yeah, both of these teams so close to a championship. The round of 16 concluding yesterday. Close to midfield and the line to gain. It'll be 4th down there, about a yard shy. And the grab by Maya Helmar.
Yeah, they need to play this. They need to be aggressive. These are the moments that define these players, that define these games. And a lot of people would say, you got to play it safe. It's just the start of the game, not when you're playing flag football for 12 minutes in regulation. You really need to go for it. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Helmar's set to play flag football in college at Irvine Valley College. And on 4th down, shovel pass. That's a first across midfield. Shelby Wen able to get across the line to gain quickly.
Yeah, that's a perfect design play. You see so many changes. You're going to make the defense doubt a little bit about where they're supposed to be. And you just need that 1 yard to cross over.
And in flag, of course, the center is eligible, and Shelby from that center position sets up 1st down and goal. 3 downs to score a touchdown. Lamb retreats, fires a completion, and the flag pulled. A grab made by Sophie Kitron again.
That's a great catch, but also a great flag. Sometimes when you're in coverage, it's okay for them to complete a pass, but if with your hand up in the air like she was, and the other hand straight to the flag, that's exactly what you need to do. Perfect technique from the defense.
12-yard gain, 2nd down and goal. Opening possession here in the quarterfinals on this Saturday morning in Canton, Ohio. Plenty of time for Lamb, and she fires a pass incomplete. Here come 2 penalty markers and some contact there, working on Maya Helmar. And this will go against the Jets.
And it's going to be a tough one because, like we've said, in flag football,
pass interference on the defense. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
That's the thing. That first down that they give you, so hurtful for that defense. They have such a tough job now to try to make it stop. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem at all intentional. Kind of trip over each other.
Isabella Castro didn't want to see the flag. Unfortunately for her, she did. And on 1st and goal, across the goal line, and again in for the touchdown. Shelby Wynn, also a varsity basketball player, and wants to work in the NFL when her flag football career concludes. Couple of grabs on this drive. That one goes for 6.
Yeah, and a lot of people will be wondering, like, why is that a touchdown if they took the flag when her hip was out of bounds? We must remember it's the ball that marks the spot. Once the ball crosses that line, it is a touchdown. Hard for the defense, honestly, but it's the way it is.
6 plays all through the air, and the touchdown now going for the 1-point conversion. Flag was pulled just shy of the goal line, and Maya Helmar thought she got there, but she did not, so our score remains 6-0.
That is such a good flag, honestly. So tight on that play. That point can be the difference. That's how things are in flag football.
So close, but yet so far away. The Jets get the stop on the conversion and the football back when we return. You're watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota, and for the Jets from Staten Island, they've got a senior-laden roster and led by 2 players currently set to play at the next level at FAU, Sarah Colchimamuro and Justine Lyle at the next level, and that is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
A very talented roster, an experienced roster, and a quarterback, Jillian Molfetta. First toss is grabbed near side, and the flag pulled quickly from Olivia Demanda.
You love to see those stories, like so many others, where players can dream big in flag football, get that scholarship in. Make sure you're following your dreams.
Look at the 6 players currently to play at the next level. The explosion of flag football goes from the prep ranks into the collegiate level as Molinini races along the far side. It'll be third down, midfield to go.
They are taking what they're giving them. These short passes are okay to start with. You can be conservative in your attack if you're being productive.
Big play here for the Jets across the middle of the field. Corralled and hauled in short of the line to gain. And Colcha Marrero about 4 yards shy of midfield. And let's see decision time for Jose Martinez and Thomas DeAngelis.
Physical player we're talking about when we see Sarah. You see the defense right there, tight in the hands, making sure her body is ahead. And they're going to decide to play it, being aggressive as well, Roy.
Is your middle name, I'm learning. Having played for the Mexican national team for 7 years.
Yes, that
You're
would
not taking your foot
me.
off the gas.
No.
4th and mid. Big play here for the Jets, and it's tipped away at the last minute. Defensively racing in is Maddie Lamb.
I love this. This is like a little trap you would set up if you're a corner. You're giving her space, knowing she's going to look for that receiver, crossing the line, and just going in for that batted pass on time. It's all about timing with those plays.
Chargers have dealt with a variety of injuries headed here to Canton the last couple of weeks. Maddie Lamb, the starting quarterback, also as a safety today, coming up absolutely clutch. McElroy around the left side, and on 1st and goal picks up a couple. Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education and empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play, with flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028. Momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. 2nd and goal, 2 plays to reach the end zone. Costa Mesa, California. More than halfway home in our first half. And a grab made by Maya Helmar. It'll be 3rd down and goal from just inside the 10.
You can see her, she's a little bit hurt. This is what happens when you love flag football so much. You're like, Coach, I'm okay. Nothing's wrong. Of course, you don't want to miss out on playing quarterfinals at NFL flag championships.
No question. Lamb, end zone, and the tap dance inbounds for the score. Sophie Guitron from Compton, California, kept the foot inbounds with possession, and back-to-back scores early for the Chargers.
And how important was that defensive stop right here in the corner of the field to start this drive with great possession and then closing it out in a couple of plays. Great communication, great design route, and she was all alone in the end zone.
Great start for Maddie Lamb today. Over 100 yards through the air, a couple of touchdowns, and the PBU on 4th and midfield moments ago. So after the 9-yard score, they'll go for 1 from the 5. The pump fake in the back corner, and again, and it's good.
Beautiful.
Guitron, all 7 points on that possession for the Chargers.
That was too hard on Emma Lou Olsen, because when you're playing zone like that, she's in charge of that whole lane in the end zone, and it's super hard to take care of the bottom line in the end zone, but also the one in the back. It's all about timing. It's all about kind of messing with the quarterback, but you couldn't do that here with Maddie Lamb.
Guitron, 2 touchdowns yesterday, already a score today, and the conversion. Dump off to Molinini, and the near side scamper. It'll be 2nd down in midfield to go. About 8 yards needed to keep this drive alive for the Jets, and the team will go over to talk with Jose Martinez, whose daughter also is a standout for this organization, Ava, and she's committed to play at Wagner College at the next level.
Time is super important right now. This first half has gone by really fast. If we talk about 2:36, we've only seen really 3 drives.
Low pass corralled right off the top of the turf. It'll be 3rd down in midfield. So Castro able to make the reception for Staten Island.
So of course what they're looking for is that midfield. They don't want to risk it on 4th like they did last time. But also they need to make sure that they're taking lots of time off that clock not letting any time be left for Costa Mesa to do any more damage for this half.
3rd and mid. Time for Molfetta. Pass is caught. That's a first down. The flag quickly pulled by Lamb. And the reception by Molinini, again, her second of this possession. So now 1st and goal for the Jets. And as you mentioned and indicated, they'll be patient here. Great delivery at toss that time.
Yes, perfect timing. Waiting for that defense to open up. There was a little bit of traffic at the beginning of that play. She's a patient quarterback. She's finding her receivers on the spot.
9-yard gain, 1st and goal. Jets need a touchdown here at the end of our first half. You can experience the high level of NFL flag we're seeing so far today. Castro, flag pulled, 2nd and goal from near the 5. So after a gain of 9, another quality pickup, nearly 16 more.
Yeah, and that was a really nice play because what they do is they make that corner decide if they're going to go and move a little bit to the inside. That's exactly where Castro was, in the outside after the move from the linebacker.
Molfetta into the flats. And a touchdown is scored for the Jets. That was the indication along the far side. And let's see. Yeah, that will be confirmed. And a great grab. Guess who? Castro. A couple of big receptions for her. For 3 in green.
As a defensive player, it's so frustrating because you know this play is coming, but there's really little things you can do to avoid it from happening. Time management was perfect for this drive. Look at that clock. They're basically going to leave 0 time for Costa Mesa in this first half.
Running clock, 12-minute halves. Both teams allotted their full assortment of timeouts with 3. Molfetta, Castro, and the conversion is good to make it 13-7.
And it's exactly the same play, just on the other side. So hard to adjust. You need to give that space. As a defensive player, you need to become tighter in that coverage. Make sure you're really stuck to that offensive player, at least to make them uncomfortable on the catch.
Both teams with 9 plays in our first half, but it is Costa Mesa, California, representing the Chargers with the advantage. Dustin Schulman joins us now. Coach, what did you see in our first 12 minutes? What did you like about your team?
I mean, we moved the ball. Moved the ball really well, really efficiently. You know, can't give up points at the end like that. It's just a drive you just can't give up. But offense, we're moving the ball really nicely, really happy.
What did you say to your team before this game, knowing the importance it holds?
You know, for us, I mean, if you count out there, we got 6 girls. We lost 2 to ACLs, 2 to ankles. We're battling. We're 6 strong. And my point to them was, hey, let's go. I'll take our 6 against everybody. But go have fun with this. And good first half.
Coach, appreciate the time. Best of luck rest of the way.
Thanks, guys.
I love that. That's something great to hear, honestly, if you're a flag football player. Your emotions may be down a little bit from losing all of those teammates, but you know you got to get the work done.
13-7 our score at halftime. Our halftime report coming up next.
It's the NFL Flag Summer Championships.
Everything that you love about football is present here at this tournament.
How about that?
We're talking about surgical quarterback play.
This one going long, open for the touchdown.
Crazy catches.
It's intercepted. He got another one.
Amazing defense.
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament.
And really the passion for the game. And here in flag football, you get to see these young women and young men be kids and enjoy the game without the helmet.
37 our score at halftime. The Jets leading the Chargers. So glad you could join us here in Canton, Ohio, home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. An incredible atmosphere on display once again. We've talked about the explosive growth of NFL flag around the country, now sanctioned in 17 states, including most recently here in Ohio nationwide.
Perfect opportunity. We're here celebrating flag football for the week. The best talent in the nation and internationally as well, because we have international games. It was just so fitting for Ohio to say we are on board. And today, Roy, I was walking over here to the booth and I was seeing these little kids playing 5 years old, which they are lucky. But for a lot of girls, going to high school is the first time they're going to be able to approach flag football. It's a great way to start.
Many of these standout players set to play at the next level in college. Rebecca Landa, Roy Philpott, she's the gold medalist from the 2022 World Games and a Mexican national team member for 7 years. We can't talk enough about how exciting it is, the growth of the sport, and seeing everything on display this weekend. Championships tomorrow. We're only just getting started.
It feels like that. Even if we're already in the Olympics for LA 2028, it feels like we are just getting started. For example, there were tournaments like this, but there wasn't a TV crew and there wasn't live TV. There were coaches, there were players, and now there's so much support around the sport that you know this is just the beginning.
Speaking of live TV, we've got highlights, live highlights from our first half. It's coming up next as we continue here. Football Hall of Fame, the NFL Flag Championships, rolling right along on a Saturday morning. Welcome back to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota on a beautiful Saturday morning. The Pro Football Hall of Fame. Start of our second half, Costa Mesa, California, representing the Chargers, leading Staten Island, New York, with the Jets by a score of 13-7. Rebecca Landa and Roy Philpott. Look at our first half highlights. Early touchdown on the board. Shelby Wynn, the starting center, able to reach the end zone. And later on, Sophie Guitron, 2 scores yesterday, 1 today, including the conversion. The Jets finally respond. Isabella Castro also scored the 1-point play moments later, 13-7, Rebecca.
Yes, and that's such a hard play to defend. They would get the extra point on the same play on the other side of the field. Good thing for them, they're starting on offense on the second half.
Jets get the ball to start the second. One-handed grab. That's all he needed. Borgonone, the reception, her first of this game, and it came in impressive fashion.
That is amazing. Look at the effort. She has to twist her whole body.
Second down midfield to go. Mofetta. That'll be almost a first down. It falls incomplete. For a moment, Colcha Marrero had it and then lost possession. Third down in mid after the incompletion.
Important play right here for them. They don't want to be too far off from that midfield line. Remember, that fourth down is basically either you punt or you make it, because field position is everything in flag football, especially when you're playing with so little time on the board.
You love to be aggressive. In your mind, trailing to start the second half. Are you really thinking about going for it on fourth down if you only pick up a yard or two here?
Such a tough spot. I'm so glad I'm not the coach.
Let's see. Pass is caught, reaching across midfield. That should be enough for a first down, and it is. Colcha Marrero signaled for the first down. Honda able to record the grab.
That's lots of concentration and knowing exactly where you are on the field. She knew she needed to extend to get that first half. She did such a good job.
Borgonone on first down and goal to go. Unable to complete that play to make it second down from midfield. Thomas DeAngelis talking to his young ladies, and they're back on the field for the next play. We had a great conversation with both coaches with Staten Island today. They were so excited about the growth of this sport, especially the New England area. And in the Empire State, incomplete to Colcha Marrero again. So third and goal from midfield.
Yeah, it's been a couple of drops by her. You just need to let them go. Next play, that has to be the mentality when you're playing a game like this. It doesn't matter. You have to leave it behind, and you can see how much it means to her. Already crying, the pressure. These kids are young athletes, that's reality, but you have to learn to deal with those emotions. This is a great place to do that.
Colcha Marrero has rock solid throughout this tournament. Big play for the Jets. Justine Lyle also in the backfield. She'll launch a pass high in the air, well short of the goal line, but a penalty marker comes in with contact on the quarterback for the Jets. Now the pressure coming in from Sophie Guitron. Emily Howard, our referee, will indicate the call.
Roughing the passer, defense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot, includes an automatic first down.
Rebecca, we've talked a lot about penalties this weekend in NFL flag. Any infraction is enormous because more times than not it constitutes a loss of down. In this situation, this possession continues.
Wow, and honestly, as a rusher, I do not agree with this call. I think she tried to put her body sideways for those flags. The contact happens with the elbow in the head of the rusher. There's not a thing that the rusher can do to avoid that.
Justine Lyle, the quarterback. A near side grab. That was inbounds with a penalty marker down as well. Molinini with a clean catch. Well, no contact allowed, NFL flag, but it is a physical game, and we are seeing that today.
Yes, it
After the
is.
catch, illegal contact on the defense. 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, automatic first down.
So I have this coach, and I'm going to talk about it in 1 second. Sophie Kitron is being really aggressive when she was rushing. Now right here, this is a contact. She's going for the body, kind of tackling her like an NFL player would, right? So that flag I agree with. My coach would say, if there's a defense giving out free yards like we've seen, you can for sure, 99% of the time, end that drive in a touchdown. So as a defense, you really need to make sure you're playing really clean. It's very hard to do as things are happening so fast, but you have to be super disciplined in that sense, because if not, it's really hard to stop when we're talking about such a short field.
Second down, goal to go. Trailing the Chargers 13-7. Almost halfway home in the second half. The high snap, the ball hits the ground. The play is dead. Over the head of Justine Lau. Now third down and goal, and a massive loss of yardage there.
A little bit of luck on the Chargers side. So this kind of counts as if it was a sack. Let's call it that. So they're going to spot the ball all over to the 15-yard, and it's a very important third down for the Jets.
Lau remains the quarterback. She's committed to play at FAU in college. Deep ball back in the end zone. Yes, for the touchdown. Pinpoint accuracy to Colcha Marrero.
About overcoming those tears that we were seeing a second ago from this amazing player, Sarah. She's doing that route, perfect route. Flag to the end of the touchdown, stretching as wide as she can, putting both feet in. You really just need one in flag football. And
Sarah
the
Colcha
energy.
Marrero, so impressive. She runs track. We talked a lot about donuts in this broadcast. She always has a Dunkin' refresher for every game for good luck. You have to appreciate that. We're tied at 13, and Justine Lau on third and goal, pinpoint precision. Now for the lead for the first time for the Jets. On the rollouts, back corner, yes! Olivia Demunda. And the Jets have their first lead of this quarterfinal matchup.
The momentum has shifted on this field. A couple of minutes ago, we were seeing Sarah very emotional on the sideline, and now she got that amazing touchdown for the lead. Look at those emotions and celebrations, Roy.
So much fun to watch this team in action, and what a great game here in the quarterfinals. We continue in Canton after this.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Now you take a look at the 17 and under national team players here in Canton. We saw the Higa Twins yesterday for Apex. They are on display coming up at noon against the Texas Fury. Two of the very talented teams here.
That's going to be such a game. You won't want to miss it.
Raiders and the Texans at noon on ESPN. Meanwhile, here, our first quarterfinal matchup of the day. Chargers and Jets. What a matchup this has turned out to be. Guitron, a reception. And she continues her outstanding play deep down the field. Second and mid to go after a gain of nearly 11.
We talked at the beginning of the game how important details were, and we saw it in the last drive for the Jets. 2 penalties that the Chargers had. It ended up being a touchdown. They need to make sure, both teams, that they're playing clean football from now on when you look at that.
Schulman in our halftime interview.
I would like them to be aggressive in this down. They're very close to that midfield line.
And a chance for a deep ball. Here it is. Open. Guitron and off the fingertips.
No.
Hesitated for a moment crossing the goal line, thinking she was near the back of the end zone. And it'll be 4th and mid on a play that was oh so close, Rebecca.
So close. She had done everything right, but this is a really hard catch. You have to see how she tracks that ball over her head. It's very easy to lose the position of the ball. She extended her arms perfectly. She just needed to put her pinkies together to make sure that ball didn't drop.
Molinini in coverage, did a nice job step for step with Guitron. 4th and mid, just over a yard needed to continue this drive. Trailing by a point, and there's the completion. So the Chargers get it done. Aya McClellan with a clean catch, 1st and goal.
And that's a good field position to start with your first drive in this second half of the field. You're in the 6-yard line. A little bit more comfortable when you only have 3 downs to get to the touchdown.
McClellan set to play college soccer at Washington State. In fact, came back from Pullman on the Palouse, if you will, to participate in this tournament before her collegiate career begins on the pitch. Guitron, flag pulled, and a nice job defensively there. 2nd and goal from the 10.
I think they're giving defensively too much space to this Chargers wide receivers. They need to play a little bit tighter. They're giving away too much space. Gaining those chunk yards fairly easily.
Molinini, the flagpole. 2nd and goal. Remember, 3rd and goal is the final play of the possession. So 2 plays to get into the end zone to reclaim the lead. Maddie Lamb with time. Back corner. 1 foot down. Pass is caught cleanly. That's a touchdown. Maya Helmar.
We also talked about how height was going to be a factor in this game, and we see it perfectly in this play.
Touchdowns. Try will be for 1. Timeout. Jets. First down, timeout.
She's doing a beautiful route. She steps in as if she was going to do a post, and then she breaks in to make that flag. It's really hard as a defensive player to be able to hold it. You need to be super patient. Make sure your eyes are forward and you're not spinning your hip in that first move from the receiver.
Coach Schulman.
Just a whip back out. You want to do that? Or do we think that we can beat her inside?
Or we could do the, I feel like we could do 5. We can do 23 opposite.
What's that?
Oh yeah, she's 23 opposite. Yeah, that's good.
23 opposite. Hey, come here. You have to say, don't make it obvious.
I love this. So it's really important that in a position like this, where this point could be such a game differential, that the players feel comfortable with the play they're going to run. They are the ones that are on the field that know exactly what's going on. I love that they give them the chance to have their opinion.
Pressure on Maddie Lamb. She'll release it, and the conversion attempt is good. McClellan in the back corner.
You could tell they all felt really comfortable with this play, executed perfectly. takes out a little bit of the nerves.
20-14 on what could be the final possession of this quarterfinal matchup. Olivia Demanda. Touchdown or conversion just moments ago. And an early grab here to start the drive. Second down in midfield.
Interesting that they went only for 1 point, knowing.
Lyle's pass broken up at the last minutes.
Amazing.
How about the job today by Maddie Lamb on both sides of the ball as a safety and as a quarterback, third and mid. Pressure on Lyle, off the pump fake. Grab near midfield by Colchamiro. And 1 yard shy of first down yardage. So fourth and mid, and the game essentially comes down to this to keep it alive.
That is exactly right, Roy. So they need to convert here if they want to stay in the NFL Flag Football Championships. This is the most important play of the game so far. And she was so close. She was so close to crossing that line.
And they want to take a look at that. Thomas DeAngelis indicating that the reach across midfield he thought was enough to make it first down and goal. And you do have one challenge, so this could be utilized here.
Of course, this is beautiful about this format of flag football. Each coach has one challenge per game. And this is exactly where you want to use it, where it's a game changer. It could be such a big difference for them to be playing fourth down or playing first down, especially because we're considering time as well.
And a coach cannot challenge inside of 2 minutes to play. Our rules analyst Brian Cooper indicating that to us here in the booth, and we appreciate that. So it remains fourth and mid. Justine Lyle, the quarterback, set to play at FAU in college. Moves under center, the quick strike. There it is. That's enough to move the chains. How about the hip dip for Sarah Colchamiro?
And they're in a hurry, but this was amazing by her. I love her intensity, her ability, doing the lunge, dragging for her feet. It was beautiful.
And they'll stop this play as Lyle received the snap, and a late penalty flag comes in. Oh, so a lot to unpack here. And the initial indication, a delay of game. Emily Howard will clarify this for us, our referee.
Timeout.
Now a timeout was called.
Jets.
Which makes total sense. I was really surprised that after that amazing dip, they didn't call it. There's no point on taking those timeouts to the end of the game. What I mean is, you really need to use them in this whole process, right? So the next play is going to be super important. You get maybe 3 plays in there. You got to make sure that they know exactly what they're going to do one after the other.
Let's go. 22 seconds. Yep.
Delay a game. I've never heard of that.
I'm glad Coach had never heard of it. I hadn't as well. So it's second and goal. And here's Lyle. Wants it all. Batted down. Boy, for a moment, Colchamiro was going to try to catch that carom cleanly. And the time winding down now, 10 seconds. Third and goal. It all comes down to this. Here in the quarters. Trying to stay alive for the Jets. And the snap was bobbled. It hits the turf, and that is how this quarterfinal matchup on a Saturday morning comes to an end, Rebecca. Heartbreak for the team from Staten Island, and the Chargers will punch their ticket into the semis.
And you can see how much it hurts the Jets. Horrible way to end a great run for them. And the Chargers moving ahead. A team that the coach was saying we cannot allow points like that. They came back into this game. Very few players, only 6 players, and they got the job done.
So this one comes to a close. 20-14, our final score. And the Chargers with just 3 possessions in this game, but all 3 reached the end zone. That was the difference. Back with more after this. Now, what a moment we just all witnessed moments ago. Quarterfinal action. Game 1 in the books. Costa Mesa, California representing the Chargers over Staten Island, New York with the Jets, 20-14. We take a look back at some of the highlights. An incredible performance again for Maddie Lamb and the job she did at quarterback, finding ways to reach the end zone in so many different fashions. The Jets, very competitive today as well.
Very competitive. Love the intensity, the hype from them. Doing a great job, but in the end, the Chargers got the job done. Considering they had so many injuries, Roy, we can't let that go.
Only 6 players able to participate today in these quarterfinals, and right now we'll check in with the quarterback, Maddie Lamb. She also was a standout defensive player today. Maddie, what was it like out there, you guys holding on at the very end?
It was amazing. Honestly, every moment that we fight together, it just brings us closer. We're like family.
Maddie, you were playing both sides of the ball, safety and quarterback. Those are very important positions. Would you rather do one than the other? Do you like more one?
I definitely am a quarterback at heart, but I love playing both.
So maybe our favorite nugget that we've been able to talk about this weekend, Maddie. When you grow up, you want to own a donut shop, and you're getting closer there. Tell us about that, because that's fantastic.
Honestly, every morning I go to donut shops. I mean, I love like seeing families running them. I'm hoping like my family can run one sometime, and I don't know, it's just fun.
It is fun, and it's tasty too, right?
Let us know if you need investors. Roy and I also want to own a donut shop.
I'll give you a call. Thank you.
What is the mentality as you guys now get ready for the semifinals and what's to come, a step closer to a champion?
Well, we've been told about how none of our high school teams have made it this far yet, and we want to be the first to win it all, so we're going to go at it.
Well, congratulations, Maddie. It was so much fun watching you. Get some rest, because the semis are on the horizon. Best of luck rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
I mean, so much fun watching this team in action. And we talked about the injuries. Just 6 healthy players today for the Chargers. Rebecca, you played for the Mexican national team those 7 years. You played in the World Games. You won a gold medal in 2022. Overcoming that kind of adversity, not easy to do.
Not at all, especially when you're playing at this high level. Every player is so important. The qualities of each player is super important, but also talks volumes about who they are as a team, the athletes that they have, and how they have that power to overcome adversity like they've had to. I just look at them and say, like, these are true athletes, you know? And sometimes it helps in a way, if you think about it, to say, okay, I'm not only playing for me, but I'm playing for the girl that's outside. It gives you so much more value of why you are playing the game.
And one of our favorite moments as well this weekend, to be able to slap the bracket with the update with your team. And we'll take a look at the official bracket. 8 teams remaining before this matchup, and we have now advanced 1 team into the semis after the Chargers' 20-14 victory over the Jets. A valiant effort by the Jets, an incredible organization that has been here and been so close to championships in the past, and a team that had a roster that was dominated by seniors and players that are set to play at the collegiate level with flag football in the future. Great to talk about that growth, but hey, coming up, we've got a very big matchup as well. Calexico and Ladera Ranch, 49ers and the Cowboys, a great rivalry that extends here to NFL flag.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. You won't want to miss it. I'm really excited about this matchup.
I am as well, and I'm told that there will be some Spanish portions of our broadcast led by you to start as we get underway here in about 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, so quédense con nosotros. For sure, we're going to speak some Spanish from Calexico, California, and we have from San Francisco, the South OC Wave. Both teams, amazing results throughout the tournament so far.
And
looking for that spot.
It is going to be so much fun. For Rebecca Londa, I'm Roy Philpott. We've got more NFL flag football headed your way in just 4 minutes.
before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it. Take off, this one's on me. This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
Bienvenidos al NFL Flag Championships, presentados por Toyota, a la sombra del Salón de la Fama en Canton, Ohio. Lo mejor del flag football del mundo está aquí. Ladera Ranch, California, enfrentando a Calexico, California. Duelo de californianos. Un placer estar con ustedes. Yo soy Rebeca Landa, alongside Roy Philpott.
Bienvenidos.
Amazing.
Gracias. We cannot wait. That was so well done, and we're so excited as quarterfinal action continues in Canton, Ohio. Rebecca Landa, Roy Philpott, for those watching in English. And we want to take a look at the updated bracket because we have seen some incredible play already this morning. Congratulations in order for Costa Mesa, California, representing the Chargers. They survived a late rally by Staten Island, New York with the Jets, and a fantastic game that ended just moments ago. And we are so excited for our second quarterfinal matchup of the day. And we've got some outstanding talent on both sides, Rebecca.
Yes, we do. So when we talk about the Raiders, the Cowboys, in Calexico, California, this is a team that has roots in Mexico, but they play this format of really fast-paced football, which is exactly what happens in the U.S. And it's exactly what we're going to see from the 49ers. Both teams have great quality players, very well technique, and a lot of smarts when it comes to playing flag football.
49ers and Cowboys, what's not to love on a Saturday morning? Our NFL Flag Championships continue with the quarterfinals here beside the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Coming up next.
What's great about flag football is it's so explosive. And because there's so many fewer barriers to participation, you get way more people having access to the sport.
To see what women can do in this sport is pretty amazing.
1, 2, 3, family!
It has one of the highest growth rates in any sport out there.
The demand is coming from girls. They're saying, we want this opportunity to play.
I'm able to play in college on scholarship.
Bring your teammates back up with you. Let's go.
I see her dedication and her love for the game.
The self-confidence this sport gave them is immeasurable.
It's made her such a strong person.
To be that motivation for all the little girls out there.
They're inspiring so many generations of young people.
On the field, you're trying to win, but off the field, so many bonds have been created.
I like competing and the friendships.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back on this Saturday morning here in Canton, Ohio, the NFL Flag Championships continuing. 49ers and Cowboys, Calexico, California, Ladera Ranch, California, represented their respective teams today. And for the 49ers, we go back to yesterday and what they were able to do in the end zone. Beat the Packers 20-13, and boy, we've talked about Paige Russell and her accuracy.
Yeah, you can see her eyes, how she's moving the defense with them. She's going to make them move to the right. Great defensive work by the Packers, making sure they're really close and touching those offensive players. But it's enough to move an eye, that touchdown. And here you're going to see a great route design. The key right there is that player. She's going to cross under in a motion, but the cross is going over on the top of the touchdown to make space. Really hard to cover, even if you're tight on coverage like she was.
Ava Wernemar finding the end zone. Meanwhile, for Calexico, they'll use two quarterbacks.
Yes.
And that has been very sneaky this weekend.
That's what we were talking about. They have Mexican DNA in their flag football playbook. And oh my God, Giovanna Ortiz, she's so amazing. She has a cannon off an arm, like we just saw, stepping into that into that pass and throwing it deep. And here, opening the area for her receiver with that rollout to the right. You can see Paula Nicole Cruz, great athleticism, hips don't lie, and into the touchdown.
Oh, Shakira, yes, it makes sense. For the Bad Rabbits, the Cowboys from Calexico, California, led by Alan Salas, who is the current German national team head coach on the men's side. We talked about Giovanna Ortiz. They have a variety of skill players that can throw the football. Ortiz in particular, was, you mentioned the cannon of an arm. Even into the wind, she has found success in Canton. For the 49ers, South OC Wave out of Ladera Ranch, California. We talked about the accuracy of Paige Russell. Gwyneth Lyon, a number of key catches yesterday in their victory over the Packers 20-13.
These teams, both of them, are so complete. They have such good players, very disciplined.
First play from scrimmage, Ortiz. Deep ball and incomplete, and blanket coverage with a penalty marker coming in. Tinley Hill in coverage on Manriquez. And a flag coming on the 49ers defense.
If you're a defensive player in that position, what you have to do is look at the eyes.
Defense. Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Look at the eyes of your receiver. As soon as those guys go up, you make sure you have to turn your body, because the pass was underthrown. She could have turned around and even intercepted that pass. But you see, she's using her body against the receiver's intention to go catch that ball.
First down and goal penalties enormous in NFL flag. Ortiz wants it all again. Open for a moment, and that's enough for the touchdown.
I love the way they start. Super aggressive from the beginning, setting the tone for this match. Two very long passes with confidence into the end zone. Look at that chemistry. Very close to the sideline. Just a perfect ball.
Anna DeCastro on the end of that touchdown strike from Ortiz. First team All-Pro in her division, started playing when she was just 7 years old, and that experience and that efficiency on full display. We talked about the two quarterbacks. DeCastro, front pylon, and that's enough for the conversion for one. Paula Nicole Cruz.
We talked about scouting yesterday and how the teams were gonna study their opponent. The 49ers have done that. You have to see how fast that rush is coming in, but she's prepared. She knows exactly where Nicole is to throw that pass. Perfect timing.
You mentioned Mexican DNA with plays like that.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Because in northern Mexico, we see more of this perhaps than what we do here in the States.
So what that means is that we're going to use two quarterbacks all the time. It's part of our DNA, basically. So you're going to see that pass laterally and then it can come back. A lot of the teams don't know how to attack that, especially when you're talking about the rushers. It's so important. That's something that we saw yesterday with the team the Cowboys were facing. They just couldn't adapt to those two quarterbacks. And sometimes when you don't know what to do and you come with a plan before the game starts, it's just so hard to adjust in real time.
Corey Hill, the head coach for the 49ers, after the first incompletion from Paige Russell. In the red uniforms with the red shorts today. The dump off to Gwyneth Lyon. We talked about her moments ago. Third down midfield to go on the first possession for South OC Wade with the 49ers.
Safe hands. That's the way I would describe Gwyneth Lyon. Also, great round defender.
Third and mid. Russell surveys, fires across the middle. Accurate toss, and it's going to reach all the way to the end zone. Well, the flag was not pulled from Ava Wernemar. And you can see how important it is defensively to make sure that you have the grasp. That did not happen here with multiple tries. The triple escape for 9 in red.
Wernemar was looking forward to being on the big screen, and she just got a touchdown in it. That was amazing from her. You always got to keep moving, even if you think your flag is pulled. Until you hear that whistle, you do not stop. It's exactly what she did. First points for Ladera Ranch.
From 41 yards out, that is the longest play we have seen this weekend. 1-point try is no good with 8 minutes and counting remaining here in our first half.
Partido cerrado desde Canton, Ohio. Bad Rabbits, los Cowboys enfrentando a los 49ers, South OC Wade. Solamente un punto de diferencia a la mitad de esta primera mitad. Nosotros volvemos con mucho más acción.
And you're watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Back in Canton, Ohio. Pro Football Hall of Fame. 7-6. Cowboys and 49ers. Macalanda, Roy Philpott. And with just under 8 minutes remaining in our first half, the Cowboys will get it back, and Ortiz wants to throw it. High pass corralled quickly, and the near side goes Nicole Cruz. And Paula Nicole Cruz, second and mid.
Giovanna Ortiz is reading the defense perfectly. She can tell there's only one linebacker. You're going to have 3 D-backs, so that linebacker has to cover the whole field when it comes to the bottom of that defense. So hard to do. She's going to get divided at some point, and they do it in the last play.
We've seen Ortiz and De Castro attempt passes today. And Ortiz had the option to get it out to De Castro. And on 2nd and mid, 2 yards shy of the line to gain. So perhaps an opportunity for Calexico here to try to get one deep.
They are going to do it. I just know it. We saw it yesterday. Alan Salas was saying, I trust my offense and I trust my defense. So, of course, we're going to be aggressive and we're going to play those big plays. So I would expect a big throw right now. If they scouted correctly, the 49ers should know that.
4 downs to pick up the first down, short of midfield, crossing midfield, then 3 downs to score. NFL flag rules. Ortiz will take the defense gives, and Paula Nicole Cruz will pick up the first down.
It's beautiful. 3 catches in a row for Paula Nicole Cruz. It's a simple route right next to the sideline, perfect 4 yards after the catch.
She is set to play flag in college at St. Thomas University. Also a standout performer running track. Many of these players bilingual. You talked about the dual citizenship between Mexico and the United States. This Cowboys organization. Ortiz into the end zone for the touchdown. And the score, once again, Jessica Manriquez.
They make it look easy. Definitely is not. And this is the thing. Now it looks like they're playing zone and man-to-man, but they're getting confused in those responsibilities. And that's exactly what happens in the middle of the field for the perfect catch.
They will go for 2 points, a 2-point conversion attempt from the 10. After the scoring strike from 17 yards out, and here's Ortiz. Wants to throw it, the backwards pass to Castro. She'll launch it towards the end zone, and the 2-point play is good. Well, all 3 stars on full display on that conversion, with Paula Nicole Cruz on the receiving end.
And sometimes teams would rather have a little bit more space to work with, and it's normal to ask for those 10 yards, because if they're gonna do those passes laterally, you need to generate the space. Also the time that the rusher needs to move around. They would know you're gonna find Nicole in that post after she does like a stick route outside.
Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide. Energizing physical education, empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. Flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028. Momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. 2nd down midfield to go for the 49ers. We've seen touchdowns on all 3 drives in this game. And back on the field is Paige Russell at quarterback. Here in the quarterfinals. On Saturday morning, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Intercepted! The interception by De La Pena into the end zone. And the pick 6 for the Cowboys.
That is a great play. And we need to look at this linebacker, how she's going to set a trap. That's how we call it in Mexico. You're faking, you're going to go to the outside, you measure your quarterback, and then you're sticking in that middle of the field where it's supposed to be an open zone. That is a play sent by the defensive coach, executed perfectly.
Roberta De La Pena, the pick 6, wants to go into sports communications, also plays soccer. And after the 2-point conversion, then the pick 6, now going for 1 for the Cowboys. And what an incredible start.
Those are the plays you never forget.
Ortiz went under center, fires his strike. 1-point conversion is good. And Manriquez, first team All-Pro in her division. And the smile after this fast start for Calexico.
Yeah, and look at the scoring leaders in this division. Almost 25 points per game. That's really good considering you have basically 5 drives in a flag football game.
22-6, under 3 minutes remaining in our first half, and it's been explosive. Gwyneth Lyon still on her feet, and the flag pull after a quality pickup, second and mid.
Yeah, and this gives you a little bit of confidence if you're the 49ers. It's perfectly to start like this very consistently, and you know Lyon has the ability to gain yards after the catch. Exactly what she did right now. Great play.
Running clock with 2 12-minute halves. 49ers incomplete. Russell looking for Wernemar, who had the touchdown from 41 yards out. The 49ers last possession. Third down and mid, and 49ers needing about 10.
Yeah, and right now, I wouldn't risk it. Just gain yards, make sure you're really close to that midfield line, as close as you can get. If you get the opportunity to cross, you need to cross it.
Wernemar at the bottom of your screen has been a favorite target of Paige Russell, is again on the comeback, and it's incomplete. Fourth down.
Yeah, she calls for it. She's clapping for her quarterback to send it that way. That's 2 drops in a row for Eva Wernemar.
And Corey Hill brings his team over. They're going to go for it, already trailing 22-6. And approaching a minute to play in our first half. And this is the play of this game early. 49ers have to cross midfield to pick up the first. If so, they'll have 3 downs to score a touchdown.
And I love what Calexico is doing at the defense. I'll explain in a second.
Russell, pressure, crosser, incomplete. Some contact, no flag. And looking for Seaman. Cowboys will take over.
So what they're doing is playing preventive defense right there in that line that's supposed to be crossed by the 49ers. But they have a free safety out there in case they decide to go long. It's the perfect formation for a situation like this. And she sticks to that line. That's so hard to do. That's discipline.
Cowboys will get it back, in a penalty on the first play as the ball was snapped.
5-yard penalty includes a loss of down. Second down.
Remember, penalties and NFL flags so critical. They can absolutely be a drive crusher because of the loss of down infraction. Here come the 2 quarterbacks. De Castro surveys, fires, caught. And ball pops out near the 10-yard line for Paula Nicole Cruz. 10 seconds remaining. Calexico with the full complement of timeouts. And Alan Salas will utilize that timeout with 2 seconds to go. And 1 snap into the end zone on 3rd and goal coming.
Vas a hacer un stop adentro del touchdown camp. Tú vas a centrar y ocupo que llegues a la segunda línea del touchdown. ¿Sí? Jesse, tú vas a hacer un cross en la primera línea del touchdown. A listos, vienes motion, solo va a hacer finta por atrás para ver qué hace el rusher. Si tienes a Jesse y se amarran con Jesse, está cama atrás.
Okay, Jesse va a ser escuadra.
La amarilla y cama atrás, entonces aprovechamos ahí.
Espera, ¿se puede correr?
Sí, se puede, sí.
So much knowledge. So many things to explain. So they're going to send in different levels within the touchdown. They're going to send a motion just to see what the rusher is doing and read from there where to attack. They're asking if they're allowed to run. They are, because they're outside the run zone. So let's see how this plays out.
Run zone designated by those 5 dotted lines at the 5-yard line. Back in the end zone and incomplete. Looking for the size with Gomez off the fingertips on the final play of the half.
But everything was great about it, even how he asks for a timeout. You can tell 3 seconds on the clock. He doesn't worry about it anymore. He just knows this is the last play of the half. And we're going to talk to Alan Salas in just a second.
His team with a 22-6 lead. What will be the first question you ask him?
Alan, ¿nos escuchas? Sí. Alan, quisiera preguntarte primero que nada, ¿cuál fue la mentalidad entrando en este partido para ver un resultado como el que estamos viendo en este momento?
Sí, pues trabajamos mucho lo que fue la visualización para que desde la primera jugada las niñas entraran enfocadas, cero nerviosas como fue ayer un poco, y pues salieron intensas y lo aprovechamos esta primera mitad, pero falta la segunda.
They worked a lot in visualizing, making sure that the players weren't nervous coming into this match like they were yesterday. Háblame un poquito de qué vieron de los 49ers cuando hicieron el scout el día de ayer.
son muy agresivos al doble pase, entonces nosotros lo estamos usando para abrir otras ventanas y atacar con pases atrás de la linebacker.
So yesterday that they were scouting the 49ers, they realized they were very aggressive when it comes to double quarterback. And they're using that to open space in the defense, and it's really working out for them. Muchísimas gracias, Alan. Éxito en el resto del partido.
Gracias.
22-6, our score at halftime here in Canton, Ohio, home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And how about the dimes being dropped by Giovanni Ortiz? A couple of touchdown strikes. Big response by the 49ers. Work to do for the team from Ladera Ranch. Coming up to start our second half as we continue here in Canton.
An estimated 20 million people in more than 100 countries currently play flag football. And now, we have a chance to become Olympians. Flag's success has led to the International Olympic Committee approving the sports addition to the 2028 LA Games. It's a dream come true for myself and all flag athletes around the world to know that someday we may get to compete for the sport's first Olympic gold medal.
Narrated by a voice from the world champions in Mexico. And you take a look at the sports added to the Los Angeles Olympics in 2028, just 3 short years from now. Of course, flag football, a big part of it. It's never happened before. Squash, cricket, lacrosse, baseball is back, and softball also introduced. Fantastic. Rebecca Landa, Roy Philpott, how much fun have we been having this entire weekend? And from an international perspective, you played 7 years for the Mexican national team. You won the gold medal in 2022 in the World Games.
Yes.
What is it like?
Oh my God, it's amazing. It's the best memory of my sports career so far, I'm going to say, because we're all dreaming about being in LA 2028. So much excitement around the sport. And because of what we achieved as a flag football community and getting flag football into the Olympics, this sport has grown immensely.
And here in the States, you would expect that as a springboard into incredible growth and success after 2028 in the Olympics in Los Angeles. We can't wait. And look, we're getting a small taste of what's to come because these young ladies, they're going to have a great chance to participate given how their skills have improved and what they've been able to do since they were little girls.
Yes, of course. And we talked about it the first day that we were here. We were talking about how this is the present of flag football, but it's also the future. Because, of course, we're planning on being in LA 2028, but we want to be also in Australia 2032, and so forth and so forth. We're hoping flag football to be an official Olympic sport.
Indeed, we are. We'll step aside our next break. The second half is coming up. We'll show you our first half highlights. Cowboys have been impressive. A 22-6 lead with 12 to play. And you're watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Here in Canton, Ohio, the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Start of our second half, Cowboys and 49ers, a great rivalry. The highest levels, and here at NFL Flag, one step closer to a championship. Ortiz, a couple of touchdown strikes in our first half, including this one to DeCastro, who's also thrown a couple of passes herself. Wernemar from 41 yards out, the longest touchdown we've seen so far this weekend. The 49ers had a nice response, but the defense for the Cowboys proved to be very difficult. Ortiz finding ways to get the football to Paula Nicole Cruz. The play of the half, the pick six, a true difference maker as Roberta De La Pena took it back for 6 for the Cowboys.
That's amazing. These players prepare for plays like that. Trampa, we call it in Mexico. And she did it perfectly to get more points on the board. And talking about Mexico in the international game, Mexico 28-0.
We will see them later today as part of our international showcase, if that score holds. Paige Russell from her own end zone. 49ers have it to start our second half. And the dump off to Gwyneth Lyon for a solid completion. It'll be second down, midfield to go, and Russell's numbers so far accurate, including that long touchdown strike we just talked about. And she's going to have to pick it up even more to begin the second.
Yes, because when we see completions and attempts, it's 50% of completion. She needs to get better in communication with her team. It also has to do with a great job that Cowboys are doing defensively.
Here's the pressure, and Russell fires it into the turf, incomplete, third down.
Yeah. As a rusher, I would really like for IFAF and flag football to consider intentional grounding. I'm just saying. That was a great defensive play, and nothing came out of it really for this side of the ball. They need to be really patient now in the construction of this offensive drive, especially this third down is key. They need to get really close to that midfield line. but it needs to be with the play that they feel really comfortable about.
Third and mid, Russell surveys across the middle, incomplete and off the fingertips of Wernemar. 4th down for Corey Hill's team. Out of Ladera Ranch, California, they'll elect to punt.
Yep.
The Cowboys will get it at their own 5. A huge stop to start the half.
Huge stop. And also, I can imagine, right? You're coming into this from the second half. You just had this motivational conversation with your coach. You're trying to come in with everything that you got, and this is where you find in your opponent nothing but 3 plays. It's kind of a vibe killer. That's what I'm trying to get.
You see Ortiz, who has been a vibe enhancer in the first 12 minutes. Numbers through the roof. Ortiz back to the air. Sidearm delivery and the near side grab. And a good start for the Bad Rabbits. Anna DeCastro.
You can see her maturity. Look how she does her progression. She's looking at her 1 option, 2 option. She's not there. I'm looking for my 3rd option, and she's connecting on that out route.
We showed a highlight yesterday where it appeared as if it was a no-look pass.
Yeah.
Looking one way, firing deep down the field, the other direction, some 40 yards out, and it was precise and a touchdown.
We must remember she's a first-team All-Pro out of her area in California.
DeCastro to Ortiz. So utilize the 2 quarterbacks and back to DeCastro. The pass falls incomplete. It'll be 3rd and mid.
And that's the Mexican play. Toma que te doy, it's called. So take it that I'm going to give it to you. And it's perfectly designed. So basically, the quarterbacks are the ones that play here, generating the space between the rushers.
22-6 lead, 3rd and mid. And obviously, Calexico in no hurry whatsoever with this kind of advantage. What's the strategy in your mind here?
Right now, you just got to get close to that 4th down mark. I don't think you're going to be super aggressive in this play. You just want to cross over.
Ortiz, here's the rush. Heaves 1 deep, double coverage. Incomplete and poked away at the absolute last minute by Tinley Hill.
And they're making me look bad because it's the 2nd time that I'm like, they're going to be aggressive, and they're not. And now they're not going to be aggressive, and they are. And that's why Alan Salas is such a genius. He does not play with what you think would be obvious.
Enriquez, the intended receiver. And a timeout on the field after a punt on 4th down. 49ers get it back. Still in this game here in the quarters.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back here in Canton, Ohio, and the explosive growth of NFL flag football. 22-6, Calexico leading Ladera Ranch. Cowboys over the 49ers, 8:17 remaining. Alongside of the gold medal winning Mexican national team member, Rebecca Landa, I'm Roy Philpott. 49ers get the ball back after the critical stop near midfield, and it's Paige Russell again. On first down, mid to go. Gwyneth Lyon ahead to the 10-yard line. It'll be second down from there.
Yeah, this is what they need to do. It's really hard, their situation they're in. You want to be aggressive, but you don't want to lose your identity in the process. Finding Lyon in the middle of the field is a perfect start.
Russell, the pump fake. And over to Hogenkamp, her first catch of this game, an enormous performance yesterday with a touchdown reception and a conversion in the victory over the Packers. Third and mid. Head coach Corey Hill. 49ers need a touchdown on this possession and a quick stop with time dwindling down.
Huge play.
Russell under duress, first down, Hogenkamp. It'll be first and goal, 3 tries to reach the end zone for the 49ers from there.
They needed that. They needed that. So important, even emotionally, to know you still can get that pace you need for the rest of the game. They need to move fast. That's reality. I'm a little bit concerned about him taking so much time explaining things to them because they don't have that much time to catch up on that 22 points that Calexico, California has.
49ers do have the 3 timeouts. They need a touchdown. They need one quickly. Approaching the halfway point of the half. Here in the quarterfinals, the winner advancing to tomorrow's semifinals. The championship game also at 5 o'clock on ABC tomorrow afternoon. Lyon was going to spring free near the goal line, but the pass had already been thrown over her reach.
Yeah. And that was the lack of communication. This is what we mean when we say flag football is about details. Look at them on the left of your screen. They're going to crash into each other. So she's not going to get to that pass when she's supposed to. That's all communication with your receiver. You have to know who's crossing first so you don't lose time.
Becca Landa dropping knowledge on route running.
I played everything. Even though I'm a rusher, I played
think of you
everything.
as a rusher, as a defensive player. On second down, Russell, front pylon, looking for Hogenkamp. And it is incomplete. So third down and goal to go, and more than 23 yards needed to reach the end zone in a play the 49ers have to have.
Yeah, that's a very hard position they're in because for a pass like that, you need time, Roy. And the rusher is not giving her any time to really develop the play. The receivers develop their own routes. They need to find creative ways, and that's when, in Mexico, you would put 2 quarterbacks. Make sure you're gaining some time for yourself.
Rebecca, dare we suggest the crowd a factor here as the Calexico fans supporting their team, making a little bit of noise on third and goal. Russell heaves one deep, and it is incomplete. Calexico defensively rock solid in that pass right in front of that front pylon. Cowboys will get it back. No 5 possessions for the 49ers, just the 1 touchdown. It came on the opening drive of the game, and all smiles.
La deschongaron, we say.
And what does that mean?
She lost her hairdo. They took the hair away from her. La deschongaron. Great defensive play. Honestly, they're very aware of the situation where we're talking about the Cowboys. They know exactly what they need to do to avoid what the 49ers are trying to achieve.
And Calexico, California will take its time across the middle of the field. And racing ahead was Camila Gomez. Second and mid.
And if you're the 49ers right now, you need to stop, and you need to stop really fast. So my coach in the defense in Mexico would say, you need to be aggressive. We need to be aggressive. We need to risk it, because if we don't risk it, we're still going to lose the game. So you either have to go that way or just lay back and let them run down the clock like they are going to do, which we've seen before. The 49ers have scouted the Cowboys. They know they can do that. They're going to have to change a little bit their scheme when it comes to the defense.
Rebecca Aggressive Landa.
Yes.
That is your middle name. I've heard you use that word so many times this weekend.
Yeah, because it's so important in flag football. There are situations where you can't be risky, and look at that. They are being aggressive. They're being so close to those offensive players without giving any space. Oh my God, and they're going to get surprised, Roy.
Just outside the no-run zone, De Castro scampers ahead for the first down into plus territory.
And this is amazing by the coaches, because they know they're going to have like press coverage right there, and they're going to have to focus in their own woman in this case. That's going to open up so many options down the field.
Alan Salas has been brilliant. The play calling has been fantastic. And you can understand why he's the head coach of the German national team on the men's side after leading Panama's national team as the head coach there. He has been brilliant throughout his career. Ortiz finally under duress, lobs one back of the end zone, and it is caught cleanly for the touchdown. Enriquez.
There is no way to predict what they're going to do, Roy.
We've tried, and we have failed.
Big time.
21 yards out. 28-6. Calexico awfully impressive again on this Saturday morning.
And we saw this play yesterday. They have great communication, great timing. She knows exactly the speed that Jessica Enriquez has. So that ball is going to be a gift to her right there in the arms for the touchdown.
Great atmosphere here on these fields. Pro Football Hall of Fame. Ortiz to De Castro. To the end zone. We've seen that play before. They reverse sides of the field for it. Success once again. And Paula Nicole Cruz, her second conversion attempt, hauled in cleanly in that front pylon area.
And this is exactly what Alan Salas was saying about how they are aggressive with the rushers, so they open up other spaces. And you can see exactly where the rusher is rushing into that second quarterback. That's where the space is opening up, and they're going to use that lane exactly there. You're going to find Paola Nicole Cruz.
49ers get it back. 2 minutes and change remaining of that running clock here in the quarterfinals. We started the day with 8 teams. One has already been eliminated. We saw that matchup with the Chargers advancing over the Jets earlier this morning. And now Calexico with the Cowboys on the verge of punching its ticket into tomorrow's semis. And for Corey Hill, a great run in Canton. 49ers have found ways, but up against stiff competition today. And we expect more of this high level as we get deeper here at the NFL Flag Championships.
Of course, we're going to see this. They know exactly what's in play for each one of them. The coaches as well. You can see all the preparation that comes into this, either if it's scouting, visualization, working on breath work, even route running in your head. That's all very important when it comes to this level. You can see the difference it plays when it comes to the scoreboard.
Russell from her own end zone fires a strike, and Wernemar a completion. A gain of about 10, closer to midfield. 3rd and mid to go for the 49ers, under 2 to play.
Yeah, and from Calexico, we're just going to see a little bit more preventive defense, making sure they don't get like a big play in this type of moments.
Now Russell, a standout varsity basketball player. Wernemar incomplete at near side sideline.
So just like
4th and mid.
Sorry. Just like right now, I'm going to let you catch everything in front of me, nothing behind me. And as a team, we're going to go and get that flag from you. Now they're in a hard 4th down again, and they have to play. They have no choice, Roy.
Now Wernemar had that early 41-yard touchdown. First possession for the 49ers. This drive continues across midfield. Zoe Seaman picks up the first. It'll be 1st and goal. But the Cowboys have been locked in defensively.
They are so good at respecting where they're supposed to be standing. Sometimes it's very easy to feel that rush to move.
40 seconds remaining. Crosser. Flag pull at the 10, make it the 11. Second and goal from there, and a timeout called. Corey Hill, the head coach.
Good. Hey, way to go. Okay. Look, Gwen, are you ready to score? Yes. Okay. I like it. All right. We're going right here. Okay. Ava, underneath. Hey, take a shot at Gwen in the back corner. Because it doesn't matter. And then listen, we got to get right back on the ball. We're going to get right back on the ball, and we're going to run 9 again, okay?
Gwyneth Lyon has been one of Paige Russell's favorite targets, and she has been the starting center for Ladera Ranch, representing the 49ers.
And I love the conversation he's having with them, because even though it's a hard situation, he's still keeping it positive, right? And that's really important when you're developing players that are so young, especially when we're talking about young women.
Lyon again will snap it. They're looking for her in that back corner. The center is eligible as a pass receiver. Off the wheel, they'll go the other direction and incomplete. Hogenkamp was trying to break free halfway through the end zone. Third and goal. 49ers got to hurry with that running clock, out of timeouts. One more snap here at the end of this quarterfinal matchup, and Russell has it. Late pressure, pass incomplete, and Calexico 30-6 victorious. Impressive again on both sides, Rebecca.
Yes, yes it was. And honestly, we were not expecting a result like this when we were talking about this matchup at the beginning of the game, Roy, but they did both. Great work. You have to look at the whole package, right? Whatever the 49ers have done to get to here, and whatever the Calexico team has done and will continue to do to adjust for the semifinals.
Calexico, a young team. We'll talk more about that coming up, and only going to get better from this moment forward. And guess what? That next moment in the semifinals tomorrow, one step closer to a championship. As we step aside, Alan Salas, head coach, joins us next. And the final score, 30-6, Calexico, California, with the Cowboys defeating Ladera Ranch of the 49ers. Here in the quarters, now advancing to the semis. And the star quarterback, Rebecca, Giovanna Ortiz, another incredible performance. The pump fake, the hesitation. We've seen some no-look passes to Castro. The early touchdown reception, and the defense was solid, even though Mortimer picked up the touchdown here, the lone score of the game for the 49ers.
Yeah, and that was a missed flag, but they adjusted perfectly, the Cowboys. And you can see the communication they have amongst them. This is a very young team, like you just said, but it feels like they've been in this situation so many times before. I love that. La trampa to get the pick and into the end zone. That was a great defensive play. And you can see right here, Giovanna Ortiz, great communication with all of her receivers, specifically Jessica Manriquez when it comes to those long tosses. Y queremos hablar justamente contigo, Giovanna. Platícanos un poquito cómo manejaste la presión a la defensiva, cómo te ayudó también el scout que pudieron hacer ayer para saber el ajuste para el día de hoy.
Pues el día de ayer nos juntamos mis compañeras y yo y vimos su juego que jugaron ayer de ellas, de playoffs, y pues ahí mismo mis coaches ajustando nuestras defensas, sus jugadas, todo eso.
She's talking about how yesterday they were scouting the 49ers, so she came prepared today for that pressure that she knew she was going to receive from the 49ers. Háblame un poquito de qué ha sido esta experiencia para ti hasta el momento, qué tan bien te la estás pasando.
Ay, no, me la estoy pasando de lo mejor. Tengo las mejores compañeras, me encanta estar con ellas. Y pues ganar, me divierte ganar mucho.
She's having the time of her life, spending time with her teammates, and she enjoys winning.
Giovanna, gracias. We appreciate you.
Gracias.
Gracias, Giovanna Ortiz.
A big-time win.
Did you see that? 11 touchdowns in this tournament. Leaderboard for her.
Has been absolutely on fire. Calexico now into the semis, along with Costa Mesa, California, with the Chargers. 2 tickets have been punched. 2 more remaining. The title coming up tomorrow, Sunday, 5 o'clock Eastern on ABC. How much fun was this today, this morning here in Canton?
Oh, it was amazing. We saw some great flag football, great energy, great entertainment from these amazing players. The sport is just skyrocketing. That's the truth, Roy.
No question about it. Congratulations in order once again. The Chargers from Costa Mesa and the Cowboys from Calexico. And Ortiz, she needs to be signing autographs. She's been so incredibly good in Canton. They'll punch their ticket into the semis. The updated bracket is there. One step closer to a championship. And who will it be that claims the title tomorrow, 5 o'clock Eastern, again on ABC.
There's the autograph.
For Rebecca Landa, I'm Roy Philpott. Ortiz on fire. We'll step aside in Canton. Congratulations to the Cowboys.
before the lights go up, before the cheers and the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
We have worked our way to Saturday here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented for you by Toyota. We're in the 14U boys bracket, and the 49ers, represented by High Intensity from San Diego, California, meets the Panthers, who is represented by MIA Flag from Miami, Florida. How did we get here to this Elite Eight round, if you will, with a championship game tomorrow on Sunday? Well, let's start first of all with the 49ers. And they have been impressive here. They went 2-1 in pool play, and then yesterday needed overtime. Did High Intensity from San Diego to eliminate the Packers 15-14. The Panthers are here. They beat the Commanders yesterday very convincingly. So we're looking forward to an interesting battle in the Elite Eight. Great to be with Kirk Morrison, West Durham. Welcome to our coverage. Overtime, we went back and forth with both these teams. Right. Let's start first with the 49ers, because I think there's something building here at the quarterback spot with a young man named Brody Bukic.
Yeah, Bukic has been one of the best players we've seen at this tournament over the last couple of days. And when you think about yesterday, watching him throw the football all around and his guys go up and just make plays. That's what it's all about. When you've got a quarterback that can put it anywhere, but guys that can make plays and then leaning on your defense, that's a recipe for success.
And there's the game winner at the end. And here is a terrific play by Benjamin Williams. More on his story later. That ensures the 1-point overtime win against the Packers. Meanwhile, for the Panthers, you know what? They're just riding the arm of Jaden Hernandez, and get used to seeing number 2 make plays. That's Eric McDaniel.
Yeah, McDaniel was all over the field. He did it offensively. He did it defensively. We're going to see number 2 a lot today. He is going to get involved.
All right, McDaniel put the tag on the board. That put them in the Elite Eight. So here we go. Down the line in the 14U boys bracket we go. 49ers and Panthers. Coming up next as we start our Saturday in the bright sunshine of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
It's hard to believe that flag football's origins date all the way back to the Second World War, when American soldiers were looking to stay fit and limit potential injuries. We can thank two teachers, Porter Wilson and Norm Adams, for developing the belt and flag system that we use today. Although its origins are humble, the game has never stopped growing. It's now a global sport, inspiring new generations to discover what makes it so special.
We welcome you back to the digital field here in Canton. We get ready for the first of the Elite Eights in the boys 14U division. Don't forget NFL flag. No matter who you are, lace up the cleats and get ready. In this game, there's a position for everyone. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today. If you're dialing us up for the first time this weekend, this is nonstop. 5-on-5 football, 2 12-minute halves. You got a running clock involved. It's a 50-yard field. Drives start deep in their own territory. They got 4 downs to reach the yellow line. That's midfield. 3 downs after that to score. Touchdowns are 6, just like the regular game. And then you decide as a coach. You're going for 1 or you're going for 2. Difference is 5 yards, and each team also gets 1 challenge in regulation. Here's a look at this group from San Diego, California, representing the 49ers. And we've already told you about number 8, Brody Bukic, who is 5'11" and 150 pounds, playing for Coach Charles Tamoy Payao, who is in his 13th year coaching flag football, but he's got a background at Mount Carmel High School in the San Diego area. And here's MIA flag, Alton Russell's group. You see Eric McDaniel there, number 2. We'll keep an eye on him. And Jaden Hernandez, the quarterback, big kid, taking snaps at 6'1" from Hialeah, who is ambidextrous, we're told. We only saw him throw it left-handed yesterday. And it's the 49ers who start, and Bukic off the hands of the intended receiver, the crossing route. And that was Benjamin Williams, the intended receiver.
You kind of get a pace early on in the game, right? They've been here for a couple of days, and so that nervousness, anxiety has kind of eased a little bit. Now it's about execution. You get down to the Elite Eight, the team that executes the best. Do not give up the football. Turnovers, you cannot have those today, obviously, but also being able to execute down the field. Scores are almost like double we've seen so far throughout this tournament.
And we've seen a variety of teams communicate. Look at Bukic taking a deep shot and overthrows the streaking Kale Bayrow. At 5'8", Bayrow was on the all-go there, Kirk.
Yeah, he just got behind the defense on a 2nd down play. But this is a critical 3rd down now. They haven't had a chance to move the ball at all so far these first 2 plays. A critical 3rd and long here. If they don't get to this midfield mark, they're probably going to have to punt this football. We've seen it. You've got to score. Opportunities to score, you have to have those in this Elite Eight matchup.
Yep. So here's Bukic, who was excellent yesterday. He's been solid throughout the tournament. Now firing again, deep, turning, and just beyond the reach of Von Brown. So 3 quick snaps, 1 pass off the fingertips on a shallow route, if you will, and then 2 go balls from Bukic, who really can spin it.
Yeah, this is just an air it out tournament in the first drive for Bukic, right? What does he do? Puts the ball deep down the field, and I'm surprised that these wide receivers for the 49ers are able to get behind the defense on that first drive. But you see the arm strength that Bukic has. Yes, I get it. I understand. You got an arm like that, put that ball out there.
And Hernandez trying to hit Jamal Stanley, starting the drive for the Panthers here. So all of a sudden the CFL game's breaking out in here, right?
Well, it's the CFL. they're trying to get the big play early on. I understand. You try to just go up top, do what you've done to get to this point. But at the same time, you know me, I'm an old linebacker, right?
I know.
Run the football. Yeah. Get started. Just get some drive starters. Get some confidence going. And get the guys going a little bit. Get a couple free throws.
Jaden Hernandez, terrific yesterday. Here he is again, trying to dump it across to McDaniel. That got broken up, and that's Benjamin Williams, who's made plays on both sides of the ball all weekend long.
Yeah, fantastic rush there by Barrow. He comes in, and he's bearing down on Hernandez. Just not much that you can do at the quarterback spot when you've got a defender right there in your face.
5 straight incompletions. 3 for the Niners, and the Panthers have thrown 2 in their first 2 snaps. And here's Hernandez looking, and McDaniel the catch, and Williams pulls the flag. And guess what?
Rolling to his left is Hernandez, just gets it out there. We've talked about McDaniel a couple times today so far. He's got his couple touches, but that's another drive. So 2 3 and outs to start this game. So we're seeing the defense make some plays early on and keeping these offense on the sidelines.
7 seconds to throw it. All passes have to be beyond the line. No laterals, pitches, or screen passes behind the line. And direct handoffs are only allowed behind the line of scrimmage. So Brody Bukic back out there. And you see now number 11, Andrew Ho, in motion to get the ball back to Bukic, and another deep ball here, and Brown, the intended receiver. Couldn't make the play. McDaniel was there, as was Stanley for the Panthers.
And did you see Stanley get up and go grab that? He almost had that interception. Stanley's playing the opposite field safety, and watch the leaping ability to go up, play the hands, and knock that football down. Honestly, believe he could have intercepted it, but he was making sure to knock that ball down and make sure it was not a reception.
Winners advance to tomorrow's semifinal. Championships late tomorrow afternoon on ABC. Here from the Pro Football Hall of Fame Village in Canton. Bukic right inside, Williams the catch, and the flag got pulled pretty promptly, and that was Brandon Figueroa. Who made the stop there. So now 3rd and right about 15 yards, isn't it?
Yeah, just a minimal gain there. So we've seen what the arm of Hernandez looks like. Can he take one deep? That's what it's going to be about. Probably going to throw this ball deep at some point. That's our Bukic.
Look at the line here on fewest points. MIA flag at 3.5. We're going to get a look at Henderson, Nevada in our next game against the Bills. Team representing the Raiders has Morrison all excited, especially because they're defensively driven. Here's the throw, middle of the field. That ball got caught, and the flag pulled promptly. Now, a flag has also been thrown on the field.
I think we may get impeded in rushing.
Offense. Option is to punt.
That's a loss of down on the penalty.
Yeah, Newkirk was on his way to the quarterback. Bukic was kind of impeded. You can't do that in flag football. You have to give the rusher an opportunity to get there.
No score yet. Defense holding court here in Canton, Ohio. 14U boys continues in a moment from the NFL Flag Championships. Well, you see, we've worked our way almost halfway through this opening half. Still scoreless here in Canton, 14U boys. And quick look at notable NFL players who played flag football. Bijan Robinson of Atlanta, Steve Smith Sr., Panthers, Ravens, and who else? Is that it?
Panthers and Ravens? Panthers, but he was an outstanding Raven.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Noah Gray.
Noah Gray, Duke. Two-time Super Bowl champ with the Chiefs.
We always talk about Travis Kelce, the other
tight end in Kansas City.
We need the other tight end to get some love.
Yeah.
In Kansas City.
Here is Jaden Hernandez now in the Panthers, and that's Eric McDaniel. They're maybe cooking up something here on first down. 3 and out for the Panthers. Slant, and it leaves wide open. The catch for Christopher Basil Jr. from Dade County making the grab.
Yeah, nice little play there, a drive starter. The motion right before the play gives the quarterback Hernandez an option. Does he go with the motion guy if he doesn't get picked up? Or does the defense play a little zone? That time he recognized zone, got the ball out quickly. That's a positive gain to Basil right there.
So 2 hands up on the defense of the 49ers, more than 10 yards off. Only 1 rushes, that's Bayro. Hernandez delivers middle of the field, and the catch made. And there's Torlando Newkirk from Miramar with the grab. And that's over the midline for the first time for either team here.
Yeah, first down of this game. It's a quick release right there in the face of a defender bearing down on Hernandez. But you can see it, that left-handed quick release delivers a strike for the first down. Now 3 opportunities to get this ball in the end zone.
Tell you what, Hernandez, a big kid who delivers it.
The bunch formation here.
Play fake. Again to his left, the sack, Bayro. Got a hand on the right hip and pulled the flag of Jaden Hernandez.
Yeah, Coach Belichick always says it. What it do your job.
Yep.
And Bayro does his job. Why is that? He was not fooled by the handoff or the fake of the handoff. He stayed right on the quarterback, did not go with the motion or the fake, stayed on the quarterback, did his job, and got the sack.
Yep, second down now. Remember, they only had 3 downs once they crossed the midline. So here's Hernandez. He's got Casado, Figueroa, Stanley, and McDaniel out there with him. Back inside, the catch is made. That's Figueroa. Flag is pulled promptly. That's Andrew Ho over in front of the 49er bench area.
And that gets them a little bit closer. And I think now, because of where they're at, about 14 yards from the end zone, and you can see the 49ers in their defense. They're about 3 guys right along that goal line, knowing that this ball has to be thrown into the end zone. Anything short, you rally up and tackle. But this is where you hope some of your playmakers can come alive and stay alive for the quarterback. But we've seen Barrow, the linebacker, and his rushes make this ball come out quickly.
Third down, long snap, nice fielding of it by Hernandez. Got away from Bayro, gonna throw, it's caught, and the flag is pulled on 3rd and goal, just shy of the end zone.
Oh, what a tackle. What a flag pull, I should say. I got excited there from Damian Aranda. He's number 7. Why? He's in a trail technique. He sees the ball released, but watch that break by number 7, Aranda. He gets there, gets right to the hip, pulls that flag, and it's down right there at the 1-yard line, short of the end zone.
Saves the score by the Panthers, and now a flag has been challenged.
Panthers are challenging the previous play.
So Alton Russell
of the line to gain.
Challenge that he scored, and it was ruled that he did not score, and the flag was pulled by Aranda. And this is a video review element.
It'd be interesting because there's a lot of elements to this.
Yep.
First of all, when was the flag pulled? And then when did the ball cross the goal line? So ball is caught. The flag is being pulled. When do they grant the flag being pulled? I would say that flag is pulled before the ball actually touches that goal line. There's not a definitive look that tells me that ball has crossed the goal line. I see a flag down, and that official standing right there all over it. I'm going to go with the call on the field and say this one's going to be upheld as the ball carrier down before that ball crossed the line of scrimmage, across the end zone.
It's an angle from up top.
Yeah, the flag's pulled.
Yeah, as he breaks away, the flag is pulled before the ball breaks.
Yeah.
At least from there, it looks like it's really close, though.
I just don't see enough in the video evidence that would tell me to overturn it. I'm going to stick with the call on the field short of the end zone.
Pretty prompt call by the official on the far side.
I mean, it's a difficult call. It's our first challenge that me and you've seen
That's
so
right.
far.
I saw one yesterday in one of the games over on the NFL field. And this is the first one we've seen here at the digital field in our work.
After the challenge, the ruling on the field is reversed. Touchdown.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
How about that? So the touchdown will be awarded here. One more look if we
Ruling
can.
on the field is touchdown. Try is for 1.
All right, so the Panthers do score. Aranda's, what it looked like, score-saving tackle.
Clock will start on my signal.
13-yard throw, and the catch made by Casado.
And
Jake Casado just barely gets the ball over the line here ahead of the flag pull by Aranda.
That's just great awareness by Casado, though, just getting that ball across, extend. If he doesn't extend that ball, that is probably going to be down. But his awareness of where he's at on the field rewards a touchdown.
Yep. Here's the try for the point. Casado again.
Conversion is good.
So now it's 7-0. And with the clock just ahead of 3 minutes, 49ers going to get the ball back here. And all of a sudden, Kirk, this possession is of premium importance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first time that they've really felt like, okay, we've got to get points. Don't want to go down a couple scores to this Panthers team.
Bukic, the quarterback. Quick throw here to the near side. And the catch made. Kobe Anusin, who had a terrific catch in overtime yesterday on a 1-point extra point play. That's the way overtime works here in the NFL flag. So Anusin gets some good bit of yardage on the first down play.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it, though, how crucial this drive is for the 49ers. Remember, they started the half with the football, meaning that they don't get it to start the second half. So that's why they have to get at least a score here going into halftime to feel comfortable knowing that the Panthers are going to have the ball to start the second half.
Yep. So Brody Bukic to work. Cuts it loose and incomplete. And third down coming up. Bukic, by the way, legacy quarterback, if you will. His grandfather was Rudy the Rifle. He was, you see, 92 career NFL games for the Rams, Steelers, Bears, and Redskins. He was Chicago's quarterback in the '63 NFL championship game. Bullet Bill Wade was hurt. And by the way, played college football at USC after starting at Iowa, and he was the MVP of the '52 Rose Bowl. Wow.
Talk about a legacy right there.
That's pretty strong, isn't it?
That's a strong one.
There's a snap over the head. The ball will be dead on the spot.
And that's a punt.
And that's the punt.
Panthers take over with the football.
Yep. Unforced error on the 49ers. 3 possessions, 3 punts. And the struggle is real for this group from San Diego here in the first half.
Yeah, just been out of sync so far in this game. A lot of incompletions early on. And then now a missed snap results in the punt.
Hernandez firing a bullet to Figueroa. And now with under a minute to go, Alton Russell, the head coach of this team from Miami representing the Panthers, has got his group ready to roll.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get a 2-for-1 situation
double dip, huh?
Yeah, double dip. Try to get one right before this clock expires.
Hernandez, middle of the field, another catch, tried to get to the midline, did. It's ruled to the midline. 3 snaps now, 42 seconds and a moving clock. This is where the game really picks up a gear.
I love the way they're operating out of this bunch formation.
Hernandez back across the middle. That's McDaniel. Flag is pulled. 26 seconds left. Second snap coming here, Kirk.
It's the deep crossing routes that right now have the 49ers defense confused.
Snap again. Play fake. Hernandez to his left. And, boy, Jake Casado with a big catch. And now a timeout is taken.
Great timeout there by Coach. Knowing, look, this may be the last play.
Panthers.
Yep, you've got 3 of them to use.
Time out of the half, 2 remain.
So you've got an opportunity to get a couple plays in here. Nice job by the quarterback. We've looked at him a lot so far. It's him throwing down the field, but just great communication.
Flip. Jake, this way, all right? Remember Maul curl. All right, Brandon, fade, E. Just go that way, and then if you have to break it back that way, because he's rolling. Yeah, run a little slant, stop. And then if you have to go deeper, go deeper. But be looking for the ball. Hey, fade outside.
One of the great insights we've
Hey,
been
come on with
afforded
something,
here
Maul. One step. Come on,
during
one more
this
step.
event is
right there.
coaches willing to get wired up for us.
So the one thing I would say defensively, I would bring my pressure from the left side of Hernandez. The left-handed quarterback, he's going to roll to his left.
Here's Hernandez to the end zone, batted in the air. Oh, what a play. Von Brown off the deflection. And with 1 second left.
Brings us to the end of the half.
That's the end of the half. Okay. So the game will go to halftime on a dramatic save by the 49ers.
Yeah, just throwing it into traffic. The one thing I've learned throughout my years of football, when you're going to throw into traffic, that ball has to be belt high or lower. You put it up, tips and overthrows happen, and that's what happens. You get an interception on that play. A learning experience there for the young Hernandez. Got to put that ball down.
And Coach Russell joins us from the sideline. I know that's not the way you wanted to end the first 12 minutes, but your team found a gear offensively. It felt like late.
Correct. You know, we practice a lot, especially at the end of games. We practice those situations last minute. He started off a little rocky. We've been starting off slow, but, you know, I got confidence in my team, and my quarterback, you know, usually turns it on as he gets warmed up.
Yeah, the confidence to go and throw that challenge flag. You saw that the ball across the goal line. One of the first challenges we've seen. You couldn't throw that flag quick enough, could you, Coach?
You know, I wasn't sure about it. You know, I trusted my team. You know, they say, hey, Coach, let's go ahead and try it. You know, try it. So they, you know, just having trust in the players. The players say, Coach, let's do it. I wanted to save, you know, those timeouts just in case I lose it. But, you know, I trusted my team, and, you know, it was a big play, and it actually worked out on our side.
Coach Russell, what's going to be the bigger factor down the stretch here? The offensive side or the defensive side?
No, this is a really good team that we're playing. I'm not underestimating them, so we have to be able to play some defense, get some stops. I wish we could have scored right there and went up 2 scores. That would have been huge for us. Luckily, we get the ball coming out, so if we could go up 2 scores, I like our chances. Our defense is playing well right now.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
All right, thank you so much.
You bet. Alton Russell, the head coach of this MIA flag team from Miami, representing the Panthers. 7-0 their lead, 14U boys. Quarterfinals roll on from Canton, Ohio next.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
An estimated 20 million people in more than 100 countries currently play flag football. And now, we have a chance to become Olympians. Flag's success has led to the International Olympic Committee approving the sports addition to the 2028 LA Games. It's a dream come true for myself and all flag athletes around the world to know that someday we may get to compete for the sport's first Olympic gold medal.
Well, the excitement is building for flag football in Los Angeles coming up in 3 years. You see the other sports that are also being added to the catalog for the LA Olympics. The return of baseball, softball, lacrosse, and cricket, but squash and flag football brand new to the Olympic circuit. 7-0 Panthers as we take the look here at the NFL, of course, approved participation of the players this spring. They'll have tryouts and a qualification process, 6 men's teams, 6 women's teams. 10 players per team in a 5-on-5 format is headed for LA. 7-0 Panthers in front of the 49ers. Got to get your gear, Morrison. Before we leave
I already got mine.
Ohio. Yeah.
I already did.
'25 NFL Flag Championships are presented by Toyota. Boy, what a great host the Pro Football Hall of Fame has been for this event. 2nd year running here. Miami, Florida, MIA flag 7. High intensity is San Diego, nothing. They're representing the Panthers and 49ers respectively. And here's a look at our bracket. You see Miami and San Diego top right. The next game we bring you will be top left. Henderson, Nevada, Clifton Park. That could be good. Bills, Raiders, both were impressive yesterday. And you see Falcons, Giants, and Ravens, Jags over on the NFL field. Here's a look at our first half highlight. Jaden Hernandez to Jake Casado. This play was reviewed. Ball broke the plane before Aranda, who made a terrific play to get the flag out. Hernandez likewise fielded a bad snap and still got the throw.
Yeah, remember this game started with back-to-back 3-and-outs on both sides, and then we had a little bit of action at the end, but Von Brown, unbelievable play, not only got the tip in the air, but was able to intercept it to stop the drive of the Panthers to right now. Still only a 7-point game to start this second half with the Panthers starting with the football.
And here we go now with maybe one of the biggest possessions of the entire deal here, because the 49ers desperately need to stop. Hernandez starts at quarterback, quick throw, middle of the field. Here comes Stanley again. He was the intended receiver, by the way, on the final play of the half that ended up being deflected. And he races up the middle of the field. Nice play of about 12 yards on first down.
Good execution. I love the spacing that you have in that route. An opportunity to get him on a short throw and allow his ability to make a guy miss in the open field. So seeing that to start this second half.
Second down for Hernandez. Another quick throw. Wide open and working down the side, Figueroa. That'll put it in plus territory across the midline, so now 3 snaps to score.
Yeah, one of the more difficult things to do is when a offense is in that bunch formation, when they're that close together, they all 3 come off the ball at the same time and they all break out. Communication has to come from the defense on who's got who's going to be where. If you don't, it's just an easy pitch and catch for a first down.
Charles Tamalpayao has got to be concerned here. Across the midline in 2 snaps. Now here's 3 opportunities from plus territory. Benjamin Williams, a flag pull on the catch that was made in the middle of the field by Figueroa.
Yeah.
Marker down as well.
Looks like a hold.
Holding defense, 5 yards from the spot. First and goal.
You can't hold a guy when you're trying to pull the flag down. You can only go for the flag, grab it and drop it. When you're going for the flag, cannot hold the offensive player. You'll see it right at the end, that little hold.
I guess the left hand on the hip.
On the hip.
And then the right hand pulled the flag.
Yeah, and also kind of keeps the offensive player from being able to keep running.
So Andrew Ho, Benjamin Williams, the 2 linebackers, 1 guy rushing from deep. Here's Hernandez, the quick throw, and diving into the end zone. Oh, and ruled flag pulled by the 49ers, Cale Bayrow, on the ball thrown to Torlando Newkirk Jr.
What a route by Newkirk. Watch him at the top of the screen. He gets all the way right to that goal line and he turns around. I think in the NFL we're telling him go across the goal line and turn around. There's a flag though.
And you can't,
Offense, 5
you can't
yards,
dive.
lost it down. Second and goal.
Well, if it's lost it down on the second down, wouldn't this be third down?
It should be third down.
This should be third down, I think. So it is second down. So it's second down. Here's the give, and this is McDaniel trying to get through. Flag got pulled, and that was Andrew Ho getting space defensively to make the play on Eric McDaniel, who was a star yesterday.
Being able to run that football right outside of the run zone. So they have the ability now with the ball inside of what we call the no-run zone. Now this ball's going to have to go in the air. But a good call here. Everybody bunched up, everybody's thinking playing the pass. And you hand the ball off, and you get some positive yards near the goal line.
Smart play by Ho. Got low, right?
So get in about right here. He's flipping it. He's flipping it. Hey, see the rusher. See the rusher. See the rusher. Hey.
Ironically,
get him.
Coach Russell talked to McDaniel and to Hernandez. That ball got batted away and then caught falling off the back line, Figueroa.
Result of the play is touchdown.
It's a touchdown for the Panthers. And Alton Russell's team has gone up 2 scores here.
And that one is just Johnny on the spot. You got to be on the spot. That one, he's rolling out. And I believe it was Andrew Ho who got the hand up. It was Andrew Ho, number 11. He got the hand up, deflects the ball, put it right into the arms of Figueroa for the touchdown. That's just unfortunate. You make a great play defensively and yet the ball gets into the arms of the offense.
The extra point, they'll shovel it. Casado did not break the plane, I don't believe. Now a flag. And if this is against the 49ers, they'll be allowed an opportunity to try again.
See what this call is. Another pass defense, it looks like, by Andrew Ho. Knocked the ball loose.
Stripping against the defense. Half the distance. We're going to replay the try for 1.
Kevin Bowersbach is our referee.
No, get that center. I'm sorry.
I don't know if I saw a penalty on that one. Trying to understand that penalty.
All right, let's go there. Nah, bro, you gonna be on the center. Let's go.
Not that.
Let's go 33 with the jerk. 33 with the jerk. He gonna jerk. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, the one play that we've always seen is what do they do? They love to roll to the left.
Yep.
And now I'm seeing two receivers to the left. Watch the quarterback roll out to the left.
Throw, middle of the field. What a bullet that was. Wow. Hernandez to the back line. Jamal Stanley pulled it out of the sky for the extra point. 14-0. Panthers are in front. Hernandez got the benefit of the bounce here a little bit on the Figueroa catch off the back line. Boy, at this point after now, pretty high-level bullet.
That's a rope.
6 minutes to go. 49ers get it down 2 scores. Conditioning too, I think. Don't forget, Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing PE and empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. With flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028, the momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. Back with Kirk Morrison, West Durham here in Canton. Brody Bukic to work here. The 49ers need 2 scores to tie, and he fires one to Benjamin Williams.
That's how you get things started right here. You see, you got to be, everything has to click. It's at a point in this game where you start to feel a little bit of anxiety. Got to make some plays.
Around the corner, and the flag got pulled there on Kobe Anusa. So second down. 3 possessions and 3 punts it is for the 49ers.
It's already third down. So
yep, this is it.
You're feeling like this is 4-down territory.
Absolutely, right? Bukic from under center, quick step to the right, and the catch is made. Fine grab, Anusa again. So now across the midfield goes this group from San Diego, representing the 49ers. 3 downs to score, ahead of 5 minutes to play. They've got to hold their timeouts too. Bukic going to take the deep shot. It is just out of the reach of Kobe Anusa.
Wow, what a throw.
No kidding.
We've been seeing his arm, and he's been throwing it deep down the field, but this is probably his best throw, just a little bit too far, right off the tips of Anusa.
That's a tough catch. Big time throw though, right?
That was right on the money. It just had a little bit too much air on it. He puts that ball just a little bit more and gets right on the fingertips.
Feels like this group has been about the vertical hit, Kirk, offensively today. Here's the second down of 3. Throw up the seam, that's caught. Brown. And Coach Alton Russell. Oh, now they're calling it out of bounds. Incomplete and out of bounds. Oh, and now catch. Okay, it's now a catch.
It's a catch, but then out of bounds. See if he has the ball. I think I see possession of the football, but he steps out of bounds. So he did get the catch, but steps out of bounds. So it's a third down play, which is the last final play of this drive. They've got to get this ball in the end zone. This is kind of the ball game right here, I feel like, Wes. If they don't score a touchdown here, I think this game's almost over.
Play fake, Bukic to the end zone. That ball caught, and a touchdown. The guy who caught the game winner in overtime is the guy they dial up for the first score, Kobe Anusa.
And all Anusa does is just run the back line. He gets deep into that secondary, runs the back line, and Bukic found him right there for an end zone.
Take 3, push over.
Back line and missed there on the extra point. Another look at the throw.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable throw, but just watch the ability to know where you're at on the field. Anusa grabs that football 2 feet inbounds, and that's a touchdown. Right on that. Look how close he was to going out of bounds. The awareness to get both feet in. That's high-level play right there from Anusa.
Now, the benefit of where the running clock is here is that San Diego has all 3 timeouts. Probably have to use them after this first down play. By the way, the 49er drive was 10, 10, 14, and then 9 yards on the score.
That's their best drive of the day. And it took them all the way to the latter parts of this game. But now you're leaning on your defense. Somebody's got to make a play. Somebody has to really start, I think, either try to get an interception, knock this ball away, or get a 3 and out right here. That's how imperative it is these next 2 downs.
Feels like that Coach Taumapeu is going to hold his timeouts if they can get the ball back. Meanwhile, the clock is burning here inside 2 minutes. Panthers on the work, and if this is midfield, and it is, now all of a sudden
I think that's
things get a little steeper.
Yeah, I think that's actually a better strategy that they did get the first down. Only 3 opportunities now, so 3 plays for them, and utilizing a timeout as well defensively. If you're the 49ers, it's all about how do you get the football back, giving them more opportunities on the opposite side.
Yep. So 3 snaps as opposed to once you saw him at midfield.
Correct.
Go ahead, because you would only have had 1 more snap if he'd not gotten to midfield, right?
Exactly. You're exactly 100%.
Here's Hernandez, and oh boy, threw it high, glanced off the fingertips of McDaniel and held up in the secondary, but fell incomplete.
Yeah, and I would say right now, I've got 1 play that I'm calling timeout because I'm looking at the clock. That clock is rolling.
Yeah.
So at some point with 3 timeouts, you need to start using these timeouts. This may be the final play before you got to call a timeout, Coach Taumapeu.
You got 3 to burn. Second down. Pressure coming, the throw, and flag is pulled. There's the timeout. So the clock will stop. Half minute to go. So there'll be a timeout on 3rd down. And this is the last snap offensively. It's score or bust for the Panthers.
Yeah, the one thing I've learned now in the last couple of years of working these flag football championships, after the 3rd down play, whether it's a touchdown or a score, the clock continues to keep rolling.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to have a call offensively for the 49ers in the back of your mind, because that ball, once it's spotted, it's still, the clock is going to be rolling. So
or you use one of your 2.
Or one of your timeouts.
Yeah.
I'll probably try to use a timeout just to get everything settled. I'm all about settling, but remember the situation. Don't want to feel rushed. Yes, I know it's 32 seconds left, but you don't want to feel like, okay, we're rushing. And we've seen some penalty yesterday in the football game as well, offensively.
Here's the snap, a little high. Hernandez going to hand to McDaniel. He thought about the throw. Instead, the flag will get pulled. There's a timeout with 32 seconds left. So that's the 2nd timeout for the 49ers. Referee.
Vaughn, Kobe, straight down the middle, okay? You get to about 8 to 10. Be his emergency, okay? All right?
Okay.
Hey, Damon.
Little maintenance there as you listen
Hey,
to
Brody. Line up
Charles
on
Tomo and
Brody's
Payal.
left side, all right? Just to give that the guy playing check X, the delay to rusher, and then you run your quarter out of that, okay? All right? Okay.
You may have heard him say in one of the earlier instructions, Kobe and Vaughn, you take off. So that's number 2 and number 1.
Honestly, there's a lot
Kirk Morrison's favorite play as a linebacker, the all-go.
I know, but there's a strategy here because also with the all-go, if it's an incompletion, you've got to run all the way back and that clock is still moving.
Yeah.
If you don't utilize the timeout, I would say a short intermediate route to get everybody near the football.
Bukic underthrown, incomplete. Now they got to hustle back. 21 seconds left.
They called the timeout.
They burned the last time out.
That's how important a short intermediate throw, like I was saying, will get you some positive yards, and then everybody's near the football.
Yep.
So you can spot it again and run another play and still preserve that timeout. With the incompletion, they had to burn the timeout. And the Panthers right now, they're just sitting there. They're waiting. They understand.
Yep.
A touchdown and a 2-point conversion only ties the game. So playing deep, allowing an underneath catch, it doesn't hurt you. Actually, I would invite them. I would just play about 10 yards deep and tell them, hey, go catch something underneath.
Right.
Probably had the time run out.
19 seconds left. No timeouts now for the 49ers.
Can you squeeze 2 plays in 19 seconds?
There's the snap. Bukic the fake. And he'll fire upfield, breaking away. This is Williams down the sideline. Touchdown. And there'll be the try for the point on the touchdown to Benjamin Williams of 45 yards.
Well, you did everything right if you're the Panthers defensively. The only thing is you just got to pull the flag. Nice job by Williams utilizing that sideline. He makes the catch, but watch the ability, making guys miss. The little move to the side, gets up the sideline, makes another guy miss, a nice turn, and he gets into the end zone for a touchdown.
So Benjamin Williams, one of the great stories of the NFL Flag Championship. He diagnosed with leukemia at a younger age, started playing flag after he beat the blood cancer, and he made a huge play yesterday in overtime to seal the win. Now he's given this group from San Diego representing the 49ers, Kirk, a chance to get another game to overtime.
Wow, what a play. You're thinking the ball's going deep down the field. They get the short underneath route, and you just let your player go out and make a play. Now here's the ball game right here, a 2-point conversion attempt to tie this game.
Yep. Bukic rolls, throws, it is caught! And a flag down, Kobe Ansah, the 2-point conversion. What a throw from Brody Bukic.
I think this is a defensive call, a holding that will be declined. What a catch.
Result of the play is try for 2 is good. Holding. Defense, that penalty be declined. We're going to go into overtime.
We go to overtime on a catch by Ansah. All he did was just run a stick route. He gets up, knows where the mark, where the touchdown is, where the end zone is. He turns, that ball's delivered on time, and he's had to make what I call a combat catch, knowing that all guys are going to be around him. It's going to be traffic. It's going to get hit.
Panthers.
He corrals that football. Wow, what a throw. Quarterback Bukic believing in his guy. The only person who could have caught that was the receiver. That was it. He did what he was supposed to do, and we've got a tie ball game going into overtime.
Overtime at NFL flag. Coin flip decides who chooses offense and defense. That's conducted before. The Panthers will have the ball first. They have the option in first overtime to go for 1 or 2. Second overtime and beyond, they must go for 2 until there is a winner. So here we go. Some kind of finish. Panthers on the play, and backline Figueroa. Brandon Figueroa sneaks right through the seam. And that's a point for the Panthers.
It's just that half roll. It's not a full roll, a half roll by
49ers
Hernandez.
will let you go for 2.
Wow.
Well,
and they're going to go for the win here.
They didn't come here. They say, scared money don't make money, as they say.
Yep.
A nice job there by Hernandez. Going a quick roll, throws out. So they're going to go from the 10-yard line. And maybe we see the same play that actually tied this ball game up with the 2-point conversion, which was that little quick stick out route by Anunza.
Anunza to the top of the formation. Bukic takes a snap, hands it. Williams going to throw back to Brody, caught it, and they win! Andrew Ho turned and threw it back to Brody Bukic, and the 49ers advance in overtime. A moment ago, they stared off into the valley of defeat and said, not today.
We're talking about under a minute left. This team is down 8 points, and they reel off the final points of this game. What a play. Shades of the Philly special, the handoff to the running back. Oh, he throws it back to the quarterback, Bukic.
Yep.
And watch the defenders. Everybody went with the running back Ho, but nobody went with the quarterback Bukic, and he made the catch.
Unbelievable.
Gets it to the end zone, and that's your ball game. Wow.
And now, high intensity, and that's an aptly named football club from San Diego, California, representing the 49ers, moves into tomorrow's semifinals. They'll meet the winner of a team from Miami representing the Falcons, and from Yorkville, New York, a group meeting the Giants, and they play later today on the NFL field. Brody Bukic, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's start with the throw to Williams at the end of regulation.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I trust my guy. He made a great play in the first game to seal the win, and he just did it again. He's consistent.
Brody, that ball's in the air on this last 2-point conversion to win the game. What's going through your mind when you see that ball in the air?
Oh my gosh, just don't mess up.
Did you know you had hands like that, so they believed in you? Tell me about the call when the call was made to run that play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, quarterbacks always have the best hands, so.
Wow, okay, I like that plan. Brody, you guys won a game yesterday in overtime. Hey, how much did that help today?
Oh my gosh, I feel like it got the nerves out of the way. Yesterday I was, a little anxious. I didn't know what to expect, but now I feel comfortable. I feel like I've been here before.
Well, you proved it, my man. Congratulations. Good luck tomorrow in the semifinals.
Thank you so much.
All right. Brody Bukic, legacy quarterback. Grandfather was the MVP of the 52 Rose Bowls, a member of the Southern California Trojans when they beat Wisconsin. I'm sure that was a heck of a win for that family. This one ain't bad. Goes 45 yards in the final 10 seconds and then wins it on a go-for-broke 2-point play in the first overtime. That's what NFL flag is.
Well, you got to be aggressive. I thought the Panthers weren't aggressive. 49ers said, you know what? We're going to go win this game.
Yep.
Great clock management. And you call the Philly special to end the football game. What a call.
Yep.
Time of payout. I see you, Coach. Congratulations, man.
Yep.
Moving on.
They move on. Somebody from either representing the Bills or the Raiders is also going to the semifinals. We've got that coming up next.
before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
What a Saturday we have served up for you here from the Pro Football Hall of Fame Village. We welcome you back to our continuing coverage of the 2025 NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. Coming up, Clifton Park, New York, representing the Buffalo Bills against a team from just outside Vegas. I still think that's in Clark County, Nevada. Henderson.
I just saw a quarterback. You never know. Cleveland Browns are looking for a quarterback. They got like 5 of them.
Well, how about Brody Bukic?
Man.
Just a moment ago, they went 45 yards in 10 seconds. And then that got them to within. They ended up 2-point conversion to tie it. And then here's the game winner in overtime.
Go Philly special, right? Hand it off to the running back. Throw it back to the quarterback. And they pull off a win that looked like it was impossible.
And now high intensity in San Diego, representing the Niners, is headed to the semifinals tomorrow. Title game is at 4 o'clock Eastern on ABC tomorrow afternoon. And welcome to the digital field here in Canton, Ohio. It has been great to spend the last couple days with Kirk Morrison, West Durham. Great to have you with us. Two of the better teams in the 14U bracket are getting ready to square off. I don't know that we'll have the theatrics, but I do know one thing. These are two very well-coached teams, the Bills and the Raiders, and both of them got here, I want to say, kind of convincingly yesterday.
Yeah, they're leaning on their stars, right, on both sides. When you think about the Bills, they have a quarterback in Braun, and then on the opposite side, you've got Chase Wallen, who's the linebacker for the Raiders. This is just a couple of teams that, to me, have very comparable playing styles.
Here's Brady Von Schiller, the quarterback of the Bills. He was terrific yesterday. They beat White House, Ohio 14-7. And get a look, by the way, at Jacob Turner. You're going to see plenty of him today, but Von Schiller just steady.
Yeah, he was the steady force of this offense, and you can see, didn't really sweat yesterday, I thought. Just went out there, had a great game. Put this team in the Elite Eight.
Well, and you mentioned this crowd from Henderson, Nevada, and we get a look at Von Schiller, one of the talented players in all of NFL flag in the 14U group. And this crowd from outside of Vegas, Noah Lunn's the quarterback, but they are offensively gifted, but where they're making their money is defensively.
Yeah, Chase Wallen is the guy who, to me, if you didn't know his name, he's been one of the best players in this tournament defensively. So they get it done offensively, they get it done defensively. We're in for a matchup here.
All right, stay tuned. The Raiders. And nobody circles the wagons like the Clifton Park, New York Bills.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Don't forget you have the ability to learn more about NFL flag and the impact it's having in schools, over 40,000 of them nationwide. 17 million students have been involved and exposed now to NFL flag in school, which returns to the Olympics in 2028. Momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. Very quickly, Kirk, here's the way we play NFL flag. 5-on-5 and 2 12-minute halves, 50-yard field. 4 downs to hit the yellow line, 3 from there to score. Touchdowns are the same. Extra points depends on your yardage. And each team gets a challenge in regulation. Quick look at this Bills group coached by Jeffrey Jones from Clifton Park, New York. I mean, pick out your favorite player. I want to see 11 Cam Hemingway a little more today. He is a talented, talented guy for them.
Man, just get the ball in his hands and watch him go to work. Also, Nick Abbott, he's another guy that made some plays for this offense as well. They got a good quarterback. We've already talked about Von Schiller, but it seems like everybody gets involved for these Bills.
And Kaysen Turner and Evan Cunningham are great compliments to the quarterbacking of Noah Lund.
Yeah, Lund's another one of these young quarterbacks that you watch and you say, okay, this guy's got something to him. But he's got a nice quartet of receivers that can make some plays.
So the Raiders have it first. Here is Lund at the wheel and a quick throw. And this is Kaysen Turner, who had the game winner against the Chargers in pool play in what turned into a 6-0 game. We had a great visit yesterday with Ryan Marquez, the head coach of this Henderson Flag Football League. Empire is the club name. There's a Lund throw back across the middle beyond the reach of the leaping Kaysen Turner.
Yeah, that ball was high, just a little high. And why is that? Alex Rivera, number 2. He's the designated rusher for these Bills from Clifton Park. He lines up about 7 yards from the line of scrimmage. He holds his hand up. And once he lets go, once that ball snapped, he is going right to the face of the quarterback, Lund, making him try to rush his pass.
He's the stepson of the Bills head coach Jeffrey Jones, one of the talented guys coaching NFL flag. Here is Lund dodging Rivera, going to make the throw. It's caught across the line. Evan Cunningham's first touch. And the flag pulled, so now 3 downs to score for Henderson, Nevada.
Yeah, but just a nice job by Lund, the quarterback. What does he do? He makes Rivera miss. Just a little bit of a sidestep. I love the way he gathered himself, didn't rush the throw, made a nice layered throw over that defender right there for enough to get past midfield for a first down.
See, we're already 90 seconds in. Fast-moving sport, NFL flag. Here's Lund calling for the snap. He'll hand it on the sweep. Cunningham trying to run the route to the wide side. Flag got pulled. It'll be second down.
Seeing how the defense will present the run play. And so I think there has to be a play off of that just to see how the defense reacts to the run. And now maybe you see a similar type of formation with the motion and try to hit a play action pass over the top.
Here's Lund to throw to his left, back across the body. Colton Ross, the intended receiver, out of bounds. So here's the 3rd and goal option.
Just want to make the quarterback hold it for one more beat. That's what Rivera did on his rush, making Lund have to hold it for that one extra beat, and makes that time the receiver, Colton Ross, ran out of real estate.
2-1-2-1-2-1-2-1-2.
Here Ryan Marquez give the instructions to his team. Rivera does raise a hand to indicate he'll be the rusher. Lund trying to dodge, and Rivera the sack. We saw him do it yesterday. Alex Rivera, very talented in the pass rush.
Yeah, you got to make sure you find number 2. He is going to be in the face of the quarterback all game long. And I love the angle that he took. He went straight down the quarterback, was not fooled by the movement, and Lund just had nowhere to go. That's a sack. That's a missed opportunity there for the Raiders.
6 plays, nothing to show for it. And now here is Brady Von Schiller. Native of Saratoga Springs. He'll hand it to Rivera, trying to work to the near side. The flag got pulled by the quarterback, Noah Lund.
Yeah, first opportunity to look at this Raiders defense, and I mentioned Chase Walling a bunch. He is not only their best rusher, but he can, I think, dictate the way this game is played. He's got the ability to make the quarterback have to throw over the top, but he has the ability to chase down, and you saw right there chasing down Alex Rivera.
Snap to Von Schiller, quick throw, and here's Hemingway, and there'll be a flag here. Charging, I believe, on Cam Hemingway.
He's 6'2", and he is a monster out there on the outside.
Charging offense. 5 yards, spotted the foul, loss of down, brings up 3rd down.
So Cam Hemingway's first touch.
Yeah, you can't charge through. You gotta stop, but lowering the shoulder right there. I mean, a lot of these kids also too, we've learned, they play tackle football in the late fall or in fall. And so they go from playing tackle football, then they get to the spring and they got to relearn the rules of flag football again.
Yeah.
I think that was just an instinctual thing there for Hemingway to kind of lower the shoulder. Can't do that in flag football.
Good guy to get the ball to. Here's Von Schiller on 3rd down. Back to Hemingway again, and he breaks the midline, and down the near sideline, he'll score. How about that? Cam Hemingway in the end zone, and Clifton Park takes the lead.
You know, Wes, I laugh because we were just talking about the penalty, but sometimes things like that happen, and now a message is almost sent to the Raiders like, okay, I don't want to get ran over again. And so I think now you saw a business decision by some of those Raiders as they approach Hemingway. Nobody wanted to get close, and that time he was able to make guys miss along the sideline, racing into the end zone for a touchdown.
So Hemingway off the Von Schiller pass, extra point, no good. So it's a 6-0 lead for Clifton Park as we're coming up on the midway point of this first half. But Brady Von Schiller continues his fine play. Jeffrey Jones's team rides the big man, Cam Hemingway, to the end zone. 6-0 Bills when we come back to the NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota.
That's a line.
Yeah. Clifton Park, New York 6, Henderson, Nevada nothing. We're in the quarterfinals of the 14U boys division and the Coach of the Year finalist here, and 2 of them meeting in this game. Jeffrey Jones, RFP, and Clifton Park, New York is their program representing the Bills. Ryan Marquez, the Empire program, Henderson, Nevada with the Raiders. We visited with both guys yesterday. Really enjoyed our visits.
Yeah, fantastic.
Jeffrey Jones, calm down. Calm down.
Calm down, guys.
Yeah, he is full entertainment on a microphone. And there's a play fake. Kason Turner turned the corner. I think he wanted to throw it deep toward Logan Swint. Could not pull the trigger. Good run pursuit by the Bills defensively. So second down to the midline.
Yeah, wasn't fooled by the fake. That was Jacob Turner, number 3.
Right.
Was not fooled with that ball
Hey,
trying to
let's
go
go
over his
traffic
head.
control. Let's go. We got this. Let's go. Get it.
And here's Lund, the quarterback. Fake the inside handoff. Rivera there, missed on the flag. Wheel route, and down the side goes Luke Jappy, and a flag got pulled. No, Jappy was able to sneak into the end zone. I thought for a moment that Alec Frazier had made the play. No, huge explosive for the Raiders to get on the board.
Again, that's all from the quarterback, right? Making a guy miss in Rivera, and all the attention was on Lund. Look, he had the fake, makes Rivera miss, but nobody picked up Jappy, to your point. And all he does is just race into the end zone. One little side twist move, no flag pulled, and that's a touchdown for the Raiders.
6-all the score now to take the lead. Lund stands now to his left, throws, and the catch made. Backline grab, Logan Swint will put Henderson, Nevada in front.
Yeah, that happened quick.
Yeah, it did.
You're talking about just a miss tackle or a missed flag pull, as we would say, results in a big touchdown for the Raiders. And I think now you're going to say, hey, look, we've got to play more man-to-man if we're the Bills, just because you don't want to have that situation come up again.
Back to work, Von Schiller. Clock inside 4.5 to go. Handoff, and Nico Abbott racing forward, and the flag is pulled after a pickup right of about 15 yards or so.
Yeah, I love that for them. That's a first down play. Now you can take a shot at the end zone here. I think that run caught the defense off guard just a little bit. They've all been playing for pass. You surprise them with the run. Now with this second down play, Wes, I would probably try to take a shot at the end zone here, knowing I've got still more downs to play with. I wonder, is that what Coach Jones is telling? Hey, let's try to pop one deep down the field.
Von Schiller faked the handoff to Abbott, now backs up against Walling, throws to Rivera. He got across the midline, flag got pulled there. So now 3 downs to score for Clifton Park, New York.
You were wide open on the corner?
Yeah. No,
all right.
Vert. The corner.
All right, run play 2 again. Hey, look down there. Be patient. Hey, look at me. It's first down. Don't force it.
There you go. Be patient. Don't force it. Spoken like a true coach. If it's not there, throw it away.
Play fake. Von Schiller. Walling was there, got the flag. Ball was released, I guess. Incomplete. So second down. Chase Walling thought he had a sack before the ball got cut loose by Brady Von Schiller. Back to Coach Jones.
Yeah, short and sweet. Again, tell them, don't force it. You still have opportunities. Don't force something that's not there.
Von Schiller pumps. Walling there, sack. Chase Walling has been terrific once we got to bracket play.
Yeah, I told you, he's my player of the game in terms of the way this tournament has been. The best defensive player I've seen. Just the angle that he takes at the quarterback, and he didn't really have to do much. Just he puts the hands up. It may be subtle, but just his hands going up, it distracts the quarterback because the quarterback thinks, I have to throw over the top or I have to change my arm angle. But that was a stop, much needed for the Raiders.
Now 3rd and goal from beyond the midline. And there'll be a snap infraction here and loss of down.
False start, offense, 5-yard penalty, Lost it down, turnover on down.
So 1-point game it is. And now the Bills, with 1:21 to go, got to hope they can keep the Raiders from adding to the tally before the break.
Yeah, that clock is running too right now. Can they try to get a stop?
Quick throw, and Jappy on the perimeter again. Or Colton Ross, beg your pardon. 5.
Hey, you're the Raiders. You want to be aggressive. You realize that 1-point lead, you still got to be aggressive going into the half.
Here's Lund again. Pumps. And Rivera got to him. Quickly flew by, grabbed the flag. Well, it's hard to see that he got it. But Alex Rivera once again posts a sack.
Yeah, Lund was trying to let go of the football, but it was just great coverage down the field. Good job by the Bills and their defenders. They were running with everyone down the field. There was nowhere for Lund to go with the ball. It was almost just take the sack. Because he throws it up, probably would have been intercepted.
So here's the 3rd down play. To his left. Throw back across. It is deflected and incomplete. In and out of the hands of Evan Cunningham. And Jacob Turner had a potential interception for the Bills. Oh, look at Cunningham.
Brings us to the end of this.
Turner just a little bit, just a small deflection.
Alec Frazier had a crack at it.
Yeah, but Turner, he's the one that got, oh yeah, that ball. I thought Turner had a chance to intercept it, but Cunningham just mishandled it. Almost knocked into his own player's hand. Colton Ross could have been one of those touchdowns.
And Ryan Marquez joins us from the sideline. 1-point lead. This has been quite a show you two have had so far.
Yeah, this has been crazy, man. When they scored, I was like, hey, we can't give up another one of those. You know, we play good defense, but we got to stop giving up those early touchdowns.
Yeah, how do you calm your guys down in the second half?
You know, just let them know, hey, we got a lot of game left to play, and we can play with anybody. We just got to get out there, and we got to just play our game and keep our heads in the game.
Ryan, we tend to talk a lot of offense when we talk about NFL flag. But here we're seeing 2 terrific blitzers in Walling and Alex Rivera for the Bills.
Oh yeah, that Alex Rivera, he's really good, and he's getting to Noah. He's kind of getting in his head a little bit, so I need to get with Noah here and calm him down a little bit and let him know, hey, you just stand in there, just do your little move and throw the ball.
All right, well, you get to the skull session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a good
it.
day.
7-6, Raiders are in front. We're at the break. Winner advances to tomorrow's semifinals championship game late tomorrow afternoon over on ABC. 2025 NFL Flag Championships from the digital field in Canton, Ohio. Halftime and a 1-point lead for Morrison's Raiders. 7-6. Back after this.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Flag being an Olympic sport in 2028 is awesome. Being able to walk across the track and you in your United States windbreaker or whatever, and you just representing your country. I bet that's the best feeling ever. I would love to, tell my grandkids, hey, I had a chance to obviously win a Super Bowl, and I had a chance to win a gold medal too.
Cheetah sounds like Cheetah wants in. Cheetah, I'm in.
Cheetah says, I want a gold medal.
Huh? You see 750,000 athletes ages 4 to 17 playing in all 50 states. The growth of this sport is amazing. 65-plus colleges offer women's flag football. 17 states have sanctioned it for high school level. Kirk, everything is on the up going to L.A. in 28.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I can't wait. The competition of NFL players who want to be involved in this, and it's not just the NFL, the USA team. We're talking about other countries involved where players in the NFL say, I want to play for the Canada team because I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we talked to Phoebe Schechter a little bit about this yesterday. It's not a U.S. take-all, by the way. Canada pretty good, other countries as well. Back with the second half coming up next. Back on the digital field in Canton, Ohio, the 2025 NFL Flag Championships are presented by Toyota. We're getting ready for the second half. Henderson, Nevada representing the Raiders. Clifton Park, New York representing the Bills, and we got a one-point game. Let's look at the big board here in the 14U boys bracket. You see the team from San Diego dramatically advancing in overtime, 16-15. They'll meet the winner of Miami and Yorkville. That's over on the NFL field later this afternoon. Henderson, Nevada, Clifton Park is our game. Long Island and Jacksonville also this afternoon over on the NFL field. Great to be with Kirk Morrison, West Durham. We've really enjoyed our coverage here the last couple of days of this terrific event for young people and the exposure of the sport And we're seeing two really good teams play here. That helps too.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We've seen some good defensive plays, offensive plays.
Yeah.
We've seen the explosive plays. We've also seen some time management plays as well, trying to figure out how do you keep the ball, possess the ball without giving it up, making your opportunities count. We saw it here early on, Cam Hemingway making a couple of guys miss, racing to the end zone.
Freight train wearing 11 for Clifton Park, New York. And then Noah Lund, nice shake of Rivera, and then Luke Chappie. Hello.
Hello. That's how you do it. You make plays, but then at the end of the first half, just trying to make a play, and boom, you get a conversion.
Yep.
And that's why the Raiders have the lead, 7-6.
And the Bills get the ball to start second half after the Logan Swent extra point reception. Gave us our mark at the break, and here's a quick handoff, and that's Nico Abbott who got dumped over, and here's a flag. And Kevin Bowersbach is our referee here this afternoon.
I don't think that was intentional. I think it just kind of happened. You're going through the motions, and you're trying to hold a guy up, and sometimes the momentum takes you over, and I think that's what the officials are going through right now. My only thing is that you waste about a minute on the clock having this discussion. That's my only thing.
Yeah, time running here on a one-point game. Nico Abbott rolled the ball at the foot of the tackler. Let's see what referee Bowersbach
There are
says.
two penalties on the play. One is a live ball, one is a dead ball. Legal contact against the defense, dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct against the offense. After the penalties have been marched off, we're going to replay first down.
Okay, so with the clock running here, or it stopped, beg your pardon, almost 4 minutes in. And there's the second penalty, the throw back at Jappy, who made the play.
Yeah, I don't think Jappy had any intention on trying to throw him. I think that falling down was Abbott, and trying to hold him up was Jappy.
Jeffrey Jones gives his team the play. Clock is started again, by the way. Stopped momentarily as they discussed. And now here's the high snap. Von Schiller, quick throw. That's Hemingway the catch. And Colton Ross was there to pull the flag on the sideline, but still third down.
Yeah, everything for Hemingway has always been a throw in which he can run and catch after. It's always a catch and run element. He's not one of those guys where you just want to just throw it to him and let him go make guys miss. You get that head of steam going a little bit. I don't think there's a lot of defenders who want to try to go in front and make a stop.
Rivera is the center. Snap again a little high. Von Schiller going to loop it for Alex Rivera, who caught it. Flag is pulled in the secondary. Nick Morse was there. But now not only across the midline, they're just outside the 5.
Yeah, nice job by Rivera, turning his head around, just a streaking down the field. Morse was right there. He's only 5'10". Rivera right there, 5'10" as well, but able to extend and make a beautiful catch, setting up his team first and goal.
27-yard completion. Now Clifton Park to work with 3 snaps. Von Schiller, quick throw into the corner of the end zone on the front side. Goes Jacob Turner.
Touchdown. Tries for 1.
Opening possession of the second half produces points. Second throw of the day for Von Schiller in the score.
It's just a nice quick play pass to the outside. You kind of get a little bit of a shield by Finnegan, because there's nobody there to pick up Turner. That's an easy touchdown for the Bills.
Going for just the single point here. Off the 5-yard line. Von Schiller rips it beyond Abbott's reach. Incomplete. So it stays a 5-point game with 3 minutes and a moving clock gone here in this second half.
It's all about responding now. It's the Raiders' opportunity to respond. There goes Rivera on the defensive side for the Bills. Can he have another monster second half?
Yep. And they get it in the middle of the field. Quickly, Case and Turner. That's the thing. Cunningham and Turner really help Noah Lund a ton.
Yeah, they are, but you asked Coach Marquez, how do they handle Rivera? And so that first play, what did you see? They threw a pass right behind the blitzing Rivera. This time he backs off and plays
Lund
on.
wants to gun it deep. He'll check it down. Here is Turner again breaking the midline, and the flag got pulled by Alec Frazier right in front of the Raiders bench.
Man, beautiful cat and mouse game. So Rivera blitzes the first play, and they throw right behind him. That time Rivera faked the blitz, and he drops in coverage, and that's why Lund was trying to throw it deep, but Rivera had everything covered up. So a little cat and mouse game here.
18 yards, and now they get it in the hands of Evan Cunningham. And Turner makes a diving play at his flag. And so all of a sudden we're down to second down. They got 2 cracks here, Kirk.
I think you're just reading Rivera. Does he drop or does he blitz? That's what Lund has to see.
Quick throw on the perimeter. Case and Turner to work. And the flag got pulled again by Jacob Turner of the Bills. So now 1 snap, 2 yards. Lund to his left, shoveled it inside, and it was caught for the score. Logan Swint. Touchdown on the pass. Lund to Swint.
You get the snap from center, and it's just a quick jab step to the right just to freeze the defense. It doesn't have to take long, but that quick jab to the right froze the defense, and it was able to get the ball to Swint with a little flick of the wrist.
So it's a 1-point lead, and now a challenge flag has been thrown.
We have a challenge on the previous play of a touchdown.
All right. So Jeffrey Jones has elected to use his 1 challenge in regulation here.
Call on the field stands. Touchdown. Try is going to be for 1.
All right. So there you have it. Just a shovel to Swint.
He'll be charged. His first charge timeout.
So Rivera pulled the flag, but Swint was already clearly
He was already in the end zone. And with that route, remember, he's got to get in the end zone and then turn around.
Right.
If he's short in running that route, ball thrown, it's kind of easy to say he didn't get in, but because he ran the route in the end zone when that ball's delivered, touchdown.
Lund, quick throw, and whistle blows here. We had a call against the
False
Raiders.
start. Offense, try is no good.
All right. So
This brings
us
us to the media timeout.
There we have it. So a media timeout, and we'll go to break. It's a 1-point game. 6.5 to play. Bills will have it when we come back. Touchdowns for each club so far in the second half. Don't forget, NFL flag is growing leaps and bounds. There's a position for everybody in the game. Visit NFLflag.com to find a league and start the chase today. With Kirk Morrison, West Durham, you see our line score so far with 6.5 minutes to go. And the Raiders have taken a 1-point lead here on the Bills. As Brady Von Schiller and Alex Rivera get ready to go. On the first down play, the hand to Rivera. Now he's going to throw it back near side. Nico Abbott to catch. Second down coming up here. And while we got a moment, our producer Tim Sullivan, our director Logan McDonald, they've done a marvelous job. And our thanks to the men and women who have been involved in our coverage here from the digital field. Really the last 2 full days, but have been here since midweek for our coverage of the NFL Flag Championship. Terrific to be a part of a team showcasing a sport like this for the 2nd year in a row. Von Schiller, the quick throw, and breaking free is Alec Frazier, who stepped out of bounds, but across the midline, inside right about the 19 or 18-yard line. So here we go with 3 snaps to see if the Bills can find a way back.
Yeah, Casey Turner thought he had a flag, and he just grabbed air. He's like, oh, man, I thought I had a flag. And yet you were able to see Frazier just keep going down the field. He steps out, but first down for the Bills.
12 yards after the missed tackle, and puts him across the midline. Here's Von Schiller. Walling to pressure. He'll throw. Boy, he got batted in the air. And because the way the field is built, Kirk, feels like anything batted in the air is live.
It's live. It's probably going to be an interception. Walling, just his ability, his length. He stands 6'2", but he puts the hands up, and it's just hard for a lot of quarterbacks to have to make the adjustment. They talked about it yesterday. What makes his rush so, I think, demoralizing for an offensive player is that a quarterback really has to think about it before the play.
Yep.
After the snap, it's already too late.
2nd and goal here, Von Schiller. He's going to zip it for Rivera, threw it beyond his reach. And now 3rd and goal. 4:38 and a moving clock.
That one, if you're Von Schiller, he wishes he probably had it back. I think because he would realize, I've got to loft that a little bit more. How many times have you seen the quarterback, they throw that ball in the garbage can, the trash can bucket during training camp? There's a reason why quarterbacks do that. They're trying to get an arc on the ball so that it falls right into the hands of the receiver. And that's what the young Von Schiller will learn as he continues his quarterback journey. Put a little air over that on that ball.
Jeffrey Jones deploys his team. Chase Walling's impacted on a couple snaps today. The big one here, 3rd and goal. Von Schiller. Rivera couldn't hang on to it, and it's a giveaway on downs. 1-point lead now for Henderson, Nevada.
And not being full defensively. They didn't move with the action of Von Schiller, who was moving toward his left. The defense stayed home and kept eyes on Rivera. They tried to throw the throwback to Rivera, but there were a couple of Raiders right there in his face. Incompletion, and now the punt given to the Raiders.
So Noah Lund and Henderson, Nevada can start to grind a little bit here. First throw, caught, middle of the field, and the catch made by Casey Turner.
I like that little jump pass.
Yep.
The jump pass by Lund. He realizes it's the rush from Rivera, and he knows I got to get, just a little bit of a jump. And that jump to get over Rivera right behind him is where you saw the play that was made there by Turner. I think that's some of the conversation that was at halftime with Coach Marquez. How do they handle the rush of Rivera? Well, if he's blitzing, go replace him, meaning that the receiver, you go to where the area of that blitzer, and that's where Lund found him.
Quick throw behind the line. Turner is live here, and so is Jacob Turner, who grabs the flag of Casey Turner. But that's enough to cross the midline, so 4 snaps now with 2:23 to go. Remember, Clifton Park has 2 timeouts, Henderson all 3.
Yeah, you remember that one of those timeouts lost on
Let's
a
go with
failed
play
challenge.
4. Everybody line up on this side, though. Okay? Got it?
Play ready to find out what play 4 is.
Get a little trips left bunch. Motion.
Oh, they're going to hand it to Cunningham. Tried to get the corner turn. Flag is still on, and finally Frazier pulls the flag, but a penalty marker's been thrown.
Yeah, I think they were in the no-run zone. So
Flag yard, offense, 5 yards from the spot of the foul, loss of down, second down.
yeah, you're not allowed to run in that run zone. See where the ball is at? Between the Reds. So in between the Reds, it's a no-run zone. So that play was a negative play. Should never have been called. Yeah, don't go back to play 4.
It's the red zone once you get to the midline. They've already crossed the midline. The ball was snapped from the forward territory. So it's only the red zone before the midline, not the second part of the red zone. Second down. There's a little snap to. They throw it back. Here's Lund now trying to make a play on his feet. There's a flag down across the way. Colton Ross had the ball off the snap. And penalty on the offense.
Well, that's multiple penalties, and yet the clock's still moving. So we've had a flag guarding penalty, and now another penalty on the offense.
They're going to stop the clock with 33 seconds left. And this is 3rd and goal, and you wonder with the 1-point lead.
Illegal contact, offense, 5 yards, loss of down, third down.
Okay.
Timeout, Bills, second charge, timeout, 1 remaining.
There we go. A little trickeration. Yeah.
Swing route, Colton Ross, the contact, but not bad dramatization work at the edge.
Brett, I call a timeout. Yeah, right.
So the clock now, which a moment ago said 33, now back to 51. So remember, Jeffrey Jones only has 1 left. This is the last snap, though. And Kirk, back to your point in the earlier game, the 49ers and Panthers, Bills have to have an offensive play ready regardless of what happens here. Here's a play fake. Lund wants to throw, and instead Rivera the sack. So now the clock running, and here come the Bills. They got to get on the line at the 5.
There, get set.
Yep. And here we go.
A score for the Bills, win them the game.
Yep. In motion goes Turner. He's over there with Abbott. High snap. Von Schiller look left. Now to his right. Going to sidearm it. The catch is made by Abbott. He is spinning. And finally the flag is pulled and a flag is thrown. A penalty marker. And it's a hold on the defense. And the clock continues to run. Jeffrey Jones with 17 seconds. And now the game clock is stopped with 14 seconds.
Holding, defense, 5-yard penalty results in an automatic first down. Timeout, Bills, 3rd and final charge timeout.
All right.
And none remaining.
So you get the hold.
Boy, Abbott did a terrific job spinning to
Sure
keep
did.
the play alive.
Yeah, Luke Jappy was there trying to just get the flag. That hold, that's where the penalty comes in at. But we look at the clock right now, 14 seconds left, no timeouts from Clifton Park.
Let's go jailbreak. Hit the seams. Hit the seams.
So jailbreak.
Stay. Stay. Come here, Jacob. Stay.
So just realize that this may be the last play of the
Sean,
game.
I said stay.
So Finnegan is in the game. Number 7. Snap is high. Von Schiller catches it. Heaving to the end zone. Down there is Rivera. It's caught. Finnegan. He caught it. Sean Finnegan, the touchdown.
Play results in a touchdown. Timeout was called with 6 seconds left. Please reset the clock to 6 seconds. Timeout Raiders.
One.
They're going to go for 1 point to try and make it a 6-point game. You heard the reset to 6 seconds on the timeout by Henderson, Nevada.
They still got 2 timeouts, so the game's not over just yet. With these timeouts, so we got a conversion attempt by the Bills. Then you get a timeout, and the Raiders will have maybe one opportunity for a throw into the end zone. But wow, Finnegan from Von Schiller.
Von Schiller almost didn't catch the snap.
And he threw a true prayer all the way up, and Finnegan at 5'10" goes up and brings that one down.
Good thing he stayed in the game.
Jailbreak, that's the play.
Yep. So here's the extra point. This is for 1, and Rivera is going to back up down the field and try and exercise as much of the clock as he can, and he does. And that ends the game. Clifton Park, New York beats Henderson, Nevada 18-13 to advance to the semifinals.
Wow, what a
How
finish.
about that?
What a finish. They get down to their last play, and what could have been a mishandled snap turns into a throw to the end zone. Sean Finnegan with the catch, and then running out the clock. Here's that throw one more time. Just lets it go, and that ball hangs in the air, but nobody's boxing out. Everybody was kind of looking around. Nobody's looking at Finnegan, who was the underneath receiver. And there, you're just taught to knock that ball down. You're just taught to get up there as a defender, knock the ball down. They didn't do that, and Finnegan hauled it in for the game winner.
Wow, what another dramatic play here this afternoon in the quarterfinals. Jeffrey Jones is the head coach of this group from Clifton Park, New York. My first question is pretty simple, Jeffrey.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I said my first question here is pretty simple. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
It's a good thing Sean Finnegan stayed on the field.
Yes. I told you yesterday, they're fun. They're fun.
Coach, how many times during a practice do you practice the play jailbreak?
We actually do run it in practice, actually. We call it jailbreak because we want everybody to run free. So it's a good play. Sean made obviously you saw it. What a play. What a play.
Brady Von Schiller almost didn't get the snap, Jeffrey.
I think Alex probably got a little too excited. He wanted to get down the field to catch it probably himself.
Is there any way to capture the emotion and momentum your team has?
It's crazy. That's insane. One at a time. It's what I've been telling them. I told you guys yesterday, we win games like this all year, and it hasn't stopped. Hopefully we keep winning 2 more like this all year.
So what's the message now overnight as you get ready for the semifinals?
I think the message is simple. This game's over. Let's enjoy it for a little bit, but it's over. We got to prepare for tomorrow. It's a big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we'll prepare, get some rest, hydrate, and we'll get them tomorrow.
Yeah, you win 2, you're the national champions.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
That's the
Congratulations.
idea.
Go punch a ticket. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. Jeffrey Jones and Clifton Park, New York, representing the Bills. Slap it right on there, Sean Finnegan. Yeah! You bet. 18-13, the final. Quick look at our bracket. San Diego's advanced, representing the 49ers. Now Clifton Park has. Don't forget this afternoon, you'll see Jacksonville, Long Island first over on ESPN2. Miami and Yorkville closes it down, representing the Falcons and the Giants. Great to spend the last 3 days with Kirk Morrison here at the NFL Flag Championships. Thanks to Tim Sullivan, our producer, Logan McDonald, our director, and our wonderful, wonderful Ross Productions crew. Wes Durham from the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Finnegan does it. 18-13 the final. More coverage of the NFL Flag Championships coming up.
before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota on this beautiful Sunsplash Saturday afternoon. Welcome back to Canton, Ohio. International Division, the first semifinal getting set to take place between Team Canada and Team Mexico. Here beside the Pro Football Hall of Fame. The bracket looks like this, the first of two semifinals getting set to take place with the championship headed your way later this afternoon at 5 o'clock Eastern. We look forward to Australia and China as soon as we are done here between Canada and Mexico. Joined now in our broadcast position, Phoebe Schechter, the global ambassador for NFL Flag. Phoebe, it's great to be working with you again, and we're always excited to expand the broadcast internationally.
This is so exciting. Last year we were able to show the championships, and now actually showing that road through the semifinals. This is huge, and especially a game like this. This is the biggest matchup. Last year we always saw Canada and Mexico, the way that they battle throughout. This is what it's all about. 8 different countries competing here this weekend, and it's just going to keep growing and growing.
Yeah, we cannot wait. The first semifinal just about set, ready to go. We'll meet both teams, Team Canada and Team Mexico, when we return here in Canton, Ohio.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
I like playing NFL Flag because I get to travel around the world and make friends while I do it. I'm Sam, I play for Great Britain. Team China. Team Germany. Team Mexico. Flag football has taught me teamwork and just enjoying the moment.
If anyone's down, we pick each other back up.
I'll never forget this experience.
It changed my life in many ways.
The friends that you make along the way from different countries and different cultures is just so much fun, and that's why I love it.
Well, the talent and skill set on full display for the first of two semifinals in our international division, representing Team Mexico, the squad out of Monterrey. And for Team Canada from Regina, Saskatchewan, we're just about set and ready to go as we take a look at Team Canada with Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott, Rebecca Landa, also a part of our broadcast on the field. And the quarterback leading the charge, Hudson Belcher. For Team Canada with the head coach, Michael Thomas. They have been awfully impressive so far in Canton, Phoebes.
They have, and they have to compete in regionals across Canada in order to get to this point. So there's been a lot of elimination games that they've played. But like you said, Coach Michael Thomas is one of the top coaches of flag football in Canada, and such a great lead by example, very soft-spoken, but then brings passion with it. I mean, that's the perfect kind of mix, sugar, spice, and everything nice.
The associate coach, Scott Thompson, also provides a nice balance. Meanwhile, for Team Mexico, quarterback Eduardo Almada has certainly been impressive. These two programs quite familiar with each other as they've faced off already.
They have, and it's two teams that are so competitive. They have so much flag football in their blood, essentially. We know within Mexico that flag football hasn't played for so long, and that's what makes this matchup right here so fascinating, that familiarity that you were talking about.
Rebecca Landa, the third member of our broadcast team, this time on the field. Rebecca, what do you have for us?
It's hot down here, I'm going to say that, to start it off. And secondly, this is going to be such an interesting match because they already saw each other in the pool play. 13 for Mexico, 27 for Canada. And I bet they both learned so many things from that game that we're going to see the adjustments in this one.
We cannot wait as we take a look at the rules for NFL flag in 2025. Two 12-minute running clock halves. The field spans 50 yards, and the drives begin at their own 5-yard lines for each team. 4 downs, of course, to pick up the first down, reaching midfield. That'll continue the drive. At that point, you have 3 downs to score a touchdown, crossing that midfield stripe that is designated with the yellow line across the full length of the field. Ready to go, Hudson Belcher. For Team Canada, in all red is the quarterback. Crossing pattern is there for Xavier Gatton. And he rumbles ahead towards the 15-yard line. They will rule the flag pulled near the 11.
I think that's a great first move on the field. You want to go something short, start to test the defense, see how they are playing, how they move around, a little shoot with a 5 and in to really get this ball going here.
4 downs to pick up the first. Belcher remains in as the quarterback. Supremely athletic, eludes the pressure, delivers a strike, pass is caught into the no-run zone, and just shy of midfield. It is Parker Thompson. It'll be 3rd and mid with less than 2 yards to go.
You love to see this is the same play, essentially. You have the out and then the in coming across. Great evasive move from the quarterback there with his eyes downfield.
We have seen outstanding quarterback play here this weekend. Across the board. 3rd and mid. Let's see if they will be aggressive, and they will, towards the end zone and incomplete. Brindley Dice, the intended target. Outstanding coverage by Almada.
Here you're just looking to have that one shallow route. They sent 3 vertical routes downfield. Canada are known for those big plays, and because you have 4 downs, this part of the field where you can either punt or play it, 3rd and short, you feel comfortable that if you don't get it, 4th down, you're short like this, and off you go with the first.
No run zone, of course, and the shovel pass to Dylan Ward. It'll be 1st down and goal for Team Canada.
It's really hard to stop those little shovel passes. You watch the quarterback to the center who just quickly turns around, almost like a box out in basketball.
Very well said. 1st down and goal. Just 9 yards away from the goal line. Team Canada on the move. We mentioned earlier the victory against Team Mexico already here in Canton. Floats into the back of the end zone and corralled nicely by Gatton for the touchdown with a penalty marker down.
Beautiful touchdown. Nice corner route from the outside, shallow across the front to pull the defenders down.
Touchdown will stand. Emily Howard, our referee today. 6-0 Team Canada out in front on its first possession of the afternoon.
Good patience for the quarterback. He looks to the right and then throws to the back of the end zone. It's so hard with that height.
They'll go for the 1-point conversion. Tapped in the air. Penalty markers fly in.
Looks like a penalty there on the defense.
Dylan Ward was open for a minute, Phoebe, and a lot of contact, it felt like, in the end zone.
Illegal contact. Defense. Half the distance to the goal. Replay, 1-point try.
So instead of trying the 1-point conversion from the 5, they'll give them half the distance and a little bit of a better opportunity now for 1.
It's all about non-contact here in flag football.
Belcher fakes the toss, then back across the middle. There it is for Parker Thompson.
You can see these guys are just having fun with this. You know, you're wanting to pull them to that front of the end zone like that, make sure the defenders all come down, and then just a little up and over jump pass to the back, especially to a tall receiver.
Tremendous rhythm on that drive to start a game here in the semis, just 1 game away from a championship.
You're so spot on, and that's what's going to make this so fascinating to see what this Mexico team do on this first drive.
Team Mexico with its first possession from its own 5. The backwards pass goes to Ocampo. He'll launch it back to the quarterback. There it is, Almada. The Mexican DNA, we've talked about it, Rebecca, on full display with the 2 quarterbacks in action.
And that's the version of toma que te doy in a bigger scale that we saw in the previous game. It's amazing, really well established by the Mexico offense.
I love that they went for that early on. The double QB, you're pretty much in your own end zone. It's risky, but it shows their comfort, and it's so challenging on a defense.
Well, the risky plays have paid dividends this entire weekend. The pump fake, and Almada completes it to Pablo Gomez. So it'll be 2nd and goal.
It's great to see the different styles of play that every country bring to the table. That's what makes these international games absolutely so thrilling and exciting to be able to witness on the field. 2 totally different styles here.
It certainly feels spicy to start. You see the rusher identifying himself, Rhett Mikatuk for Team Canada in the all-red unis. Almada with time, and now will be pressured. On the move, completes the pass. 3rd and goal coming up, so 1 more play for Team Mexico to try to tie this score.
And that's what's hard on this part of the field. You only have 3 downs in order to score a touchdown, whereas the first half of the field, you potentially have 4, and you start from your 5-yard line. So you have an extra 5 yards you've got to be able to make up for on this side.
Well, a conversation, Alejandro Gonzalez on this critical play. So our first big play in a 7-0 game, Canada leading Mexico. Team Mexico has to have the touchdown here. Almada. Hard delivery, front pylon, and he did not get in. Stopped just short, and I mean, it was oh so close. Jorge Lopez can't believe it. And it was Almada firing the strike. We need to take a look, and Phoebe, tell me what you see.
Wow, I thought he reached this out. He's on the front of the end zone, and he reached it across, but it is on the official on the front of the end zone to make that call.
The flag coming, being pulled out at the last possible minute. A bang-bang play right at the goal line.
All that you need to do in flag is just break the plane as you would do in the NFL or other 11-a-side, but it looks like the officials are having a conversation about it now to confirm.
Rebecca, you were there right at the goal line, parallel.
Yes.
The touchdown is signaled.
And that made sense to me because he was so close. I could see him. As soon as he had that ball in his hands, he crossed the plane. It was just such a tight play. Kudos also on the refs for taking that back and calling it a touchdown.
That's the awareness of this game, right? You've got to reach the ball. It is about where the ball is, not where the flag is pulled.
Team Mexico will go for 1. Almada and the tie, lofted and incomplete. 2 receivers in the area, there's the flag.
Physical game or what?
I mean, we've seen it on both conversion attempts, Rebecca. There's been penalty markers flying everywhere.
Yeah, and those are the stakes of the game, honestly. Phoebe, you know better than most. Tension is high, and you want to be really aggressive. It's sometimes really hard to harness that aggressiveness.
You're so spot on. And you've been in these situations, you know exactly what it's like, where you've played somebody before, and you just want to try and inch up. This is about who's going to make the fewest mistakes in this game, especially with that familiarity already.
I'm surprised you guys haven't faced off against each other through the years in NFL flag.
I prefer to be teammates.
I understand. Well, we're all teammates today. First of two semifinals. Team Australia, Team China. In our second matchup, the winners face off against each other at 5 Eastern today. Comeback route is there and caught cleanly for the conversion, and we're tied at 7.
Beautiful job there.
Semifinal Rangel able to get the job done, Rebecca.
That was amazing. You see the guys, even at this level, already practicing those catches. They spend time in practice, making sure they know the awareness in the touchdown, putting those little tippy toes in and falling down, so the tension is not in the upper body, but in the lower body.
I love that route. It's a corner with a comeback to the front pylon. It is so challenging to defend.
Team Canada and Team Mexico tied at 7. Regina and Monterrey. 4:47 remaining in our first half. Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education, empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. With flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028, momentum is building. Learn more at genyouthnow.org. Team Canada gets it back. Belcher through the air. The pass is caught. And Brindley Dice. It'll be second and mid to go with a penalty marker coming in late.
I gotta say, hitches are one of my favorite plays. I know it's not the prettiest of them all, but if you run a good hitch, it can be a total game changer and really defeat a defense's soul a little bit when you're getting 7 yards every drive down, every play down.
Great drive starter, too, as we
After the play.
await the word from Emily Howard with a little interference of our own.
Play. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the defense. Number 5. Penalty will be enforced from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Semifinal Rangel, who had a big play just moments ago. Rebecca, what is the energy like on the field? You're right there witnessing all of the action, and you mentioned the tension. You guys have talked about it so far.
Yeah, you can see it on that last call from the refs. All tension, tossing that flag into the ground, and, you know, they got called out for it. But energy is amazing, and you can see that other international teams watching this game, it talks a lot about how we support flag Phoebe around the world.
That's what it's all about. It's about the community of flag football. Although looking now, we've brought it back and we've given the first down from the spot.
So first and mid after the infraction. Penalty so costly in NFL flag. We've seen that at all levels throughout the course of the last 3 days, starting in pull play. Belcher gonna loop one, has a man, caught racing towards the goal line and crossing in for the touchdown. Dylan Ward.
That was stunning. You're going to be watching number 11 here, Belcher. He runs a wheel route, looks like he's just jet sweeping, and then puts on the gas like that. He is too fast for that Team Mexico to keep up with him, and beautiful ball placement there from the quarterback, number 8, Hudson Belcher.
Dylan Ward, as a center, is an eligible receiver in NFL flag. Going for the conversion, it's incomplete. At the goal line, 3 conversion attempts, 3 penalties. And Ryan Maldonado.
Great job on the breakup. Another flag on the play, but it was a beautiful job making sure they don't get this extra point in such a tight game.
Pass interference. Defense. Ball will be placed half the distance to the goal. Replay, 1-point
That
try.
coverage perhaps a bit too tight that time for Team Mexico.
I like it. It's on the line. I think you need to have a little bit of fire in your soul when you're playing in this part of the field in the end zone.
Well, the fire is in the soul of Team Canada. Broken up, but off the carom, the pass is gone. The completion to Gatton, so a touchdown earlier, and now the 1-point try off the deflection later.
You just can't make it up sometimes. A nice little pass to one another, friends on the field. You can't believe it.
Look what I found, right in the breadbasket. Team Mexico gets it back. Almada back to work. And a nifty finish is on the move is Rangel again. And Sebas has been active on both sides, 5 in green and white for Team Mexico.
You love to see these evasive moves. That's what makes flag so special. Those yards after the catch, the quarter, hip flip, the dip, whatever it may be.
I watched you do your introduction, the video that ran on the linear networks this week, and watching your maneuvers, the lunging and the twisting, the twirling of the hips, it was incredible. Certainly a refined skill. Wobbly pass, it's going to be caught. Vic Gastelum. Flag pulled just short of the goal line. Remember, this is co-ed. And so with the flag and a penalty marker down near the line of scrimmage, let's wait 1 second.
Defense, that penalty is declined. Results in play. First down.
Rebecca, an incredible play. And how about the finish all the way down to the 1?
Amazing. We were talking before the game, Roy, how these players, specifically the women, they have 2, have been playing for the last 3 years only flag football. You see that perfect technique, how she grabs the ball in its highest position, and then it's a foot race.
14-7. Time winding down here at the end of the first half. Team Mexico's got to go. They'll fake the shovel and the dump off. And a whistle with movement on Mexico. Notice the clock. We're out of time in the half.
These extra points are becoming so costly. I mean, both sides, there's been penalties, whether it's false start, DPIs.
False start. False start. Offense. 5-yard penalty includes a loss of down. Time expired. Halftime.
So think about the long passing play of 38 yards and the flag pulled just inside the 1. The difference in this first half, Evie.
That's where it's all about pursuit, being relentless. You saw the defender from Team Canada never gave up and pulled that flag. That could be a huge game changer, though, when we're looking at this situation, because the difference of those 6, maybe even 7 points, that's what's leading us right now. 14-7, Canada to Mexico.
Rebecca Londa with the head coach of Team Canada, Mike Thomas. Rebecca.
Thank you. Mike, tell me a little bit about this first half. What is working very well for you guys?
Well, you know, our plays have obviously been able to have some success here with Mexico. You know, we played them in pool play. We understand what they do. They came out with a little bit of a wrinkle to start, which we covered well. But, you know, it just comes down to execution for our guys, which we're able to do, being up 14-7 at half.
What did you learn from that past game that you want to replicate here, and what adjustments do you need to do?
Well, you know, right now we just need to ensure that we understand the personnel in the field, have good communication, ensuring that our guys know exactly what the calls are, and just go out there and have some fun here in the second half.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rebecca, thank you very much. That first half decided by 1 yard right at the goal line. Incredible playmaking skills for both sides, Mexico and Canada. Team Canada, a 7-point lead here at halftime in the first semifinal.
An estimated 20 million people in more than 100 countries currently play flag football. And now, we have a chance to become Olympians. Flag's success has led to the International Olympic Committee approving the sports addition to the 2028 LA Games. It's a dream come true for myself and all flag athletes around the world to know that someday we may get to compete for the sport's first Olympic gold medal.
Amazing to think about the possibilities as flag football, one of 5 sports that will come to the Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028 for flag football. Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott. It's the first time it's ever happened.
It is just such a historic moment, and to really have flag football being put on this massive global stage, it speaks to the growth that we've had. Over 100 countries playing, over 2 million people around the world playing, and it's so accessible and fun. But like we heard Deanna talk there, it is just an absolute dream come true as someone who still plays flag football.
I mean, you play competitively. You've been one of the best that there is, and we've been waiting for this moment, and it's taken some time. But you figure, and you would think, Phoebe, that this is a springboard into the future from 2028 for better things to come.
You're so spot on with that. You start looking at 2032, and what makes it so special, especially at events like this, is I look around. We've got 10U girls all the way through to high school, and you think some of the girls that we're watching here, some of the international athletes we're watching here, they're going to be representing their countries in the Olympics one day, and their journey started in Canton, Ohio. How crazy is that?
It's amazing, and we are through halfway home in our first semifinal on this Saturday afternoon, and Team Canada the lead over Mexico 14-7, getting closer to the championship, the international division. And we welcome you back to the NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota. The Sunsplash Saturday afternoon, 14-7. Team Canada leading Mexico in the beginning of our second half with NFL Flag Ambassador Phoebe Schechter. I'm Roy Philpott. Rebecca Landa on the field. She will join us in just one moment. We take a look at our first half highlights. And for Team Canada, Belcher accurate and precise in the passing game in the first half.
finding one of his tallest receivers in the back of the end zone. But Mexico came right back with it, using that athleticism to be able to get to the front pylon. Again, looking at that beautiful corner comeback. And then it was Canada's retaliation here with a big wheel up the sideline and that big speed. You love to see this, though. Oop, I got it, play. Just like you drew it up, right?
Off the Karen, Parkin Thompson gets it done, and we check in with Rebecca Landa.
Yeah, so I talked to Alejandro, the head coach from Mexico. They talked about being a little bit more aggressive when it comes to the defense, not giving him so much space in those routes that Phoebe really likes. And when it comes to the offense, they're going to try to run the clock a lot more, make this game a little bit slower in the pace. We've seen that before, Roy, in this tournament.
Yes, we have. Rebecca, thank you. So Team Mexico will get the football first to begin our second half. 12 minutes left in this game. It's a running clock as we get started in our first semifinal in a 14-7 game. Almada across the middle. Flag has not been pulled yet until now. And a little shake and bake by Rangel.
We're back with the hitches. I'm telling you, this is a great game starter for this Team Mexico, or anybody essentially, and way to build up the confidence of the quarterback. But there is a flag on the play.
On the offense. 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Includes a loss of down. Second down.
This game has been called very tightly to start between these two. Physical matchup, a lot of team speed we're seeing. And it's been a little sloppy at times, although some close calls, Phoebe.
Yeah, and flag guarding something you have to call. You cannot prevent somebody from grabbing at your flag belt.
Almada. Now Ocampo, the quarterback. Deep ball, and it's corralled inside the 10. It'll be 1st and goal.
So much for not a fast-paced offense, right?
Beautiful job, and this is it. You get 3 hitches on the left side. You're going to get that go, and number 10 just looks back at the quarterback. You want to watch for the receiver's hands coming up and those eyes lighting up. Beautiful play calling here, because you can just audible to any player at the matchup that you like.
Jorge Lopez reels it in, a gain of 29 yards, 1st and goal. Ocampo, the quarterback, he has battled back from an injury. Charlie was hurt before this team arrived in Canton. Now appears to be healthier towards the front pylon. There are penalty markers, and Almada raced into the end zone.
So you cannot dive in flag football. You've got to be safe. They were outside the known run zone, but you still have to be careful when you're in this area. Let's wait for the call.
During the run, diving, offense, 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Includes a loss of down.
And that has
Second
all
down.
to do with player security, honestly. There's a lot of knees around there. If you're diving, you might hit your face. The same thing, you can't jump, you can't put your knees up. So it's really to protect the players, even if it's hurtful in a situation like this.
Yeah, just being aware. Don't be afraid to run out of bounds. You have another down. It's just situational awareness.
Rebecca, how about Ocampo coming in at quarterback and the great job he's done. The handoff, Almada towards the back. There it is, open Pablo Gomez. And the touchdown, now an extra point away from tying it up for Team Mexico.
Almada did such a nice job there. You saw him roll out. He kept his patience. He kind of looked around. He was waiting for number 3 to uncover there, Gomez, and then the 2 connected for a beautiful touchdown. This is how they needed to start this drive, especially after going into the half. They were 1 yard short with no time left on the clock.
And that's the advantage Mexico has over other countries, right? Not every country plays with a double quarterback. They need to use it much more because not everybody knows how to adapt to it.
Rebecca, the Mexican DNA that you talked about earlier today in one of our games. Now for the 1-point try. It is good. We are tied at 14. The back corner of the end zone. Rangel again. Sabas able to tie it up.
A nice 5 and in on the front of the end zone with a corner to the back. You are challenging the leverage of these defenders. And again, the patience of these quarterbacks. That's what makes Mexico so dangerous. Everyone can throw, everyone can catch.
Rebecca, can I get you in the midst of this Team Mexico fan section over there? They are going crazy for their team.
Phoebe was saying it perfectly. Mexico always travels. Tiramos la casa por la ventana, we say, which means you sell your house, you sell your car, you don't care. You're going to be there for your kids and for the sport.
Beautiful.
Team Canada 2nd and mid. A laser beam fired near side, grabbed by Dice. It'll be 3rd down.
Back to my favorite play, you know it. Hitches all the way down the field. This is something that's just so great to be able to attack a defense when you're getting different levels. But look, great field position inside the no-run zone.
2 downs to pick up the first across midfield. Belcher. Here comes the pressure. He eludes it across the middle. Nearly intercepted. For Team Mexico, Pablo Gomez, a fingertip on it, tried for the highlight reel grab and came up just short.
The reactions of these defenders are beautiful. Watch, you see him there and just that last second grab and then almost the catch from his teammate as the crowd is going absolutely wild here. 4th down. Remember, if they do not convert, Mexico get the ball where Canada have it right now.
They're playing tight coverage.
Belcher across the middle. Incomplete. No flag on the play. Looking for Dice, and Team Mexico holds.
What a huge stand-up here for Team Mexico. They may not be the tallest, but they are running with this Team Canada here. I love that hand on the ball, hand on the flag. Dylan Ward from Team Canada, the intended receiver there.
Ryan Maldonado with the defense, tied at 14. 6:44 to go in Canton.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Our first semifinal in the international division. Team Mexico, Team Canada tied at 14. Phoebe Schechter, Rebecca Landa, Roy Philpott. 6:44 remaining. And Team Mexico moments ago, a monumental stop. It's 84-degree sunsplash Saturday afternoon. We're a team that lost to Canada just a few days ago. Ocampo, the quarterback, gets it down to Almada, who began this game as a starting signal caller. And on 1st and goal, it'll be 2nd down, a nice completion.
One of the things I love about this is Mexico are taking what Team Canada are giving them. Team Canada is showing a bit of what we call a 2-2 or a box defense. So what are you going to do? You're going to outrun them. You're going to use their leverage. You've got outs with 2 corners over the top. You're forcing those defenders to make these tough decisions.
Charlie Ocampo goes back to the line of scrimmage under center, hands it off Almada. He can throw it, and the pass is caught. The flag is pulled just shy of the goal line. So Lopez able to inch ever closer, but it's 3rd and goal, so one more down, Rebecca, here to score.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful play because you can see the rusher he doesn't really stop. He just kind of guesses. When you're a rusher and you're in that situation, it's better to stand at the middle of the field and just wait to see where the ball is at. If not, you're giving extra time to the second quarterback.
He needed 12 yards. He gained 11. 3rd and goal. No run zone play here. Very curious to see when Alejandro Gonzalez draws up after that quick huddle. Ocampo now at quarterback again, looking end zone, retreating, pump faking to the corner and incomplete. Back-to-back stands to begin this second half here.
That was a big play. You can see Coach over there for Team Mexico getting very upset and frustrated, saying that his player was being held before making that break. You could just see it at the top of the route. It's a tricky call to make, but I would have suggested if the refs have been making those tight calls all game long, you've got to continue with that consistency.
Kimani Forsythe in coverage for Team Canada. And now they'll get the football back under 5 minutes remaining in this semifinal game. Winner will face off between the winner of Australia and China. Deep ball incomplete. Brindley Dice has the Jets, but unable to corral that one 5 yards over his head.
Curious to start thinking about what is the tactics here for Team Canada. Because you've got 4:20 left on the clock, you'd think you want to chunk it down the field and be able to kind of control the clock whilst you run at the end zone. Not give Team Mexico another opportunity, but we saw them take that big shot early on in 1st down. It just puts you in a tricky situation now on 2nd and long.
Hudson Belcher, quarterback for Team Canada in the red uniforms, red jerseys and shorts, against Team Mexico. Moving under center that time was Gatton. And now it'll be 3rd down, midfield to go.
This could be a really big stop here for Team Mexico. That's what happens when you take those shots early and you're not able to be successful. You've got now 3rd and 20 to get to the halfway line. He has the arm, don't get me wrong.
Scott Thompson talking things over with Team Canada on this 3rd and mid.
This is where you dig deep into that playbook and what's our gotta have it on 3rd down. That is their 4th straight incompletion for Team Canada.
Third and midfield to go. And unless Team Canada can get a lot closer to that midfield line, a punt likely coming to give the football back to Team Mexico. There's the pressure. Belcher avoids, and the pass incomplete. It was bobbled by Thompson, and it falls harmlessly to the turf. So on 4th and mid, the ball goes back to Team Mexico.
This is quite uncharacteristic of Canada. The quarterback did a great job of evading, threw the ball just a little bit short. I think he felt that number 7 from Canada, Parker Thompson, was going to come back to the ball. You've got to, especially when you have a defender on your back like that.
And in this last drive, Roy, you could see the adjustment that Alejandro said. They were going to play a little bit tighter in coverage, making them more uncomfortable and taking away those hitches and short routes.
It's hot down there on the field. Fatigue a factor in these kinds of temperatures right now?
Oh, for sure. As soon as the players exit the field, they're coming to this amazing fan. I wish I had one at home.
Need a personal fan like that for Rebecca Landa next season. Completion for Team Mexico. Twisting and turning is Jorge Lopez. 2nd in midfield.
In some ways, as an offensive player, you've got to be able to start thinking about safety first. I love that little play. He had a little pivot behind the line, but here, just give yourself up. No need to start fighting through people for those extra yards.
Ocampo remains in at quarterback, wants it all, has a man, pass is caught, and it's hauled in through the end zone. Flex time for Almada.
That was only where he could catch the ball. The fade was phenomenal. He tracked it all the way through. I mean, you've got to watch this. He put on those gas pedals and he tracked the ball. The quarterback threw it up the middle. He looked like he was trying to run a post across the field. But this connection with these two stretched out, it could not have been more perfect.
Ocampo to Eduardo Almada. The two have exchanged quarterback duties today. Team Mexico, Rebecca, has its first lead and looking good.
And this is what happens when Mexico gets an opportunity to watch video, make sure they understand what they need to do best for this specific game, knowing what they did to Canada. It happened so many times with us, facing the US and then adjusting for our next tournament or for our next game. And so many times we were successful in that second time.
Are those fans excited behind you? They look like they are. The answer is C.
The answer is por supuesto que sí, Roy.
Of course it's yes, of course. Look at that. That's exactly what you want to see. The support systems out here for Team Mexico, who have found themselves in this semifinal games, this international competition, quite a few times.
Going for the one-point conversion. Ocampo will buy some time. Almada, and the connection continues. 21-14, Team Mexico.
This makes it so hard to account for as a defense. You don't know if he's going to be an extra quarterback, and he just runs a wheel into the end zone on an island.
Team Canada gets it back. It'll be second at midfield to go with just 90 seconds remaining in this first semifinal.
And Roy, I want to say there's so much noise, but it's not all coming from Mexico. They told me Puerto Rico, Brazil.
All supporting. Deep ball. Incomplete. Rangel at the last moment with the deflection. And the clock stopped with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining. Emily Howard, our referee, indicating the timeout called by Canada. How does Team Canada regroup, take a deep breath, and try to bounce back after what's been an incredible comeback?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the stress on the fans' faces there as well. But this, your third down, you've got to get about 12 yards and then try and get over that first down.
Let's run both these guys out to the outside and let's take the top off and finish this one, okay? 2-13. Let's go, guys.
Assistant coach Scott Thompson giving his offense final instructions on third and midfield. Team Canada now out of timeouts. Bunch formation top of your screen. And now they will motion Xavier Gatton. He'll run the wheel, floated on the far side, batted down, and incomplete. Guess who? Eduardo Almada.
He has been a superstar, but it's the smarts within that moment. You see when he goes up, he volleyball bats it out of bounds. You don't want it to come back in bounds because that's what we saw earlier with Canada. What great awareness from this young athlete.
Dylan Ward, the intended target. It all comes down to this. Fourth and midfield to go. Team Canada has to make it to that yellow line. Belcher with time. Off the pump fake. Gonna go long. Here's the pass. Nobody home. It's out of bounds.
Very frustrated Team Canada. Mexico, no, with the clock running, 20 seconds left, they are going to take a knee and end the game here, and that will be a win for Team Mexico.
21-14. Team Mexico to the championship of the International Division. And what a comeback here in Canton.
The crowd running in, the other international teams coming in to celebrate as well. This is what it's all about.
And what a moment for head coach Alejandro Gonzalez and the Mexican fan base. Becca Landa waiting to talk with the victorious Team Mexico head man. Boy, what a game. How much fun was that?
Oh, this was exhilarating. I mean, we're hanging on every single play. It could have gone either way there. And two totally different skill set teams. But Team Mexico came to play. They are determined They want to bring home the championship of the international winners here at the NFL Flag Championships. This has just been phenomenal. And the crowd, the energy that they brought to power on these two teams.
Rebecca Landa with the head coach, Alejandro Gonzalez, and also Edu Almada. Rebecca.
Alejandro, quiero empezar contigo. Háblame de esos ajustes que hiciste en la mitad, que también fueron ejecutados. Empezaste diciendo que iban a tener una ofensiva más lenta, pero en realidad fueron muy agresivos.
Sí, realmente al final tuvimos que hacer un ajuste del ajuste por cómo se nos acomodaron defensivamente, pero realmente no fue tanto, más que nada fue el corazón de los chavos. Venimos diciéndoles que el corazón de campeón nadie le gana y creo que lo demostraron en el campo.
Yeah, they talk about the adjustment of the adjustment according to what the defense did on Canada, but they say it's more, it has to do more with heart and what these kids put on the table. Almada, háblame un poquito para ti la experiencia de empezar el partido siendo quarterback, después transicionando.
Fue un cambio que era para lo mejor del equipo. El equipo necesitaba que juegue nuestro compañero Carlos de quarterback y pues yo jugué de receptor, pero esto es un triunfo en equipo.
I'm asking him about starting as quarterback and then transitioning into wide receiver. And he just said, whatever the team needs, this is what you guys were looking for. Esto es lo que estaban buscando. Y ahora, ¿cómo viene la preparación para la final, que son un poco de horas?
La final, la preparación es descansar un rato, estar listos para la final y jugar con el mismo corazón.
So they're going to prepare by resting, focusing on the final, and making sure they have their heart for the final.
Well done, and make sure you get into those cooler temperatures in the shadows here in Canton as you take an updated look at the bracket. Team Mexico into the championship. That game later today, 5 o'clock Eastern, and we await now the second semifinal between Australia and China, Phoebe.
This is going to be such a game. All these countries so deserving, but to be able to watch China-Australia next, this is a matchup that we've not really seen. So these two teams are going to want to represent from all across the world here in Canton, Ohio.
Now the passion for the fan base from Mexico that traveled in. So much fun to watch here today. And Team Mexico, congratulations in order. Revenge exacted after losing to Team Canada moments or days ago. Just the past few moments, they have bounced back to secure the win into the championship. Team China, Team Australia, our second semifinal. That game is headed your way moments from now as we say so long from Canton.
before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
Welcome back to the NFL Flag Football Championships presented by Toyota on this beautiful Saturday afternoon at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Our second semifinal headed your way. Guangdong, China against Gold Coast from Queensland in Australia here in beautiful Canton, Ohio. Moments ago, our first semifinal concluded in dramatic fashion. Team Mexico found a way to come back and defeat Team Canada by a score of 21-14. Alongside of the NFL Flag Football Global Ambassador Phoebe Schechter, I'm Roy Philpott. Rebecca Lonsta joins us moments from now on the sideline. Okay, so we catch our breath for a moment. What a first semifinal we saw. More fireworks expected here this afternoon.
That first game was just phenomenal, especially having it be a rematch between Canada and Mexico. Mexico coming out strong. But this game here, China versus Australia, this is going to be huge. Of course, the winner going on to play the explosive Mexico. So you're almost thinking, all right, how do I kind of pace myself in some ways to guarantee a win, but give myself enough juice to be able to play in that final game? But these teams all week long have been staying in the dorms together. They're all such great friends after this weekend.
Yeah, it's an amazing part of the NFL flag football experience. And you mentioned the quick turnaround, the championship game at 5 o'clock Eastern. So you finish this game, and then you have about 45 minutes to kind of rest, recoup, and gear up to try to win a title.
And that's why it's so important. This is a bit of an advantage. We saw China watching the game before, trying to scout their opponents. Same with Mexico. Mexico's going to want to see who the potential opponent is and what they're able to do. You've got to be able to, without film, come in with a game plan and adjust.
Get your popcorn ready. Buckle up. The second semifinal headed your way between Team Australia and Team China. It's coming up next here in Canton.
I like playing NFL flag because I get to travel around the world and make friends while I do it. I'm Sam, I play for Great Britain. Team China. Team Germany. Team Mexico. Flag football has taught me teamwork and just enjoying the moment.
If anyone's down, we pick each other back up.
I'll never forget this experience.
It changed my life in many ways.
The friends that you make along the way from different countries and different cultures is just so much fun, and that's why I love it.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back here in Canton, Ohio. So glad you could join us for our second semifinal. Guangdong, China, Gold Coast, Queensland, representing great countries of China and Australia here on this Saturday afternoon, our second semifinal. And learning a little bit more about Team China as the fans continue to enjoy the action in the yellow jerseys today. And the quarterback, Xiao Gao, the head coach, Zhu Hao Chen, leading this organization. You mentioned from Guangdong, China. You would think coming in, perhaps they are the underdogs against Australia based off of what we've seen so far, but anything can happen at this point.
And not just it, anything can happen, especially when you're on such a big stage as this. You are in the semifinals. This is about who's going to make the fewest mistakes and ultimately execute. Because as we say, you've got 4 downs, sometimes 3 if you're going to punt it away, to be able to get halfway, and then another 3 to score. And those go quick. So you're looking to get at least 7 yards. So a drop, a penalty, that can completely get you off rhythm.
Good start would be imperative. Meanwhile, for Team Australia, led by Jordan Lowe and the quarterback, Rubin Tressels. One to watch today for this explosive team from Queensland.
And I love the culture within here, right? The Aussies giving their Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi chat. This is exactly what you want it to be. The sharing of the multitude of cultures that we have here within the international division of the 8 different countries represented. Phenomenal day of flag football.
The always cool Rebecca Landa trying to stay cool on the field, Rebecca.
And failing, that's the truth. I talked to the Chinese coach. It's really interesting. They don't really speak English, so we needed a translator. But I asked him, what do you want to do? And he said, champions. And I was like, how are you going to do it? Smart. Man, a few words, very clear in his vision. And that's something that we've seen internationally, Phoebe. Some of these teams that maybe don't have the height either, well, China has some really tall players, but some of these teams from Asia that don't have the height, they're very intelligent in their approach, very creative as well. And like the coach said, very smart.
You're so right, Rebecca. What we love to see is the different styles of play. And to your point, utilizing your skill sets. What are the strengths within these moments to be able to put yourself in a position of success? And sometimes that smoke and mirrors that you might see on offense is what does that.
Exactly right, and we're going to see that from there. You can see a lot of pitches, kind of what sometimes Mexico does, right? Being creative and how to generate space and confuse the defense.
A rare running play to start as Trent Casey makes it second in midfield to go.
You love to see it shallow on the run. I'm going to keep talking about those yards after the catch, and we saw Trent Casey go for the dip at the end, challenging those defenders early on, letting him know some of those evasive moves he's got.
The dip maneuver enables the flags to drop. They're harder to grab and to stop the play dead in its tracks.
Precisely, because in flag, you cannot raise the height of your flags, you can only drop them.
Javen Johnson racing ahead. 3rd down in midfield. Back-to-back running plays to start for the team from Queensland.
People sometimes think that the running game is dead within flag football, but it is a huge part of it, especially when you talk about misdirection, to Rebecca's point earlier. What are the skill sets you can use? What are the strengths of your players? And this is great field position.
Rebecca and I have called some 7 games together. We've seen 3 running plays combined, 2 on this drive to open this second semifinal. Lofted way in the air and incomplete. And for a moment, Johnson was trying to kind of settle in underneath it like a center fielder. Now 4th and mid.
You had some shallower routes underneath. They just lost track of the ball on that number 6, Javen Johnson, but he almost came back. This is a big decision here. 4th down. We've seen this a few times. First drive, you're feeling excited. It's 12-minute rolling clock. This could be a big game changer in terms of if they convert or don't convert here.
Just outside of the run zone. Important to note, not that they want to run it on 4th and such a long distance to gain the first of more than 6 yards. Results, pass is caught, 1st down achieved, crossing midfield in the yellow line is Will Smith.
You want to watch the defender in the middle here. It looks almost like the offensive player runs into the defensive player, but it sets up this great move for number 9 to run across Will Smith. But you've got to be careful as a defender. You still got to keep your head on a swivel as well.
3 downs to score a touchdown. 1st and goal, just crossing that yellow line at midfield. So Australia on the move. And checking in is Matilda Featherstone for the first time as the center.
And they had to make a change on the defense because there was a player that received a hit to the head. The umpire was like, you need to get out of here, get checked.
Pass is caught near the goal line and stopped just shy of a touchdown on a nice play. It'll be 2nd down and goal to go.
Yeah, you want to just see this corner route here coming across full speed. One of the tallest players, number 9 again, Will Smith. But to Rebecca's point, they had to make a change on defense with the defender that had run into the offensive player. When you bring a new piece of the puzzle into action, sometimes there's miscommunication, and that's what it looked like here for Team China.
Being Trace Holst, the quarterback, directing traffic here. And now they will come over, talk things a little deeper fashion near the sideline.
Looks like they've pulled out the player they thought had hit his head earlier.
Yeah, so they've done it twice. He tried to come into the game again. The ref is paying clearly a lot of attention to the change, and he asked him to leave the field once more.
Safety is of the utmost importance here.
Trace Holst moving under center, wants to get rid of it quickly. Sidearm, penalty markers come in. And now Mo with the touchdown grab initially. And let's check the infraction. Our referee, Kevin Bowersox.
Pass interference, offense, holding, defense. Those penalties offset. Therefore, we're going to replay 2nd down and goal.
2nd and goal. So enormous their penalties on both sides, Phoebe.
Yeah, and offensively, you cannot push off on a route at all. And boxing out, you can see how some of these players have really tried to be physical. That's what makes it. That's why we have this as a no-run zone, because you don't want to encourage any of that extra physicality.
Trace Holst gets the snap and shovels it across the goal line for the touchdown. Jabin Johnson able to catch it cleanly. 6-0 Team Australia strikes first.
This is great. When you are that close to the end zone, you just want to underhand toss it. You got your eyes up. You look for anybody who's open who can kind of box out. Again, just like you do in basketball.
It's a sea of humanity right there, all coming together just inside the goal line.
I love how eloquently you put that, really painting the picture.
He'll go for the conversion, a 1-point try. Trace Holst towards the front pylon, caught, and it is 7-0 Australia.
I love the decisiveness in the moment. He saw what the defense were presenting, and he just threw that dart to the front pylon, giving it a perfect angle.
Approaching 7 minutes to go in the half. A good start for the team from down under. A 7-0 advantage over Team China. Our second semifinal international division back in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Team Australia, a 7-0 lead over Team China. They'll get the football for the first time just moments from now. Gen Youth, the NFL Foundation, have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education, empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. Flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028. The momentum is real and building. Learn more at GenYouthNow.org. Team China with possession. Pass is caught and a nice gain on first down. It'll be second and mid.
Great job here to start the drive for Team China. A team that has quite good height on it as well, which is going to be a potential problem here against Team Australia.
Zio Hao, the reception, second and mid. Quarterback is Xiao Gao. The pass tipped away at the last moment by Julio's Costin, and a penalty marker comes in.
Personal foul, roughing the passer defense, 5 yards from the previous spot. That penalty includes an automatic first down.
By however means necessary. Giving up the early score, now in position to try to tie it up. First and goal. No, first and mid, as the infraction comes 3 yards shy of midfield.
Yeah, you can see the quarterback just a little bit shaken up there. His hand being hit in that moment, but runs back into coach to get the play call. I always find it fascinating when you do a lot of under center work, the rusher is on you so quickly. You almost feel like you need to be able to be back. I mean, Rebecca is one of the best rushers that we've ever seen in the global game. You probably are licking your chops at an under center quarterback.
Down the field toss, and it's corralled again. And Team China in business. First down and goal, just 11 yards away from the end zone. And see how another grab.
And yes, Phoebe, to give you an answer, yes, I love when the quarterback is really close to that center. It makes my job so much easier.
Oh, I thought you were saying, yes, you are the world's best pass rusher.
I wouldn't allow myself to say that.
But I can.
Second and goal for Team China. And a great flag pull at the last minute by Chisholm.
The only tricky thing about that is that there's going to be so many change and so many handovers of that ball when the center is handing the ball directly to the hands of the quarterback, that you need to be super patient and just observe how the play develops and make sure you're attacking the correct person, not to give enough time.
Team China in the yellow uniforms. Pass is going to be intercepted. Racing back the other way is Casey. Trent Casey off to the races. And the pick six.
I am surprised in some way that they did not throw a flag on Team Australia for downfield. You cannot shield a runner. You've got to be able to stop in your place when that happens. However, watch this. It looks as if the Team China receiver just needed to run a little bit more and reach for that, but that's not to take away from Team Australia in that situation. Brilliant interception and then running the length of the field for the touchdown.
Well, a game-changing play for number 4 for Team Australia. Right place, right time, and he made him pay. 13-0. Australia going for the one-point try. Sidearm delivery, reaching across the goal line, and the conversion attempt is good. David Johnson active in this first half, and approaching 4 minutes to play in the first half. 14-0 Australia.
What a nice touchdown again. This is quite a familiar concept. You've got the slant flat coming in, but for a quarterback to have those landmarks of throwing it to the front or the back pylons, it just makes it so much cleaner.
Pass incomplete. China gets it back. It'll be second down and midfield to go. The intended receiver, Yu Ching Yen.
Ken, this is a bit on characteristics. We saw this earlier with Team Canada, where they start to make some mistakes that they are not known for doing. China are known for being really quite efficient in their movements.
Heidi Sternberg on the field for Team Australia. In traffic, pass caught, flag pulled, approaching midfield, and about a half-yard shy of the first down for Team China.
They love this little scissor concept where you've got a corner and a corner where they switch in the middle of the field, trying to confuse the defense. But for this defense, you're playing a lot of kind of cover 2. Now we're in this 1 high. perhaps even man.
Out young Leo, the reception. 3rd down, mid to go, and only a half-yard needed. Gao sends it deep, nearly intercepted. You had 2 players climbing deep into the sky to try to pull that one in. 1 for each side, 4th and mid.
You've got to give the Australia defense credit here, but I like this move by Team China because you are 3rd and short, so why not take a shot? 4th and short, you're pretty much trying to guarantee yourself to get the 1st down. It'll be fascinating to see what play they call here.
Little shovel pass straight ahead into the breadbasket. Trent Casey again. Are you serious? Back-to-back pick 6s for number 4.
That is incredible. A 25-yard rushing touchdown here. Oh my goodness, the awareness and to keep moving with the ball. Phenomenal job, and you can see the excitement on Team Australia's face.
Trent Casey can do no wrong on this Saturday afternoon, right into the breadbasket and corralled it off the carom, finally racing into the end zone untouched. Get that young man some water. He has earned a nice cold drink on this hot day in Canton. Make it Gatorade, a little extra electrolytes.
Get those electrolytes, smart idea.
For the conversion, in and out of the hands of Heidi Sternberg. It was right there.
I love the play call. I love the decision. Again, what's really nice about this young quarterback is how decisive he is. He sees there's something on that left side of the China defense. That's the 2nd time that he's attacked it, but again, loves those front pylons.
If you're Team Australia and you start to think ahead towards the championship, still plenty of time left here, we understand that, but it's a quick turnaround. It's something to consider for head coach Jordan Lowe.
You're spot on with that. I mean, the first half, we've got less than a minute. You want to try and rotate some people in. Make sure that you're getting some substitutions in as well, because it's a hot day out here. You want to conserve your players.
Team Australia, just the 1 touchdown drive, but the defense has been of the lockdown variety.
On that play in particular, look, you're seeing Australia getting more and more aggressive here. They're feeding off the momentum. However, the rusher false started in his movement, so then he wasn't able to actually rush. So there was no rush. Sometimes as a quarterback, that's harder on you because there's more field being covered. So that can work for or against you at times.
Zio Al, bottom of the screen, has been China's best player so far. The elusiveness on display, scooting past the flagpole, and then Yen sees it yanked at the last minute.
Heidi Steinberg with the ice-cold flagpole. Brilliant job. Look, we talk about some of the sports that Australia have. You've got Aussie rules. You've got a phenomenal amount of multi-sport athletes that are out here playing. That's what it's all about. You got to utilize those skill sets and bring them all together in this one moment in flag football.
20-0 our score at halftime. Rebecca Londa with the head coach of Team Australia, Jordan Lowe.
Yeah, thank you. So, Jordan, I've seen so much energy from you in connection to your players. Why is that important to you when it comes to a match like this?
Oh, like we traveled 26 hours to get here. You know, we don't have many fans here, so we got to create our own energy, you know. And I'm their teacher at school. I've taught these guys for 3 years, so we were here last year, so these guys are like family to me. So that's, yeah, we love it. We love the energy.
You guys have been doing so good in this first half. Anything that you want to adjust? Any little tweak that you think can secure your place in that final?
No, win, lose, or draw, we stick to our process. So our process is what we do. It's what has got us here, so we'll always stick to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you.
Rebecca, thank you. What a first half for Team Australia, and in particular from down under Trent Casey. Back-to-back pick sixes, the difference. 4 in green, off and running. So impressive. Our halftime report coming up moments from now. We are halfway home, getting closer to the International Division Championship later today.
An estimated 20 million people in more than 100 countries currently play flag football. And now, we have a chance to become Olympians. Flag's success has led to the International Olympic Committee approving the sports addition to the 2028 LA Games. It's a dream come true for myself and all flag athletes around the world to know that someday we may get to compete for the sport's first Olympic gold medal.
Back here in Canton, Ohio, and the 5 sports added to the 2028 LA Olympic slate, including baseball, softball, the return. Saw that most recently in Tokyo back in 2020. For squash and flag, it's the first time it's ever happened. Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott, and flag football, part of the Los Angeles Olympics in 2028. Only 3 years away, and excitement continues to build.
I mean, the fact that it's almost 3 years away, it just seems like it's been a dream this entire time, really only being announced in the past 2 years we're going to even make it to the Olympics. This is a dream for every player, every coach, every official to be able to make it to the pinnacle of the sport, to be competing and working within the Olympics, and to have it in LA, really the home of flag football. It doesn't get much better than that.
It makes perfect sense. And we talk about the growth of the sport, how it's exploded not only here in the States, but internationally, I should say. We've seen that in both of these semifinals, the passion, the energy. Team Australia today, and of course earlier Team Mexico, perhaps on a collision course for an upcoming championship later.
Oh my goodness, that championship could be so explosive. Again, these two teams, they have had 2 pick sixes in this first half alone for Team Australia against a Team Mexico who are incredibly evasive but can play all across the field. This is what you love to see, how these guys match up and really go at it, leaving it all on the field to take home that international crown.
Team China says not so fast. They still have a shot. The second half coming up, 12 minutes to go as we inch closer towards our International Division Championship game later today at 5 o'clock Eastern. Welcome back to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. On this Saturday afternoon, our second semifinal. Team Australia leading Team China by a score of 20-0 in the very beginning of our second half. Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott, Rebecca Landa, and our first half highlights. You know we're going to talk about Trent Casey, but Will Smith to get started, getting jiggy with it near the goal line.
You love to see this. It's a great way to start, finding one of your tallest receivers, and here on the goal line, just a little underhand shovel pass to guarantee the possession, but it is these Trent Casey pick sixes that are so dangerous, running it back all the way 50 yards from this other end zone with a team to celebrate around him. And the awareness, I mean, I've never seen anything like this, running it back over 25 yards again. This has just been a dominant half, but China have every opportunity now to bring it back whilst they start on offense.
Rebecca Landa has found some new friends across the sideline. Rebecca.
Yes, the vibe here is so good, and they have flown 24 hours, so many layovers to cheer on Team Australia, and they were showing me their cheer, so I'm gonna start it off. I hope it works out okay. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi! Back to you, Roy and Phoebe.
Well done, my friend. The start of our second half in Team China with work to do. Back into quarterback Xiao Gao, and the pass caught along the far side near the 10. A short gain, second in midfield coming up, and the reception made by Young Leo.
I think this is the right way to start. Start finding those shoots. You probably want to angle a little bit deeper just to guarantee you those 6 yards, 7 yards at minimum. But this is a great job of reading this Aussie defense, starting to understand where they can kind of pick apart at people.
Team China from Guangdong, and the pass on the crossing route is there. Flag pulled quickly by Sternberg. It'll be third and midfield to go.
They're really wanting to keep it to the outsides here, which I do not blame them. We also see a flag on the play here, so it'll be interesting to see what the official has to say.
Roughing the passer is the call. They'll mark off that penalty yardage.
It's really hard as a rusher, and of course Rebecca can attest to this. You want to come in with ferocity and speed, but you also got to come to balance and have a little bit of control. It's a super fine line when you're in this position.
So foul, roughing the passer, defense, 5 yards previous spot, automatic first down.
This is a big penalty here early on in the game for Team Australia, but great for China to be able to move the football. It looks like it's being repositioned here, and a first down. I mean, this is the kind of situation that you want, because it looks like they're trying to assess.
If it's first and mid, right at midfield, you would have to believe you can take your chances with several deep balls.
There seems to be a little bit of confusion here.
And they're going to spot it back nearly 10 yards. First and mid from there, and that is the official indication. Xiao Gao remains the quarterback, number 4 for Team China. He'll send it backwards to Young Leo. And the flag pulled deep in the backfield. Remy Chisholm.
What a flag pull. I mean, one-handed, unbelievably casual, did not even bite on that reverse. Look at how he comes in. He slowed down a little bit and just followed through, kept his eyes on the hips here. A penalty that should have been favorable to China has left them almost back at their starting position.
Yeah, second and mid. Across the middle, a leaping attempt, and it's incomplete. Will Smith was in the area, and the Team China player remains down on the hot turf here in Canton.
And I think, Roy, we can talk about how Phoebe's going to be in China in 20 days. Perfect timing. She's going to be representing Great Britain. There's going to be, how many teams, Phoebe? 8 teams playing. The best teams in the world that qualified. Italy got invited last minute. They're going to do a great job. It's going to be so exciting to watch. Best 8 teams in the world fighting it out in Chengdu, China. Are you excited, Phoebe?
Unbelievably excited. We fly out August 5th to head out there for the World Games, and we had a camp here actually last week, played against one of the teams that is here at the NFL flag tournament. So unbelievably honored to represent Great Britain on the biggest stage, one that I know you won last time when you were at the World Games. So it's a pretty full circle moment for all of us.
Great exchange between you two, and seeing the smile from Rebecca indicates the importance and the memories made at that event. Yensi Huang a little late to get up onto his feet, but appears to be okay after an extended time down on the turf.
It's part of the efforts that China has done to grow the sport, right? So you see now they're an international level competition, something you didn't see before, Phoebe.
Gal, the quarterback, and a wobbly pass will be caught. 4th and mid from there, but in a position to have an opportunity. Ziho Ao hauls it in.
Yeah, it was a nice body catch there. 4th down. It looks like they're going to play it. Remember, if they do not convert, then Australia gets the ball there. And to your point, Rebecca, even right now, NFL China are doing a great job running 3 weeks of camps across China to educate and upskill all the coaches and the players in this area to be as competitive as possible whilst it comes to flag football.
Gal 6 of 12 passing, 73 yards. And looking down the field, now across midfield. This play still active. The flag was not pulled. And finally it is 1st down and goal for Team China. So attempting to come back, you have to start somewhere on the opening possession. Team China on the move.
I love to see that Team China, they did not get bogged down with the drive killers that occurred. And look at how calm and poised their quarterback was in the pocket. Zhao Gao, who did a great job of just hanging in there, and then to be able to deliver that. This is where it comes to from a defensive standpoint. You really want to teach that you're going to try and get a hand in the ball, but you've got to have a hand on that flag in case you miss it. Those yards after catch are so lethal, and this is a huge moment. Although let's keep in mind, 7:30 on the clock is rolling. They've got a 25-second play clock. You've got to start managing the drives here.
Zhao Gao remains in at quarterback. Floats this one out of bounds on 1st and goal. So 2 more tries to reach the end zone and get on the scoreboard for the first time today and get back in this game in this 2nd semifinal.
You need a little bit of urgency here when it comes, because you've got to be able to let Australia get a drive. You want to get back on the board as well, giving you 14. It's tight with these timings.
If I'm Team China, I'm looking to see where Trent Casey is, number 4 in green, and then I'm throwing to the opposite side of the field to give myself the best opportunity.
100%. You've already faced that demon too many times now with the 2 pick sixes that he's gotten for you.
Gao with time, back corner incomplete. 3rd and goal, and 1 more try to reach the end zone for China.
I'm not sure if Trent Casey, the rusher, is just putting a lot of pressure on the quarterback right now, but the past 2 throws have been really high. You see him there. Both have been out the back of the end zone.
Looking again for Ziho Ao. That's been his favorite target on this possession and in our first half. 3rd and goal. China needs it to get back into it halfway home in our 2nd half. There's the pressure, eludes the rush, and incomplete with a chance in the back corner. And Australia will get the football back. Young Leo, the intended receiver.
Yeah, I think that would be a frustrating drive there for China. Having that front pylon, those chutes to the front pylon open pretty much on all 3. He's going to want to get those back, but that's where the rusher comes in. It really blinds the quarterback from seeing the field of play.
7 opportunities with those 7 plays coming up empty. Team Australia gets the football back. 6 minutes remaining here in Canada.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Let me take a look at the international teams here in Canton. 2 on the field as we speak. Team Australia and China. And the winner of this game gets Mexico in the championship.
And that's going to be a challenge, but I love to see we've added a new team this year, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, well said on your part. Little 2-quarterback system and the interception. Well, some trickery and it comes up empty and China gets the football back.
Even I was confused for a second. He looked like he was confused for a second which way to go, if that was a catch or an interception.
Boy Kai Jung with the grab.
What great awareness, way to play that. Again, this is where those two-way players make such a big difference when you can play defense and offense like that.
All right, so you're telling me there's a chance Team China needs to score quickly here, Phoebe.
Oh, we're saying there's a chance here right in the end zone.
How about it? Reaching across for the touchdown. And here comes Team China. Young Leo gets China on the board, 20-6.
If that isn't a rebuttal, I don't know what is. Decisive by the quarterback, and remember, it's about where the football is, not where the flag belt is when it's pulled.
Going for the 1-point try and running across the goal line with possession, Ziho Ao. And just like that, it's 20-7. 4 minutes and change remaining.
This is the Team China that we have seen throughout the tournament. Keep in mind, they played Puerto Rico before and they beat them 18-2. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. Sometimes they just needed that little sudden change, that momentum shift, a little bit of belief perhaps.
Has there ever been a game in the history of football at any level scored 18-2? That's some kind of scoregami rule there.
It's impressive.
It is. Flag was not pulled. Off to the races. Team Australia high-stepping. Javen Johnson for the score.
You just cannot appreciate this back and forth battle, the way that these two teams have been going at it. Watch this. This is why you never give up until the whistle blows. The balance of his hand, your hand can touch the ground. And for some of you at home, you might say his flags are no longer on his hips. Once the play has started and someone's pulled him, if they turn on his hips, that is not a penalty. That is just part of the game. It may be a challenge, but he did not give up. Fantastic.
Great show of sportsmanship by Team China in the end zone. After the score, you saw the pat on the back, indicating that was a heck of a play, and it was by Javen Johnson. Conversion comes up empty. 26-7 our score, but you love to see that.
You do, and within the flag football community, we appreciate athletes so much, and we appreciate each other.
Winner of this game gets Team Mexico in the championship. And Phoebe, you can already sense it'll get a little rowdy here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame with the contingent that has traveled in from Mexico. Rebecca, you know very well. How did you frame it earlier and how they'll travel?
Tiramos la casa por la ventana. Translation, you throw your house out the window, which means you sell it, you sell your car, whatever it takes to be present for your team. And that's basically how we travel to any tournament. Everybody shows up. And then also Mexico has like empathy with other countries. They're gonna show up as well for them. We were seeing all of Latin American countries in the other game just cheering on for Mexico.
That's not how you got here, right?
Did you throw your house out?
No.
Very good.
Thankfully, I work for ESPN.
Very good. Very good. We're glad you're here, and you're going to stick around tomorrow for some more work, we were told, which I know we're all very excited about.
I am excited about it as well. It's going to be amazing. Phoebe's going to be there.
I'm going to be here. I'm just excited that we get to spend your birthday with you.
Happy birthday, Rebecca. Great catch for Team China. It'll be 1st and goal, approaching 2 minutes to play.
This is fantastic job by this Team China here, jumping up for the ball and then pulling into his body. He had Team Australia hanging on him as he went down, and he used all that core strength to drag it in. What a phenomenal image of athleticism.
See how many big plays has he made in this second half. Reaching ahead, inching closer to the goal line. 2nd and goal. And Hao Chung Leo with the catch for Team China. Well, they have not given up in this game, and they've made some plays in this second half to hang around.
This second half, especially these past 10 minutes, have been phenomenal. The problem is the clock is rolling. 1 minute left on the clock, essentially. And keep in mind, it does not stop if the players go out of bounds either.
Team China, full contingent of timeouts remaining. Outside of the run zone, flag pulled. It'll be 3rd down and goal. So one more chance. And Phoebe, that clock winding down, that is really the best friend of Team Australia.
It is, but both teams have 3 timeouts, so they are able to use them to stop the clock. I mean, you're down to 40 seconds already. You want to give yourself an opportunity. I guess on the other hand, you're thinking, let's let this be our last play and not give Australia the chance to get back on the field after what we just saw with that full field touchdown.
Xiao Gao, the quarterback, eluding pressure for a moment until the flag was pulled. Matilda Featherstone, the sack to clinch the game for Australia.
What a way to seal the deal. Rebecca Landa, you've been in that situation so many times.
It feels so good. And she was speed, light, fast. You could see her break down really close to the quarterback. She's also a little bit shorter. She has great balance and coordination down below. Great play by her. I love co-ed football.
5 seconds remaining, and the clock is stopped, perhaps for the final time. A great run by China. You mentioned the victory 18-2 earlier to make it this far to the semis. And now we start to look ahead and think about what's to come. 5 o'clock Eastern, back here on this same field, almost an hour from now. Team Australia, Team Mexico for the International Division Championship. And for head coach Jordan Lowe, perhaps a dream come true for his team and their opportunity.
An absolute dream come true. Look, this is the first time that Team Australia has made it to the finals. The biggest thing right now is going to be managing his players, managing those emotions, because this is a huge win for them, beating Team China, but then also making it onto such a big stage. You're going up against one of the best teams we've had here, who's had finals experience in Team Mexico.
He'll fake the toss, final play of the game, heave it long, and a pass incomplete, looking for Costin, and that will do it. Well, time for Team Australia to refresh, rehydrate, repeat, and get set for the championship against Team Mexico after a 26-7 win over Team China this afternoon in Canton.
What a beautiful display of flag football we have seen. Both sides, both teams, offense, defense, they have been electric. Team China coming to play in that second half, but it was Team Australia. Those 2 pick sixes, the full field touchdown in the second half. This was a dominant win by Team Australia. Congratulations to the victors.
Now the highlights as we go back to the first half where the majority of the action took place for the team from down under. Will Smith, an early long reception, nearly reaching the end zone. Moments later, Australia would score, and there you see it, the underhand scoop to Javen Johnson, the first of his 2 touchdowns. And then, if a little Trent Casey is good, more is better. Back-to-back pick sixes.
Absolutely. I think we were looking for a hat trick at some point, but phenomenal to see 2 back-to-back pick sixes. I've never seen that in my time playing flag football. But the awareness here, you're juggling it, you're running, you're evading, the celebration, the excitement from your teammates, just the pride. This is why flag football is a team sport. Moments like this where Team China is so aware, and then the little move to be able to seal the deal by Yu Zhenzhen.
The touchdown for Team China late to stay in it. And racing across the goal line, Young Leo. That made it a 2-score game before Javen Johnson happened again. High-stepping his way into the end zone after escaping the back and the pressure.
You've got to love it. This is what it's about. It's the emotions of flag football, what winning means to you. Absolutely fantastic job by these teams.
Mr. Highlight Reel himself with Rebecca Landa, Trent Casey.
I just found out such important information, Roy and Phoebe. You are not a defensive player. Still, you got those 2 pick sixes. How in the world?
It's crazy, you know. Like, normally, I've played offense this whole time. I haven't played corner this whole tournament. And to do that, like, it's amazing, you know. Like, it took us like 26 hours to get here. It feels amazing, you know.
I can tell from your vibe. So now, talking about hours, you have 1 hour to prepare for Mexico. How are you going to do that?
You know, like the same how we're playing this game. You know, like if we keep this energy up, like I definitely think we have a chance of winning this. You know, so
Now that you play defense, what do you like most, defense or offense?
definitely offense. Yeah.
We didn't get you. Thank you so much, Trent. Go ahead and celebrate with your teammates.
Big energy for Trent Casey and the bracket in the International NFL Flag Championships. It all comes down to this. Team Mexico, Team Australia, in a game that begins just over 1 hour from now. Phoebe Schechter, we cannot wait because all kinds of skill on full display here in camp.
Look, we're going to have to get our game prep on right now. I mean, we're going to have to rest, recover. Both these games back-to-back had us on our feet the entire time. I can't wait for this Mexico versus Australia. Australia, first time making it to the finals. But congratulations. I mean, this has been just a phenomenal competition to all of the countries that have come here, all 8 of them that have made this journey to make it to the finals. I know we'll be seeing all of them supporting Team Australia and Team Mexico in the finals.
China and Canada come up just short. Mexico and Australia for the championship in the international division. Here's a hint for Team Mexico. Avoid that young man, Trent Casey, on fire playing defense for the first time in the States, and it worked out quite well. Our championship, the international division, coming up at 5 o'clock Eastern on ESPN+.
Announce flight 1234. 1234. Mic check. Mic check. 1234. Announce 1234.
Going into the championship game versus the Apex Predators, we were ready. They were up 7-0. The one play that brought the momentum was when Mediata had a diving catch into the end zone. She dove for it, called it a touchdown. We went crazy. We all lost our mind on the side. I remember we just looked at each other and we walked in.
There's the reverse. Wilson. Still alive. Wilson split it every time.
I got the hand off and I did a couple moves.
Working on the turntable. Wow.
The last 5 seconds of the game, we knew we had it.
Sam Allen once cradled 7-0. We got on a 21-0 run.
It was exciting, it was thrilling, we played our best, and we had fun through it all, most importantly.
I'm gonna run over there real quick.
I'm hearing myself about the singing level as the music a little bit louder right now. Welcome to Tom Benson Stadium. Yeah. Test 1, 2, check. 1, 2, 2, check. Check. 1, 2, check.
My proudest moment in the game was the close up I had in the back of the end zone in the championship game.
Well, Canton, Ohio, this is the 2024 NFL Flag Championship. Drop the Cowboys back in the end zone. Touchdown, Brooklyn Hill.
He made an amazing throw. I just knew I had to set the tone and make it play. Seeing it on replay is actually insane because I'm 7 years old. Looking back at that game, that catch totally makes me proud. That's me going on to the next level as a player. I like to get outside because I get to travel around the world and connect people I do. I'm Sam, I'm a great person. Team China, Team Germany, Team Mexico. That's the way it's taught me, teamwork and just enjoying it. If I was young, we did each other that good. This experience, it changed my life in many ways. From the crazy making all the way from different countries and different cultures, it's just so much fun, and that's why I love it.
Welcome to the 2024 NFL Flag Championship game. The Apex Predators and the Staten Island Giants.
Going into the championship game versus the Apex Predators, we were ready.
Drop the Cowboys back in the end zone. Touchdown, Brooklyn Hill.
They were up 7-0. The one play that brought the momentum was when Maggie Adams had a diving catch into the end zone. She dove for it, caught a touchdown. We went crazy. We all lost our minds on the side. I remember we just looked at each other and we lost it.
There's the reverse. Wilson still alive. Wilson still a couple time.
I kept hitting it up and like did a couple moves.
Walking quickly on the turntable. Wow.
The last 5 seconds of the game, we knew we had it.
Staten Island once trailed 7-0. They got on a 21-0 run.
It was exciting, it was thrilling, we played our best, and we had fun through it all. It was important.
It's the NFL Flag Summer Championship.
Everything that you love about football is present here at this tournament. We're talking about some of the quarterback play.
This one's going on. Open for the touchdown.
Crazy catches. Amazing defense.
That might be one of the highlights of the tournament.
And really passion for the game. And here at Flag Football, we get to see these young women and young men be able to enjoy the game without contact.
before the lights go up, before the cheers in the crowd. There's only you and the grind. In gymnastics, we train for years, for moments that last seconds. Flag's no different. Every movement, every routine, thousands and thousands of times. So when the moment comes, you only get one shot to stick it.
Take off, this one's on me. Say it.
This isn't just a game. It's a spotlight on all the work nobody got to see. They've trained for this moment. Their time is now to grab the Flag Football Championship live on ESPN.
Live indeed as we welcome you to the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota on this spectacular Saturday afternoon. The time is now to crown a champion. Team Australia against Team Mexico from Monterey and Gold Coast, Queensland. We're just about set and ready to go for this title tilt. Now look back at how these two teams arrived here in the championship. And starting first for Team Mexico, Eduardo Almada, the early touchdown pass to Pablo Gomez, and then moments later on the receiving end from Ocampo across the goal line, diving in the victory over Team Canada in comeback fashion. Meanwhile, for Team Australia, a convincing victory. 2 pick sixes, not 1 but 2, for the great Trent Casey.
He was electric throughout this game, and someone who was actually an offensive player who ended up playing on defense for the first time, but his awareness of the field and then that speed afterwards, what a joy to watch.
A standout on the soccer pitch and here in flag football, and for the first time moments ago, on defense with Phoebe Schechter, the NFL Flag Global Ambassador. I'm Roy Philpott. Rebecca Landa joins us on the field in just one moment. Anticipation is building. The excitement is here for the championship of the International Division.
I mean, the crowds have been building around us. You hear both teams being represented, and I like the way that Australia, they kept it a little bit calm going into it. Mexico took the field early to start getting ramped up again, but both these teams are primed for this huge primetime spot here in Canton, Ohio.
And remember, both teams have already played one game today to get to this championship. The head coach for Team Australia speaking to his team moments ago, the pregame conversation for Jordan Lowe. We traveled 26 hours to get to this point. We're family. And he said, guys, girls, I'm going to love you whether we win by 50 or lose by 50. And that's part of the passion that involves NFL Flag and what we've seen all weekend long here in Canton.
It is. It's all about the passion. And you have to think, this Team Australia, there was no flag there before 3 years ago. This is Coach Lowe's second time round here. He was talking about the experience and how imperative that has been from his last journey here. This is their first time in the finals, though, which makes this so exciting for this team. They can't lose, really.
No, they have been incredible. Meanwhile, for Team Mexico, they defeated Australia back on day one here in Canton, 13-12. So these two teams are quite familiar with each other.
And that's what's so beautiful about this. Not only are they familiar on the field, but they're all living in the dorms on site as well. So the friendships that have been built throughout this, the camaraderie throughout this. But Team Mexico have a lot to prove. They want to be the team that is really raising that trophy at the end of the day. And they have been a team that really have come into this with their foot on the gas pedal the whole time.
And their head coach, Alejandro Gonzalez, has been incredible, pushing the right buttons with his team this entire tournament. We'll meet both organizations when we come back here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Back at the NFL Flag Championships here in the International Division. Team Australia against Team Mexico for the title as we get set to get underway. Public address announcer Jeff Shreve introducing both teams.
Representing Benoa State High School, please welcome Team Australia. And representing Mexico, here are the Tornadoes. At this time, we ask that you please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Australia. Please remain standing for the playing of the national anthem of Mexico.
And now, for the third member of our broadcasting crew on the field, our field analyst, Rebecca Landa.
Thank you, Roy. So I talked to both coaches before this match, and Talking to Mexico's coach specifically, his communication with his team prior to the final was, we need to have the heart of a champion. It is okay to be nervous, but you gotta channel that energy in the right direction. They're gonna be less aggressive than on that game that you guys already talked about in the 13-12 when it comes to the offense, but they're gonna be more aggressive, especially in the linebacker position when it comes to the defense. And something that the coach from Australia said that I found it great was trust the process. Even when you're in the championships, you have to keep that identity of what took you to this moment.
Both teams traveled a long ways to get here to Canton for Australia. A 26-hour trip to make it in. Gold Coast in Queensland. A long ways to go. And Coach Jordan Lowe also suggesting we made it all this way. We might as well go ahead and win the championship.
Corazón de campeón. Esa es nuestra filosofía, ese es nuestro estilo de vida y así lo vamos a terminar. Estamos corazón de campeón, chavos. Aprieten desde el principio. ¿Va? Los quiero mucho, confío mucho en ustedes. Vamos a hacerlo nosotros 10 juntos y nadie más. Nosotros 10. ¿Va?
And head coach Alejandro Gonzalez, last-minute instructions for his team, Rebecca.
He basically just said, it's about the 10 of us. We need to do this on our own, not focus on everything that's going on around this game.
That's a really big part of this, is not to let the noise and the excitement and environment and the feel of the big stage take over. For both teams, play your game, and that is going to be the difference between winning and losing.
Both teams wearing green and all green. Team Mexico, Australia with the white shirts and green shorts. And racing along the far side for a quality pickup. Trent Casey on offense this time.
Hey, it's great to see. This is where he's comfortable, but he's so evasive. That juke move, and this is where Mexico are usually terrific at pulling flags, but he kept going.
Second down, midfield to go. The underhand shovel, and it goes to Matilda Featherstone right at the line to gain and stop just short according to the initial mark. Third down in midfield, which is less than a yard to reach.
You love to see this attacking of the defense. It's a 2-2 defense, so there's a big gap in the middle. A nice little shovel pass to the center. Third down, they're in the no-run zone now.
Team Australia in this championship game in the international division for the first time. Trace Olsen at quarterback again, under center, fakes the shovel, and delivers late. It's batted down at the last minute. Rainhow was able to get there fourth and mid.
I like that they were thinking about maybe taking a shot in that position. We've seen it earlier where you want to fake that underhand. You did have to throw it a little bit in front. The defense of Mexico are terrific, but now fourth and short, looks like they're going to go for it. Remember, if they do not convert, Mexico will start where the ball is now.
Our first big play of this championship game. Trey Souls fakes the toss, now delivers across the line and reaching ahead for the first down by inches is Team Australia. Javen Johnson, his first play made. He scored twice earlier today in the semis.
He's been brilliant for him, but for me, it's the awareness there. He felt like he was getting pushed back across the other side after the half, and he reached that ball out just to give him a fighting chance.
And Phoebe, you can reach, you can't dive in NFL flag. Important to remember, here in the no-run zone, tossing, Featherstone has it. And the starting center eligible to receive passes in NFL flag. Second down and goal.
Watch this little out route here from number one. She has been doing phenomenal so far. Matilda Featherstone has been brilliant, and the center is such a critical part of an offense here.
Rubin Treisholtz and also Javen Johnson in the backfield. They'll fake it to Johnson across the middle. Leaping up is Casey. 2 pick sixes in the semis earlier today. 2 catches already to start this championship.
You love to see how the ball is being divvied out here. You have the little read option. You've got the cross in front, which confuses the defense. And then there he is, big body, jumping up to get that ball.
Third and goal, and this drive comes down to this play. One last attempt to get into the end zone. So another enormous sequence coming for Team Australia. Trey Souls, back corner, incomplete. Well, the defense was there. Pablo Gomez interrupted the sight line right there on that back pylon, Rebecca.
And the coach read it perfectly before the play. He said, they're going to number 8. Make sure you're taking care of that corner in the end zone.
Xavier Naumo, I mean, he had the ball in his hand as well. It just fumbled out of there.
Mexico gets the football on offense. Gomez, a reception after making the incredible play in that back corner on defense. At quarterback, Eduardo Almada. We also saw Charlie Ocampo at quarterback in the semifinal earlier today. Gastelum racing ahead. It'll be 3rd and mid, just less than 2 yards to get the first down.
They're trying to go quick here. You have hitches, and that's a great read by the quarterback. No defender within sight of her.
Victoria Gastelum. 3rd and mid, and a chance to talk things over here.
And it's exactly what he said the plan was going to be. Just take what they give you, and it's working out perfectly for that Mexico offense.
Well, Mexico came back against Team Canada after trailing early. Almada sails one. Gomez has it. Flag is pulled, first down and goal.
What a beautiful play design here. I want you to watch for the out with the wheel. You are putting this corner on the right side in a bind, and you have number 5 to hold him down. Beautiful work there from number 3 from Mexico. Gomez, again, really being the star of the show so far.
You mentioned he was in conflict, having to try to cover 2 players. A well-designed play for Mexico.
And it gives a nice, easy read. When you're in these high-stakes situations, give your quarterback something easy to read.
Almada remains in at quarterback. Delivers another precision strike. And with the catch, Jorge Lopez. 2nd and goal.
This is what you want to see, the efficiency of this team, Mexico. Team Australia don't want you to go deep on them. They're forcing you to throw those check down, shorter passes. Perfect. We've talked about this. If you can get 7-8 yards every single play, that is a win offensively.
Eduardo Almada, 2nd and goal. 2 downs to get into the end zone here for Team Mexico. He went in motion. He'll grab the handoff, race across the goal line for the 4th score of this game.
What a great way to start the game. A beautiful, efficient drive here for Mexico. It didn't look like there was any rush. They saw it was man, and you're putting number 4 of Team Australia, Trent Casey, in such a bind, having to run across the formation to catch that man in motion.
And a 2-quarterback system employed by Mexico, Charlie Ocampo and Eduardo Almada. We saw Ocampo under center there for the first time in this championship. The handoff, and it was nicely executed. A 6-0 lead. They'll go for 1 from the 5-yard line. Bunch formation. They'll fake the handoff. Ocampo back to Almada. We saw this earlier today, and once again, but the flag pulled, and another penalty marker comes out.
Legal forward pass, offense. Ball doesn't pass the line of scrimmage. Conversion no good.
Now, Costin pulled the flag short of the goal line, and the defense holds at least on the conversion, Phoebe.
Yeah, this is going to be a great stand, really, and this is about the awareness on the field for Team Mexico. But this is still a good place for them to be in. They should be very proud of this drive.
Almada reaching the end zone, 6-0 Mexico. And you're watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota. 6-0 Mexico leading Australia here in the International Division title affair. Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott, Rebecca Landa, as we take a look at the rules for NFL Flag, Phoebes.
The rules are a little bit different with NFL Flag as opposed to maybe what you watch on Sunday. But you have 5v5 here. There's two 12-minute halves. It is a running clock, so even if you go out of bounds, it keeps going. It's a 50-yard field. You've got 4 downs to reach midfield and then 3 downs to score. A touchdown is 6 points, extra points, 5 yards, 1 point, 10 yards, you get 2 points, and each team receives 1 challenge in regulation.
Team Australia will attempt to respond, trailing 6-0. They drove the full length of the field, but came up short on 3rd and goal. Moments ago, here's Javen Johnson tiptoeing down that near sideline. A quality pickup, 2nd and mid.
And we were speaking with the coach earlier about Javen Johnson, and they were telling us that he is a beach sprinter. Can you imagine the difficulty, like 100-meter beach sprinter?
I can imagine. It's a great workout for your legs, and no doubt he's one of the fastest players here in Canton this weekend. On display, and he eludes the first flag pull attempt. The second one is true, 3rd down in midfield.
It's all about the experience, as the coach was saying, the awareness. You see him go up for that ball. He already moves his hips out of the way, trying to evade before he's even touched the ground. That body control is phenomenal.
Jordan Lowe told his team pregame, we are family. Whether we win or lose, I'm going to love you guys the exact same. Let's go win one. Deep ball, pass corral, and the touchdown, Xavier Nalmo.
They tried to get him earlier in the back of the end zone, and they came right back to him up the middle of the field. The tallest player at 6'2" on this team. A great post route. He was able to continue the run. Ooh, and a little cheeky ball throw celebration.
From 33 yards out, tied at 6, and now Team Australia electing to go for the 1-point try from the 5. Trace Holes has been accurate. He'll hand it back, try to receive it at the front pylon, and he cannot. So Nalmo catches the touchdown, can't deliver the 1-point conversion. We're tied at 6.
And when you see this play, you're going to see the rusher change directions completely. The play is going so fast, he knows he's not going to get to the quarterback. He just changes directions into the wide receiver they were looking for.
Interesting to note, Jorge Lopez with the reception, and the Mexico drive begins with a positive gain. It'll be 2nd in midfield.
Coming back to their hitches, we saw this earlier. They would audible to somebody outside, perhaps a hitch and go. So it'll be interesting to see how they execute now.
And it's Almada back in at quarterback instead of Charlie Campo. This pass tipped and incomplete. Remy Chisholm able to make some contact with the football.
I'm telling you, we keep talking about these rushers, but rushers are some of the most important players on the defense. You see the ability to put a hand up. He goes for the flag. It forces the quarterback to be uncomfortable out to his left side and just dirt it. In flag football, you are able to throw the ball away. There are no penalties. There's no fumbles, no stripping of the football either.
No intentional grounding. There we go, Rebecca. You taught me that earlier this week. Tiptoe grab, Rangel able to haul it in. It's going to be 4th and mid, just 3 yards needed to get there. Decision time for Mexico.
Based off of the momentum that Mexico has right now, they're going to go for it. It makes sense. They are within the no-run zone, so they will have to throw this ball. Alert that double QB, they do.
And Almada as the quarterback. Need to cross that yellow line at midfield. Quick strike, there it is. There's the first down and goal, and tumbling down is Lopez.
Really nice decision there. Look, when you come in tight as a bunch, you're forcing the defense to show you one thing, and then you can out-leverage them. It was almost a little bit of a pick play there. We won't call it that perhaps, but you get that shoot out wide. You've got the leverage. Get yourself a 1st down.
Tied at 6 in the championship game of the International Division. Here, the 2025 NFL Flag Championships. Almada retreats, fires a strike, batted down at the last possible moment. And back there playing center field, the first time we've called his name And it is, no, Xavier Naumo. It's the first time we've called his name on defense.
Watch him fly across. This is what you want from a safety. And again, batting that ball down. Coach said a lot of these players also play rugby, so this is second nature to feel where the ball is.
Yeah, Australian rules football players, rugby players, soccer players, all a part of this team. As Garza able to have the pass completed. 3rd and goal from just outside the 10, Phoebe.
This is a huge down there. Going to want to capitalize. You've got less than a minute on the clock here, so take your time. Get the play call that you want. Both teams have 3 timeouts, but you really want to hold on to these until the second half. Now keep in mind, you may not see it, but they have a 25-second play clock. So this is rolling. You cannot run out of bounds in terms of stopping the clock. It is all about the last 30 seconds here.
3 timeouts. Get those for the entire game. There's no reset at halftime. Almada, Ocampo. They'll have the 2-quarterback system. Penalty marker is out. Back corner and incomplete. So let's check the infraction, Phoebe. What did you see?
That's impeding the blitz right away.
Timeout, Australia. Prior to the timeout, impede, offense. Turnover on downs. First down, Australia.
So we've seen several long drives in without points by both sides.
And that is so challenging because it's 3rd down. It's a loss of down for impeding the rush. So you're watching the center, and look how they have to move out of the way when the rusher is coming down. They have a direct line to the quarterback and where the quarterback is. That's a huge loss there because that's their opportunity to go down and score with the last 10 seconds left.
10 seconds remaining in the first half for Australia here in the championship. Rubin Trezos back in at quarterback, wants to go long, and he does. Into traffic, 2 receivers there. Leaping attempt, and it comes up just empty for a moment. There was an opportunity. Will Smith was down there, number 9. And unable to corral it at the last moment.
But look at this ball placement. He goes up for it. He had it in his hands. Fantastic job by the Team Mexico defense, especially Ray Maldonado. He did a terrific job of just making sure that didn't finish through. That's a huge stop going into the half here because this is where they need to come out strong in this second half.
1 second remaining here on the clock. So 2 timeouts have been utilized by Australia, and head coach Jordan Lowe at the end of the half. They'll reset it back to 3. An interesting maneuver there.
Yeah, it is an interesting maneuver. You only get 3 timeouts per game. So you would normally try and reserve those for the end of the game. Perhaps there's something he saw or something he believes in. But you can see now this Team Mexico defense is in complete prevent.
Will Smith at the top of your screen, number 9 for Australia. His size, his speed, certainly a factor. A wobbler deep, Smith in the area, and it is batted down in the defense of Almada, who started at quarterback, now as a center fielder, as a safety. Bats it down last play of the half.
That's what you want to do in those situations. Just if you're not catching it, you got to make sure that nobody catches it. You don't need a situation, especially with Team Mexico, who have the ability to run it all the way back. But that was a battle. We're 6-6. Remember last time these two teams played, it was 13-12 as the final score. These defenses, these offenses, they're relentless.
Alejandro Gonzalez, the head coach of Team Mexico, with Rebecca Landa.
Alejandro, háblame un poquito de esta primera mitad. ¿Qué te ha gustado y qué te gustaría ajustar para la segunda?
Bueno, me ha gustado la actitud de los jugadores. Creo que se están acomodando bien al sistema de juego del rival. Y debemos de ajustar un poquito el tema ofensivo, buscar zonas un poquito más amplias para que estén más cómodos nuestros receptores.
I'm asking him about what he liked and what adjustments he's going to make. He really likes the attitude and the energy from his players, but he's hoping to adjust a little bit more on the offense, make sure there's great communication right there to make those big plays that will make a difference. Gracias, Alejandro.
Gracias, Rebecca. Thank you very much. Tied at 6, 12 minutes in, 12 minutes to go in this championship game of the International Division, the NFL Flag Football Championships of the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Australia and Mexico tied. We're back with our halftime report right after this.
And because there's so many fewer barriers to participation, you get way more people having access to the sport. To see what women can do in this sport is pretty amazing.
As one of the
An estimated 20 million people in more than 100 countries currently play flag football. And now we have a chance to become Olympians. Flag's success has led to the International Olympic Committee approving the sports addition to the 2028 LA Games. It's a dream come true for myself and all flag athletes around the world to know that someday we may get to compete for the sport's first Olympic gold medal.
Hi, I am Diana Flores, quarterback of the Mexican national flag football team. We are very proud of you. Play every single game with all you have. Remember that you are representing all of us, all the passion, all the love, and we support you. Never stop grinding because you never know. This game, it's about opportunities. So fight that ball until the last second, and I wish you the best of luck. Go Team Mexico!
And they continue to fight, and it has been an impressive start here in the International Division Championship game, the 2025 NFL Flag Championships. And coming up in LA in 2028, the introduction, Phoebe, of flag football at the Olympics.
It's just beyond exciting for all of us, from players to commentators, the officials, the coaches. This is the pinnacle of our sport. This is the dream that we have all been working for and working towards for so long. The recognition of hours of just dedication to this wonderful sport. And now everyone gets to see it. I mean, I just feel so grateful to be a part of this and be able to speak more about flag football and its growth.
No question. Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott, Rebecca Landa here. And an exciting first half now in the books. Tied at 6. We thought it would be close. It's been back and forth really this entire weekend for both of these teams. Deadlocked here with 12 minutes to play.
And these 12 minutes are going to be so key. It'll be really interesting to see, with Team Australia going through 2 of their timeouts in that first half, how they're able to slow down the clock. Because keep in mind, it's running clock. Going out of bounds does not stop it. So they're going to have to be really cautious and practical with how they're putting together these drives.
Tied at 6. How did we get here? We'll tell you by showing you highlights. That's coming up next as we continue the Pro Football Hall of Fame here in Canton. You're watching the NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota on this Saturday afternoon. Tied at 6, Mexico and Australia. And the start of our second half just 12 minutes away from crowning a champion in the international division. Here's a look at how we got here, Phoebe. An exciting first half concluding just moments ago, and Almada reaching the end zone for Mexico.
It was beautiful. Mexico took advantage of the defense Australia were in, running it in versus a man coverage. And then you go here to this beautiful deep post. Xavier Naumo, I mean, he is 6'2", and he absolutely ran that length of the field.
Rebecca Landa has made some new friends in the stands. Rebecca, take it away.
Yes, I have. I'm here with the familia of the Mexican national team. When we're talking about throwing that house out the window to make sure they are here supporting their kids, that dream on being on the Olympics, that's already on their heads. And you can see the support. The energy is so electric.
Well done, my friend. They have been loud and proud this entire weekend, and now 12 minutes perhaps away from celebrating a championship. Mexico with the football first. Ocampo to the air and tumbling down after a short gain. It'll be second and midfield. The reception made by Rangel.
This is a big drive here for Team Mexico. Starting back up, you want to be able to just get those chunks.
Sabas Rangel with the grab. Ocampo to the air, wants to go long to Almada. And the pass incomplete. Now Moen covered, so suddenly third and mid.
And that's where this game can switch just like that, because they've now got to be able to get at least 5-6 yards to put themselves in a more comfortable position where they're not having to go for it on 4th and long.
Ocampo starts the second half as the signal caller, dumps it off underneath Jorge Lopez. Close to the first, needed to get to midfield. It'll be 4th and about 2.5 to keep this drive alive.
Getting the ball into your playmakers' hands when they're on the run, just like Lopez is on the run here, is so critical because it's so hard to pull those flags when they're flying in the wind like that. His awareness, sticking the ball out 2 yards, it makes sense because normally you could punt it or play it for them to play it. However, they are within the no-run zone.
They'll go for it on 4th down. Without a conversion across the yellow line, they'll give it back to Australia. Ocampo searching, surveying, delivering. That's a strike and a first. Pablo Gomez picks up the first down, but here comes a penalty flag.
Illegal contact, defense. That penalty be declined. 1st and goal.
Kevin Bowersox, our referee today.
I have to say, Australia did a much better job of covering this. They did not send a rusher. We talked about this before. They're in man defense. When you don't have a rusher, it puts a lot of pressure on the defense to cover for so much longer. So you see most teams, 90% of the time, are going to send somebody at the quarterback just to force them to make a decision early.
All right, so crossing midfield, 3 downs to score. 1st and goal underneath. It goes to Gomez towards the pylon. And stopped just short with a late flag pull. It'll be 2nd and goal. It was grabbed quickly by Johnson along the far side.
That was a beautiful run. Watched a little delay and cross here. The quarterback looked him off, and that little stop at the end. I mean, that was 1st down. That is a huge chunk of yards to get there to put you in a favorable position.
Needed 15 yards to cross the end zone, the goal line rather, into the end zone. Gained 14, so 2nd and goal. Ocampo under center. Almada flanking. He'll run the 5-yard out off the pump fake. The hesitation avoids the flag pull in the back of the end zone. There is Jorge Lopez.
You love to see the excitement there, the passion coming across. This team, Mexico, have figured out what Australia are doing. They're in this man defense, and the way that they're aligned is so tight because they've already assigned 2. They cannot cover for that length of time, and then the rusher jumped. That's #1 rule. You don't want to jump as a rusher because a good quarterback will step you and throw around you.
And the 1-point conversion attempt from the 5-yard line. You can also go for 2 from the 10. The route that was ran by Lopez, brilliant coming back to the quarterback and making sure that he was open for Ocampo. Now the 1-point try. Avoids the pass rush. Back of the end zone again. Pablo Gomez this time. And the conversion is good, now 13-6.
That was good work by Team Mexico. They did a really nice job of being efficient and taking what Team Australia gave. We know that they are a younger team, although in Australia now there's over 500 schools competing in NFL flag. Sometimes it's getting some of those nuances in the red zone.
Australia gets it back. Off the hesitation, Trez Holtz to Will Smith. And so this drive begins, second in midfield to go. A short pickup on first down.
Get more of that double QB. They don't send a rusher, but you've got somebody waiting on the line from Team Mexico. And then this is the precision. Team Mexico does a great job of pulling the flags, not giving you extra yardage.
Big drive for Australia in this championship for the first time. Trez Holtz. Javen Johnson, flag pulled 5 yards shy of the line to gain. It'll be third in midfield.
This is one of my favorite. It's like a fan, right? You're going to see these 3 players all go to the right with a bit of a go, and you've got that screen underneath. It really gives a clear answer for the quarterback, a go-to essentially when you're in these tight situations.
Under 7 minutes to go. Australia looking for the first down to keep the drive alive. The comeback by Smith eludes one flag pull and another. He'll pick up the first.
Way to get skinny there. I mean, the ball is something that, again, we talked about it. You can't fumble it. So what you do is you use the ball to help you move your body. It's really like a counterbalance for yourself to throw your hips around.
So in essence, he made himself skinny as he made the twist and the turn.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Will Smith getting skinny with it on that catch. To the center. There it is. Matilda Featherstone, another catch. She's been active today in the semifinal and now in the championship. Second down and goal.
Remember, this is co-ed, so both teams are able to have girls, boys on their team. Everybody plays together, and that's what's so great about flag. It doesn't matter what your gender is. We just appreciate athletes out here.
Athletes and speed, high level of skill. Trez Holtz looking deep, goes underneath, intercepted, picked off by Gomez. And the flag pull near midfield. Team Mexico gets it back with a touchdown lead and under 6 minutes to go.
Oh, he's going to be so upset with himself because he had his man open earlier than that. He just held on to the football just a little bit too long.
Oh, a timeout on the field, a costly turnover. Mexico gets it back leading 13-6 here in the championship of the International Division of NFL Flag Championships.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
I like playing NFL flag because I get to travel around the world and make friends while I do it. I'm Sam, I play for Great Britain. Team China. Team Germany. Team Mexico. Flag football has taught me teamwork and just enjoying the moment.
If anyone's down, we pick each other back up.
I'll never forget this experience.
It changed my life in many ways.
The friends that you make along the way from different countries and different cultures is just so much fun, and that's why I love it.
Now, both of these teams have traveled extremely long distances to make it here to Canton for Team Australia. 26 hours from home here in the title affair, and now trailing Mexico 13-6. Phoebe Schechter, Roy Philpott, Rebecca Landa on our sidelines as our field analysts. And now Mexico, Phoebes, in no hurry whatsoever with this advantage.
No, and you got to look at what you are. You're first and mid from here. You've got 5:20 left on the clock. You can just milk this. Go for the check down. Be able to run out the clock as best as possible.
So an incomplete pass. The clock does not stop. That's not the worst thing in the world.
Does not stop. They're on 2nd down and 1 yard. And again, we heard Rebecca yourself talking about it. There's no intentional grounding either. You can just use this time to wind down. The play clock is 25 seconds, so that's a big chunk of time.
Rebecca, what is the energy like on the sideline? You're in front of that Mexico fan base right now. They have to be excited.
Yes, they are, but also the Australians are over here, and they have good energy as well. They're keeping it up. I was listening into the coaches, and especially assistant coach Shannon Austin. She talked to the rusher. She was, you need to break down. That's something really important. We rushers need to keep our mind on.
Almada will throw it to Gomez, and now 1st and goal on the big completion. Mexico on the move.
What a great play design. Again, the double QB, it keeps coming up. You're handing it off. Are you going to run it? Are you going to pass it? It causes so many problems for a defense, especially if you don't play against it a lot. We know that Team Australia has not played as much against the double QB. They played Mexico once earlier on, but you've got to have a game plan, and playing man the whole time can be a struggle against something like that.
And that was a 13-12 victory by Mexico on day 1 in Canton. That seems like an eternity ago, and now Mexico. Ocampo, end zone to Gomez, and the touchdown.
Beautiful job finding the hole right in the middle. You're gonna watch number 3 here. He's going to come right to the middle, turns around, he feels the defense moving, and his awareness to find where the end zone is. Beautiful. This is where that experience plays a really big role. Sometimes it's not always about being the fastest person on the field. It's about being able to feel that space.
A 1-point conversion attempt on the way as Mexico will huddle up along its sidelines with the head coach, Alejandro Gonzalez. What a remarkable job he's done in a number of capacities. Almada, back corner, and incomplete. So the conversion no good, 19-6, still a 2-score advantage for Mexico. Gen Youth and the NFL Foundation have teamed up to bring NFL flag in school to over 40,000 schools nationwide, energizing physical education and empowering 17 million students through movement, teamwork, and play. With flag football making its Olympic debut in 2028, the momentum is building. Learn more right now at genyouthnow.org. Australia needs a quick score. Man-to-man coverage. Contact, and the pass incomplete, looking for Trent Casey.
I love the arm strength of this quarterback here. Number 7 was able to throw the ball all the way downfield to Drayson. He has such great vision, and to be honest, he had his receiver in the right area. I love what you were talking about before about the 2028 Olympics. We've got a team from Brisbane here where the 2032 Olympics will be as well. So this is a huge driving force for them as they build up on this flag football.
Contact. Will Smith was tripped up, and a penalty marker came in quickly. Man-to-man coverage with Rangel.
You like to see everybody
Pass
checking in on each other there
defense.
too.
Ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Play results in an automatic 1st down, goal to go.
incidental contact happens as well, but number 5 doesn't even feel where the receiver is. And in flag football, we have right of way versus right of place. Right of way speaks to the offensive player having the right to run their route. Right of place is when we speak to a defensive player. So they broke up that right of way of that offensive player, leading to the penalty.
There's one timeout remaining for Australia. End zone, and there it is. The touchdown grab, Nalmo. His second score of the game, Phoebe.
He's like Gronk out there. He's your big body tight end you didn't even know you needed in flag. What a brilliant grab. He went up, the focus on the ball. That was fantastic. Brought it into his stomach to make sure he didn't drop it on the way down. And a little sass at the end.
So the 27-yard penalty, then the 18-yard scoring strike, and now Australia electing to go for 2.
And I understand why they're doing that, but the conversation's going to come back to their timeouts. The clock is rolling here.
Just 30 seconds remaining as the 2-point conversion attempt from the 10-yard line is attempted. Batted almost into the stands. Almada, a heads-up play to get it out of bounds. As time winds down in Mexico, in position with a 7-point lead.
Australia have called a timeout.
And you mentioned the clock management at the end of the first half. It comes back a little bit at this juncture. The chance maybe to stop the clock a couple of times, just that one chance with only one timeout left.
Yeah, because even when it's a change of possession, the clock is still running. So you could have, at the end of that last touchdown from Mexico, called a timeout there. You also want to have that word with the official saying, hey, as soon as this ball is in the end zone or the flag is pulled, I want a timeout immediately. You've already lost a chunk of seconds just standing there trying to call timeout. The officials are open to that conversation. You've got to be able to make sure you're giving your team the best chance possible, especially now. If I'm Mexico, you're just going to run the ball and burn out these last 15 seconds.
Australia needs a miracle of gargantuan proportions to find a way to come back, and just a successful snap should do it for Mexico. The kneel down, and that should do it. Time winding down in the championship, getting set to be crowned officially. Mexico finds a way to get the job done here in Canton. They are the International Division champions in 2025.
Unbelievable scenes. The Gatorade bath for their head coach already, Alejandro. What a beautiful, beautiful moment here for Team Mexico.
Demasiado, lo logramos. Lo logramos, lo logramos. Bien hecho,
All smiles, all the time for Team Mexico. The defense was lights out, and the quarterback play utilizing 2 signal callers on multiple plays today. A big factor and a big advantage.
You're so spot on, and I would say that turnover that they had, that interception that they had, was a really big game changer for them. Australia were marching down, and they put up one big old battle today against this team Mexico, who have been really established for a long time. You know, Australia, we talked about it earlier, they've only played flag football for 2 years as a team. Imagine what they're going to be like in a couple of years. Both sides just doing a phenomenal job representing the international game. 8 teams out here in Canton, Ohio competing. But look at the family, the camaraderie, all 8 teams out here celebrating each other's success.
The highlights in this championship victory for Team Mexico. What an incredible start. The defense got it done. And Eduardo Almada, the first points of the afternoon. Nalmo responded in a big way for Team Australia. He had 2 touchdown receptions in this championship tilt, but Mexico in the second half flexing. Ocampo bought a little bit of time. It was just enough in that back end zone for Jorge Lopez.
And then Australia came back, and this was the game-changing moment by number 3, Pablo Gomez. He really put Mexico on the path to success and then sealed it with a touchdown himself. the familiarity with this team, the camaraderie. It was a great team win.
Gomez with the interception, Gomez with the touchdown. He is your MVP for this championship victory for Team Mexico. Now, what a day it has been, the two semifinal games. And these two teams, Australia and Mexico, reaching the championship game. And it was Team Mexico that was able to find a way. In the heat, the humidity, the exhaustion. Maybe they did it.
They absolutely did. They did it with style. They won the way that they know how. It was a brilliant, brilliant effort here.
Rebecca Landa on the stage to present the championship hardware.
Yes, welcome to the closing ceremony of NFL Flag Championship International Division. And here with me is Aifa Law, International Flag Football Development Lead for the NFL. Aifa, just tell me a little bit about what stands out to you most about this whole week of amazing competition.
I mean, we've had an incredible week of competition this week. We've had amazing teams just from around the world fly in to compete, to showcase their skills and play on the highest level for their age group, and it's been absolutely incredible. We've obviously had two fantastic standout teams today that have got all the way through to the finals, Mexico and Australia, and that's been amazing. And so first of all, I just want to congratulate all of our teams who are national champions from their own countries. They've earned the right to be here and to compete for the international title.
That is honestly amazing. We've seen so much talent around the globe. Flag football is just getting started. That's the reality. Now I want you to please let us know who is the MVP of this international championship.
So the MVP for this championship is Pablo Gomez. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And now also we want you to hold that beautiful trophy for one last time. I hand it to Alejandro Gonzalez, the coach of your international NFL Flag champions.
Thank you very much. ¿Listos, chavos? ¿Listos? De aquí para arriba. ¿Sale? Dale. Es suyo. Eso es.
Pablo, quiero hablar un poquito contigo, si te puedes acercar. Háblame un poco de qué significa para ti poder aportar tanto a tu equipo el día de hoy.
Pues para mí es muy significativo esto para mi vida y para mi futuro, ya que es una gran oportunidad y pues algo que también destaca para muchos, que puede destacar para muchos futuros y pues puede ayudar a mucha gente y me gustaría o me gustó ser parte de ellos.
I'm asking him about how he feels about giving so much to this team, and he's just happy to be here. He's talking about his future and how much this could help him grow when we're talking about, you know, the future in his life. ¿A quién le dedicas este premio, este campeonato?
A mi papá, mi mamá, mi hermana.
He wants to share this with his mom, his dad, and his sister. Gracias, Pablo. Alejandro, puedes pasar un poquito aquí conmigo también para entrar a la conversación. Tantas emociones que vivieron esta semana. Háblame un poquito de qué estás viviendo en este preciso momento, porque había abrazos, había llanto, había un poquito de todo. ¿Qué estás sintiendo?
No, la verdad, sin palabras, digo, creo que, como te dije en una entrevista previa, los chavos demostraron tener el corazón de campeón que tienen, lo llevan en la sangre y pues bueno, el trabajar en equipo, tenemos años trabajando para llegar a este momento y pues bueno, sin palabras realmente, mucha felicidad.
He talks about his emotions and how he talked with his team about having that heart of a champion and how they executed perfectly. ¿Qué mensaje le quieres dar al mundo de parte de Monterrey y de parte de México?
Que practiquen el deporte del flag football. Es un deporte que va a la superalza. Es increíble ver a los jóvenes competir a este nivel. Y pues bueno, que se den una oportunidad porque esto va a seguir mejorando y por qué no cualquiera pudiera estar aquí.
His message to the world, not only Mexico, but to the world in regards to flag football is come. This is a great sport. Opportunities are going to keep happening. So make sure that you're trying out for your flag football local team. Gracias, Alejandro. Los campeones, los NFL Flag Championship champions, México.
Rebecca, gracias. Congratulations to Team Mexico. For Phoebe Schechter, I'm Roy Philpott. Rebecca Landa, what a performance. And the victory is theirs. The championship hardware back to Monterrey. Phoebe, an incredible week concludes right now.
What a wonderful way to end this international series here at the NFL Flag Championships. Congratulations, Team Mexico, but it's really a congratulations to all of our international teams that are here competing.
And good afternoon from the Pro Football Hall of Fame here in Canton, Ohio. Congratulations to Team Mexico.